Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Tell me, do you ever talk to an inanimate object as if it's alive? No? What about, say, your car? Ever give it a name, converse with it like a friend or an enemy, depending on how it's behaving? No? You never done that? Well, then go back a little. When you were a kid, you didn't believe your doll or teddy bear loved you as much as you loved it? Fine. You did. So, you'll admit that sometimes an inanimate thing can seem to have qualities of a living being. Good enough. Now, I can ask you not to be too hard on 70-year-old Charlie, who passionately believed, are you ready for this? Believed an elevator he called Nellie was an understanding, loving friend.
Charlie is not just too old for a responsible job. He's a loony. He courts that elevator like it's alive. Nellie, he calls it, his sweetheart. I want Charlie and that broken-down crate out of here, and that's flat.
Our suspense drama, Tomorrow Will Never Come, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Nancy Moore and stars Robert Dryden. It is sponsored in part by ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Her name was Nellie, and she was a beauty in the eyes of Charlie Henkel, a treasure unsurpassed by any elevator anywhere. Nellie was one of those old-fashioned lifts almost extinct today. She was built of the finest mahogany, and her meshing door was shining brass. She had 2 benches upholstered in red velvet, a big polished mirror, and a little wall vase for flowers. Charlie's sweetheart, Nellie was, and I'm falling a little in love with her myself. Mr. Frank Green was the landlord of Nellie's small apartment building circa 1920. 10 floors, 2 apartments to a floor, his own living quarters and office on the main floor.
Fred says you want to see me, Mr. Green.
That's right. Have a seat, Charlie. Is Fred running the elevator?
Yes, sir.
If it runs.
Oh, Nellie runs just fine for Fred. She likes him. And that's why I let him take over from midnight to 6. She knows he's the best superintendent in New York.
Your idea of the best super is one that goes along with your nonsense about that fool elevator.
Oh, please. Don't say things like that about my Nellie.
I've a good deal more to say about your Nellie. That's why you're here.
What about her?
She has to go. I'm replacing her with a modern elevator.
I didn't hear you right.
Oh, you heard me. You're old, but you're not deaf.
I won't run one of them newfangled elevators. No, sir, I won't.
Well, that's right, you won't. It'll be run by whatever tenant rides in it. All they have to do is press a button.
What? Nellie, me and Nellie?
Now, just take it easy, Charlie. I'm sorry, but it's time that you and that old elevator both retired. You're 70, and Nellie's over 50.
Nellie thrown on a junk heap. Buttons to take the place of a man. Mr. Green, just please listen to me. Nellie and me, we're history.
Ancient history.
Well, look at the famous people that rode up and down with us. There was Mayor Jimmy Walker. Oh, real dandy he was in his high silk hat. Then one time, Charlie Chaplin...
Never mind the famous that you and Nellie carted. It's a world of automation now.
How'd you like it if somebody wanted to replace you with buttons?
Well, I wouldn't sit there and snivel. Now talk sense. You know Nellie's past her time. She stalls, she wheezes. When she does run, she creeps. Any day now, an inspector will notice that weakening cable, and she'll be condemned.
Well, if you buy her a new cable, she could run another 50 years. Cable is cheaper than a whole new... Please, just buy a cable, sir.
No.
I'll buy it myself. I'll buy it with my savings.
No.
All right, then. You going to forget what me and Nellie have done for this building? That fire on 6. All the stairways burning. We brought all the tenants down. Not a soul hurt. And that burglar last year, he tied me up with ropes. He figured he'd run Nellie himself. She knew who he was. She stalled between floors. Wouldn't budge. Held that thief right there till the police came.
All right, cut the soft stuff, Charlie.
What'll the tenants do without us to take care of them? Mr. Cates, him in his wheelchair. A new elevator will slam its door right on him. And Mr. Clements in 5B and Miss O'Neill...
Sure, you spoil them all. And while you're at it, let's mention Miss Hartley. Every darn day you bring that has-been actress a bottle so she can tipple from morning till night.
Sir?
Oh, come off it, Charlie. Everyone knows she's a wino.
No, sir. I bring Miss Hartley milk.
In a pig's eye, it's milk.
She was a great, famous actress.
And she never lets us forget it. The lustrous name of Patricia Hartley was in lights on Broadway for 30 years.
Oh, I don't know what she'll do if me and Nellie go.
I've had all I can stomach of this. Now the discussion is finished.
Nellie.
And Nellie's finished. She's... Oh, blast it, you've got me talking like that thing is human. It's an it. You and it have 1 week's notice.
What?
Oh, don't worry, you'll get severance pay. But a week from today, they'll start installing the new elevator.
Much obliged, Fred. Was Nellie on her good manners?
Well, the truth is, she was a little shaky, Charlie. You know, every time she started up, she kind of shuddered.
She was worried about me.
Well, from the look of you, she had a right to be. Now, what's wrong, old friend, huh?
I can't tell you in front of Nellie.
Oh, well, step away from her. Come on over here.
It's likely she knows anyhow. Nellie knows things.
Well, I don't. So tell me, huh?
Mr. Green, he says that me and Nellie...
No, you don't have to tell me. I knew it was in the air. I just hoped it wouldn't happen. Charlie, you know how sorry I am. And so will all the tenants be.
No, not all. Mr. Norton, maybe Mr. Grant.
Them? Huh. Neither of them has lived here long, that's why.
1 week. 1 more week. No. Some kind of way Nellie and me will figure out how to stay. I was wrong to say I wouldn't tell her. I got to.
Oh, yeah, sure. You'll find a way. Now, it's the surest thing you know.
Yes, we will. You betcha.
You all right, Charlie?
Yeah, we'll be after I talk to Nellie. Nellie? You miss me, sweetheart?
What does she say when you ask her that, huh?
Oh, it's a pity you can't hear. She's got a real sweet voice, and she talks kind of old-fashioned. She said, Charlie, I missed you more than tongue can tell. Old-fashioned. Well, we're off. Nellie, before we start, you know what Mr. G said? We got bad trouble. It's just, you don't know what it is, huh? I'll tell you after we take Miss Hartley her milk. Then you and me will go clear up to the top and talk.
Charlie!
Oh, come in, Miss Hartley. I'll be up there in a jiff.
I'll wait in my apartment.
Nellie, that means she's lonesome. She'll feel real bad if I don't stop into her apartment and talk. You be patient, will you? But you and me got a lot to do. We got to outsmart Henry Green. You and me together. We've been together 50 years, and that's how we're going to stay. Here we are. Now, I'll just be right across the hall. Call if you need me, and I'll leave Miss Hartley's door open so as I can hear you buzz. I'll be back in 5-10 minutes.
Come in, dear Charlie. Enter. Welcome.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. Oh, would you please leave the door open?
I know. Oh, you've brought my milk. How kind, how thoughtful. Do sit down and make yourself comfortable while I have a little milk. I've not had any breakfast yet.
Yeah, well, I can't stay long, Miss Hartley. Nellie and me, I can't stay long.
It tastes good.
I hope it helps your morning headache like always.
Oh, yes. I really should get a glass, shouldn't I? No matter. Now, tell me the news.
Ain't any.
You're keeping something back. There's a quality in your voice. Now you tell me.
No, I can't talk about it. Not until I talk with Nellie. She wouldn't like it if I just... Oh, she's calling. I got to go.
Yes, I hear her call.
You really do hear Nellie?
Certainly I hear. But not always. Just sometimes.
The milk.
Yes. The milk. Joan of Arc heard voices. And ever since I played her, I've had my own voices.
That's nice. Goodbye, Miss Hartley.
Goodbye. Goodbye, dear Charlie. My love to Nellie.
Here we are, Nellie, dear. Up top by the roof, where we like it best, huh? Now I'll tell you about Mr. Green. Why, you knew all the time? Oh, ain't you my smart girl? So, Nellie, what can we do to stop him? What? You know how? Tell me. Yes? Yes? That's what you think we should do? Oh, I don't know, Nellie. Do that? Yeah, I do see it could be the only way. No, of course I ain't afraid, not with you, but if some other way turns up, then we won't have to do that. All right, it's our secret. We won't tell a soul. No, I didn't say I wasn't willing. I am. On account of what Mr. G wants to do to us is murder, Nellie. It's murder.
Murder. An extreme, reckless word? Not to Charlie. For an ordinary doomed elevator, the word would be destroyed. The same fate planned for Nellie was, in Charlie's mind, cold-blooded murder. Charlie is an addled old man, you say. That teddy bear in your childhood, if someone took it away, tore it to shreds, wouldn't you have said that person killed it? Then, in charity, say Charlie is a childlike old man, and like a child, is ready to go to any lengths to save his Nellie. We will learn in Act 2 if he succeeds. We have Charlie, an old gentleman. We have Nellie, an old elevator. And regrettably, we have Mr. Green. That man of flint gave 1 week's notice to Charlie and Nellie. 4 days have passed. By now, all tenants have heard of the improvement their landlord intends. Henry Green expected gratitude. What has he had instead? Complaints, tears. From 9B, downright insults. To what avail? None. The fancy new steel and formica button-operated elevator will be installed as planned. Not if the tenants have their way. Here's one of them now, knocking on Mr. W.W. Norton's door, 3A.
Who is it?
It is Patricia Hartley.
Well, Miss Hartley, to what do I owe this honor?
Mr. Norton, we've not been very neighborly since you took up residence here. Fact is, you've been insufferably rude to almost everyone in the building, but all that must be forgotten in our common plight.
We have a common plight?
Am I to be kept standing in a drafty hallway while I answer?
Oh, my apologies. Do step inside.
Thank you.
Well, would you care to sit down, Miss Hartley?
Yes, Mr. Norton. I am here about the petition.
I thought so. We, the undersigned, protest the booting out of Charlie Henkel and his inamorata. No, lady, I'm not signing any such petition.
But we need everyone's signature. Every tenant has signed except you. You have a sharp tongue, but I do know you have a kind heart.
I'm not signing. In 3 days, exit Nellie. And good riddance.
You cannot possibly mean that. Think of all the devoted years Nellie has carried us up and down, up and down.
And the old girl's got asthma, arthritis, and the bends. Onward and upward with the times, lady. Nellie can't move onward or upward or down.
Oh, she can. She does.
When she's not stalled between floors.
Oh, what of dear Charlie? Do you want to be rid of Charlie?
Look, he's a nice old codger, but he's cracked as an egg, and it's time he's put out to pasture.
Oh, have you no pity? When I played Desdemona, Iago had more compassion than you. Oh, sir, you've got to sign. You must.
Oh, good Lord.
You're cruel and selfish, beastly, inhuman.
Miss Hartley.
Oh,
saved. Oh, Fred, it just may be that you saved my life.
Oh, Fred.
I figured you might need some help, Miss Hartley.
Oh, what is this, a conspiracy?
We're not sign.
No. Don't cry. Don't cry. I'll talk to Mr. Norton.
Oh, you pushing that petition too will save your breath.
Doesn't care if Charlie dies.
Miss Hartley, go along home. I'll be down to see you in a little while.
He won't talk to you, Freddie. He's heartless.
Yes, he will. He will. Now, just go along now.
All right. All right.
Now, what is this, Fred? What do you care about that fool petition?
Well, the staff wants Charlie and Nellie to stay, too.
Staff? That's you.
All right, me.
Oh, use your head. Charlie's not just too old for a responsible job. He's a loony. He courts that elevator like it's alive. Nellie, his sweetheart.
But who does it harm? He calls it Nellie because when a young Charlie first came here, he did have a sweetheart named Nellie.
Oh, that's a new twist.
No, it's true. It's true. She died. An old-timer that lived here told me for a while Charlie talked to his lost Nellie like he was trying to call her back. And then after time went by, he just transferred her name to his elevator.
A pretty yarn. Even if true, it doesn't change the facts. I pay for service here, and I don't get it. Have to walk up and down more often than I ride.
So you won't sign?
Would it cut any ice if I did? Green won't pay any attention to it.
If Charlie's let out and he loses Nellie, it'll kill him. Now, you want that to be on your conscience?
It won't be on my conscience. I'm not exactly fond of broken-down actresses either. That old doll is still acting. You should have heard her. No wonder. She knocks off a couple bottles of that rot-gut wine a day.
So would you, if you were dying.
What?
That's right. She is dying. Some kind of slow blood disease.
Oh, that's her story. More theatrics.
No. She never said a word to anyone. Her doctor comes here. He told me.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. In her shoes, I might drown my sorrows, but that doesn't mean I want her up here awash in wine and tears. This way out, Fred.
Will you think about the petition, huh?
Who is it now?
Fred, good morning.
Oh, wait till I unbolt this thing.
Locked in your office, Mr. Green?
Yeah, these days leave this door unlocked. Half the tenants are crashing here. Had a belly full of them all week. Now it's Charlie's last day, and if
Yes, sir, I know.
And not a word out of you about it either.
No, sir. No.
Yesterday, Patricia Hartley marched in, totters in, with a tenant's petition. That not a good it did him.
Or Charlie.
I told you to button up about Charlie.
Your orders for the day, sir?
Yeah. 1, tell any tenant that hollers for me that I'm out of town. 2, wouldn't surprise me if Charlie's a little nuttier than usual his last day and all. For Pete's sake, try to calm him down.
Oh, no, he's been real calm all this week, wouldn't you say? I mean, considering what's on his mind.
Yeah. Thought he'd pester me. But he hasn't even been in here. What do you think he's up to?
Well, what could he be up to? He hasn't anywhere to turn.
He had a kind of foxy look every time I saw him. Like he and that elevator won the war.
Well, he did say a couple of times he and Nellie have a secret.
Oh, for Pete's
Yeah. Yeah, when he said it, he did have a foxy look.
Well, thank the Lord. After today, he's out of here.
He'll be more than that.
And what does that mean?
It means he'll be dead.
What?
Losing Nellie will kill him.
Oh, that's a cheap shot, Fred. I'm only doing what any sensible man would do with any regard for his tenant's safety. Now, about tomorrow. The electrician from Armstrong Elevator Company will be here early. He'll disconnect our elevator. About an hour later, the wreckers come. You got that?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Franklin?
Oh, Lord, forgot to bolt the door. I'm very busy, Miss Hartley.
Indeed you are busy. Busy destroying a man's life. Here.
What's this?
It is money to buy a new cable for Nellie. I personally took up a collection. There is also enough to pay Charlie's salary for 3 more months. That should warm the cockles of your penny-pinching heart, if you have a heart. The tenants have bought a 3-month reprieve for Nellie.
The tenants have bought nothing. Take back the money, Miss Hartley, and you, Fred, take Miss Hartley out of this office.
Nellie, we're wanted on 4. Now, go real nice, Nellie, dear. Mind what day this is. Mr. G thinks we're old, you and me, ready for the junk heap. Today we show him different. We're on our way. Who was it said, take no thought for the tomorrow? I don't just recollect, but that's what we'll do. We've got today, Nellie. A lot can happen in a day. Coming, 4. We're almost up to 3. Sweetheart, can't you go a little faster? Hey, that's a good girl. What was it you said we could do, Nellie? Our secrets? I disremember. It's going right out of my head. Here we are, Mr. Kramer. Here we are.
Charlie, Henkel, Please, hurry.
Yes, ma'am, Miss Hartley. I'm here, and your milk's here all fine and dandy.
Oh, Charlie, what will I ever do without you?
Nellie hears.
But it's her last day. That monster, Mr. Green, refused to take the money.
Yes, ma'am, you told me. But it don't matter.
Well, how can you say that? Tomorrow Nellie will be... Well...
That's what folks think, but we know things, Nellie and me. We got a secret.
Oh, tell me. I adore secrets.
How we'll keep tomorrow from ever coming.
It can't come. You're the only one who knows about me. If I have to buy the milk myself, people will see me, and I don't want them to find out Patricia Hartley is what I am.
Take no thought for the morrow. Me and Nellie don't. We've got today, a whole day. Look, see how I shined Nellie up? Her mirror, her mahogany.
And a red rose in her vase. Oh, she's beautiful.
Yeah, she's a beauty, all right. I brushed her red velvet, too.
I love her. The idea of a hideous modern elevator. Run it yourself. Well, I'll get all mixed up.
No, what ails the world? No room anymore for what's beautiful. It's gone up the spout.
Oh, 6B says all anything needs to be today is functional. Well, I am out of style then, too.
Buttons to take the place of a man. So I'm 70. But who learns a thing worth knowing till the years add up and time is a friend?
Where's the super, mister?
Oh, I'm the super.
Looked like the doorman to me.
Super, doorman, handyman, you name it.
Well, I'm the electrician.
I didn't send for any electrician.
Armstrong Elevator Company, here to disconnect an elevator.
Oh, no, that's tomorrow. You're a day early.
It's today, chum. Here's the order. Dated today. So, let's get on the ball.
Take no thought for the morrow. But suddenly, tomorrow is today. The electrician holds in his hand a paper clearly stating that on this day, an elevator is to be dismantled. What happens now to Charlie's promise that he'll never let anyone take Nellie away? And what of their secret plan? That is to save them both. The secret Charlie thinks Nellie told him, but it was conjured, of course, within his own mind. Promises and secrets and something more will soon be dealt with when I return with Act 3. It was Robert Browning who wrote the lines, "Grow old along with me. The best is yet to be. The last of life for which the first was made." Indeed, Charlie and Nellie have grown old together. But is the best yet to be, or the worst? Judging by the paper the super is staring at, the worst is at hand.
Oh, this thing is wrong.
It says today, doesn't it? So let's go get that elevator down to the basement. The wreckers will be here in an hour.
Hey, no. Hey, wait. You come back tomorrow, huh?
No, I got a full schedule tomorrow. Today, too. Now, come on, man.
You want to break Charlie's heart?
Who's Charlie?
It's our old elevator man. You know, he's run the thing for 50 years. Calls it Nellie. He talks to it. He buys it roses.
What is he, office rocker?
No, he's just a nice old guy. You see, he thinks he's got this last day. Well, it means a lot to him. Well, you come back tomorrow, huh?
I'll the owner like the bill if I'm here twice. He's paying right now, portal to portal. Wreckers on their way. He's paying for that, too. Twice? Oh, your boss like that, huh?
Yeah.
So let's get cracking.
No, wait. Look, I'll call him on the house phone right here.
Make it snappy, will you?
Yes?
It's Fred, Mr. Green. Armstrong Elevator is here a day early. Yeah, it's a dirty trick on Charlie. No, he counted on this last day. Can I tell the guy to come back tomorrow?
They charge extra for that?
Well, Yeah, but we can't do this to Charlie.
Fred, I told you, I'm fed up with all this garbage. What's one lousy day?
Well, to Charlie, it's something big. You know, I don't know exactly what, but it's big.
Well, it's big to me, too. It's money. You tell the guy to go ahead.
Well, no dice. Now, look, fella, we'll have to con Charlie a little, you know. You go along with anything I say to him, okay?
All right, Kooks, you're meeting this business.
Take us down, will you, Charlie?
Who's he?
Huh? Oh, inspector. Yeah, monthly checkup.
That's not the inspector. I never saw him before.
It's a replacement. That right, mister? Yeah.
What's in that toolbox?
It's tools. What else? Now, come on, Charlie. Move aside. Take us down, huh?
No, he can walk down.
Look.
He's here to hurt Nellie.
Quit it, Charlie. Just take it easy, huh? An inspector inspects in the basement, not in the lobby.
Inspect? For what?
Well, you know for what. You'll find out if Nellie needs any repair.
Now, listen, old man. You're lousing up my schedule. Take this pile of junk to the basement or I'll take it myself.
Oh, don't you touch Nellie. You get away from her. I know who you are. I know. You want to stop her a day early.
No, Charlie, no.
Fred, I didn't think you'd lie to us.
Well, all right. I just wanted to spare you a little if I could. It's all over today, Charlie. Not tomorrow.
No, it ain't. We got this day, and can't nobody take it away.
Charlie!
Move, Nellie!
No, Charlie, wait! Wait, come back here!
Nellie, stop between 1 and 2.
Get shot! This won't do any good, Charlie!
Yeah, that's my good girl. Now, we'll just sit down right here. Ain't a blessed thing they can do.
Charlie Hinkle!
Oh, it's Mr. G.
Charlie!
Yes, sir, Mr. Green.
You get down here on the double!
Oh, my darling Nellie Gray, they can't take my Nell away. How's that for new words, Nellie?
You come down from there or you'll lose your pension.
We don't want a pension. We want this day, and we're going to have it.
The devil you will. I'll get you out of there if I have to blast you out.
Oh, Charlie, quit playing games, huh? What's one day?
I'll tell you what this day is. It's our life. You take it away, and you're murderers. Hey, listen to him, Nellie girl. Games, Freddie said. Now look who's playing games. Him and Mr. G running up and down the stairs after us. Me and you, we ride. Then sit like this, right level with the floors. Make them think they can grab us. Could have stopped us straight off if that master switch in the basement wasn't broke and Mr. G too cheap to get it fixed. Oh, they're close now. We'd best move again so they can run some more. Run, Miss G. Run, Freddie. Here we go around the mulberry bush.
Mr. Green, can't we stop this hide and seek? Huh?
No.
Hold up a minute. I got an idea.
Well?
Now, look. I think he stopped on 6. Yeah, 6. A level again, not between floors now.
Yes.
I'll stay here on 4. You make a lot of racket getting to 6, huh? Now, he usually goes 2 floors, so maybe he'll come down and stop here. Now, I back against the wall so he don't see me. He stops, and I jerk the door open.
It won't work.
Well, we can try. Tried everything else.
Tell you it won't work.
Well, then why don't we quit?
I won't be made a fool of by that crazy old man.
Excuse me, but he's already done that.
Fred, wouldn't you think that blasted thing would get stuck? It balks every day, but not today.
Of course, Nellie won't get stuck today.
Oh.
Didn't hear me follow you, did you? I tiptoed in my bedroom slippers.
Go away.
My good man, I shall not go away. I shall tell you why Nellie will not get stuck today.
This is all I need.
She never stalls when there's an emergency. Can you pretend Charlie does not have a dire emergency at this tragic moment?
Miss Hartley, kindly go to your apartment. We've got enough trouble here.
I rejoice in your trouble. Shame, chasing an old man. You are a wicked man.
Miss Hartley, it'd be better if you did go on downstairs now.
The very idea of grown men racing up and down like two mad creatures. Excuse me, please.
What's that thing?
A thermos of milk for Charlie if he gets thirsty. Charlie, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, ma'am, Miss Hartley.
There's milk here by the door. Pick it up when these bloodhounds are someplace else. Now, gentlemen, why don't you continue to skip merrily up and down the stairs?
Nice to rest a little, huh, sweet Nellie? We've been at this foolishness near half an hour. Oh, my, your red rose looks pretty in that vase. Hey, shh, listen. I think I hear them coming down again. They got arrested. Look, let's pass them and tease them up to 9. Down is easy. They get winded running up. Hey, Nellie, you ain't supposed to stop here. Don't do this, girl. Move. Don't be stuck. They'll get us.
He's stuck just a little below. Where's the door? Okay, open it. Now, Fred, get on top of that cockeyed elevator and crawl through the trap door.
And do what, Mr. Green?
Overpower the old fool.
Mr. Green, I won't do it.
I'm too fat to get through this. Oh, I'll get through. You bet your job I will.
Nellie, start. Move. You heard what Mr. G said. Don't. He's on the top. He's up there. He'll crawl through the hatch. Oh, he's got it open. The vase, the flower vase.
Give up, Charlie.
Mr. Green, you come through that hatch, and I got this vase. I don't hold with hurting people, but so help me, I'll use it if I have to.
Oh, you think you can win with a red rose and a vase, Charlie?
Nellie, start. The girl. Here we go, Mr. G.
Oh, no!
You can't squeeze your fatness into here before we hit the roof.
You'll kill me!
You can't get off. You can't get off.
Fred! Help me, Fred! Help!
I remember the secret, Nellie. I remember.
Stop, Charlie, stop!
Right up you go to the roof.
Oh, for God's sake, stop!
Okay, we stop. Now close that hatch and get off. Nellie don't like you. So you best do it fast. Safe.
Mr. Green. Mr. Green, I'm right above you.
Open the door. Pull me off this thing.
I got here as quick as I could. Here. Give me your hands. There. Now. Are you all right, sir?
He'd have killed me. Smashed me like a cockroach against the roof.
No, he wouldn't. No, Charlie wouldn't do that.
The
No.
devil he wouldn't.
Mr. Green, I wouldn't. I tried to, but I couldn't do it.
Are you coming out of there?
No, sir.
All right. I'm calling the police. I'm charging you with assault and intent to kill. You'll come out, or they'll shoot you out. Charlie? You hear me?
He's probably talking it over with Nellie.
And that's
not all. They'll shoot that female rattletrap full of holes. It's nice here, Nellie. Up top, under the roof. Peaceful, huh? Nobody chasing us. When they do come, we're just a mite out of reach. Oh, Nellie, girl, don't be mad at me. I recollected the secret all right, but I couldn't do it when the chance came. Murder, Mr. Green? Yes, I know. He wants to murder us. Well, we'll think of something else. Or are you too wore out, sweet Nellie? Police. Guns. Nellie, think how to stop tomorrow. You think. You decide. I'm tuckered out. Listen. They're coming. Come on. What do we do? Think, Nellie. A new plan, quick. Save us from tomorrow.
There he is, just about, Sergeant O'Toole. He's all yours.
Charlie Hinkle, you're under arrest. Now come on down from there and be quick about it.
You leave us be. Nellie's about to tell me something. Nellie.
Charlie, it's no use. Come on now. You want me to fix you out with tear gas, mister?
Officer, you let that poor persecuted man alone.
Oh, don't bother me, lady. Hey, Hinkle, you are resisting an officer.
Nellie. Sweetheart.
The keyboard, it broke.
Charlie, no.
Oh.
They're falling.
Nellie, Charlie.
God have mercy on his soul.
Charlie. Nellie?
If he'd only got out when I told him to.
Nellie killed him. He loved her, and she killed him.
No. Don't you understand? She saved him.
Take Miss Hartley downstairs, Fred.
Saved him from you. She and Charlie fooled you. They tricked you and they triumphed. Your cruel tomorrow will never come.
Miss Hartley, shall we...
Hush. Listen. I hear Charlie singing.
Oh, my darling Nellie Gray, we are going far away, and they'll never hurt my darling.
Charlie and Nellie asked only that they be together. They are. The tenants of the building arranged Charlie's burial. With him, where he lies, a bit of red velvet, small pieces of brass, mahogany, a cut glass vase, miraculously not shattered, and Nellie's last red rose. I'll be back shortly. We are left with an unsolved mystery this time. The cable that snapped on that ancient elevator. Is it possible that Nellie did, after all, possess human traits? Could she have willed? No, of course she couldn't. Or could she? Our cast featured Robert Dryden, Grace Matthews, Earl Hammond, and Ray Owens. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The Adventures of Jane Arden, a thrilling drama of a fearless girl reporter, the most beautiful woman in the newspaper world. Jane Arden, star reporter for the Bulletin, important newspaper of a big American city. We take you now to the 10th floor of the Bulletin building. The entrance to the floor is guarded by a watchful reception clerk. The room stretches the full depth of the building, a maze of desks. Men in shirt sleeves, cuffs rolled up, green shades over their eyes. Typewriters click, telephones ring, copy boys dash from desk to desk. Far back in the room is the slot, the double row of table-like desks over which the rewrite men finally shape the stories as they will appear in the Bulletin. And guardian of the slot, commander of the news staff, Eddie Dunn, city editor, sits, the final arbiter in the news of the day.
Jane Arden. Mr. Dunn wants Jane Arden. Jane Arden.
Yeah, hold it, Jimmy. Here she comes.
What's all the excitement? Well, Mr. Dunn wants to see you, Miss Arden.
Oh, I'm practically there. Jerry, be a good cub reporter and toss my papers on my desk, will you?
If you don't quit calling me a cub reporter, I'll never get inspired to be anything else.
Well, turn in about 10 good stories for Eddie Dunn, and he might get inspired to take the cub off.
Oh, give me a chance. That's all I say. Just give me a chance. And I'll be the best male Jane Arden in the racket.
Oh, Jerry, what a goal. Well, wait till I see Eddie and see what he wants, and then we'll go for that cup of coffee.
I'll tell him to put me on a decent assignment, will you? I'm tired of looking up famous facts about famous people.
You tell him. Hi, Eddie.
Oh, there you are. Listen here, young lady. When you're going to treat me with more respect. No other woman on the Bulletin staff calls me Eddie.
Oh, they're afraid of you.
Oh, why aren't you?
Afraid of all that bark and no bite? Well, I'd be a pretty bad writer if I didn't see under your bluff, Eddie Dunn.
Wait a minute, that's enough disrespect for one day. The lucky thing you're a good reporter. That's all I've got to say. Hey, Jane, I wanted you to find out a little something. What are you doing on that Enterprise Export Company?
Watching the office.
You got anything?
Well, they certainly pulled a fast one, opening their offices in the Bulletin building. That is, if they're engaged in running contraband.
I know. We've agreed on that at least 5 times. What I want, Jane, is something new.
They've had a lot of visitors in their offices the past couple of days.
All right, who?
Oh, I don't know. I can't ask them to register.
Well, something's going to break there and in a hurry.
I've seen 2 or 3 Federal Bureau of Investigation men hanging around. Is that what you mean?
Yes, that's part of what I mean. Oh, wait a minute. Where are you headed for?
For a cup of coffee. I missed my breakfast this morning. Anything you want me to tell the elevator boy?
I put my last dollar on it that Delaney's going along on your tea party, too.
Coffee, not tea. And, Mr. Dunn, I'll bet that's the first dollar you've won since the gold rush. I'll see you at noon. Elevator will it be, Jerry? Private or general?
Well, let's take the general. I like crowds.
So do I.
Get back in the car, please.
If either one of us weighed a pound more, we couldn't get in.
Hello, please.
My goodness, you'd think they'd have bigger elevators in this building.
Boy, I want to get out on a 9th.
That's just all the way back up.
What kind of an elevator is this? Keep your ears open.
Will you please not lean on me?
Yeah, don't try to push.
It's always like this around noon.
First floor.
Wow! The man's fainted.
Will you let me out of here, please?
He has fainted.
Why, he's dead. Jerry, tell him to keep moving.
Okay.
No one can help. Boys, get the officer at the traffic corner. Jerry, follow that man who crowded past you. Don't let him get out of your sight. And telephone me the first chance you get.
Okay, Jane.
Now, please don't crowd around like that. Please stand back.
Come on. Stand back. Stand back. What's going on here?
Oh, Mike, it's you.
What's happened, Miss Arden?
Oh, this man. I was coming down in the elevator, and it was
Let
crowded.
me have a look at him. Get back, all of you. I'll run the lot of you in for witnesses. Go on, Miss Arden.
Well, a woman asked someone to stop leaning on her. When the elevator stopped, a man rushed out, and this body fell forward.
Right to the back. The shoulder blades are not much bigger than a knitting needle. Sharper than a razor.
It's just the kind of a weapon a man could use in an elevator and have a chance of not being detected.
So on sailor's symbol. Yeah, that's what he did. Right in his palm. He must have known what he was doing. It probably went straight to the heart. Yes, he died instantly. Isn't anybody besides you?
Jerry Delaney, a cub reporter.
See him start when I asked that. Well, that's the way to get rid of him. Where's Delaney?
I sent him to follow the man who crowded out in such a hurry.
That place to leave a body, but I can't move him till the coroner gets here now that he's dead. You ever seen him before?
No.
Get a look at the man Delaney's following.
No, but I know he's tall and heavy and gruff. That's all.
You'd better get up to your office and telephone the coroner. Telephone Inspector Murphy at the same time, and do it before you start writing your story.
All right, Mike.
And you can tell Dunn there's no identification marks. Come on, all of you. Keep moving.
Eddie.
What's happened?
There's been a man murdered on the elevator in this building.
Murdered? In the Bulletin building?
Yes. Stabbed. A long needle-like weapon through his back and into his heart.
Well, what are you doing about it?
And Mike, the traffic officer, is down in the entrance lobby with the body. Let me use your phone.
Okay, but wait. Murders, you say? In an elevator in the Bulletin
Yes.
building. Somebody will sweat for this. Oh, come on, Jane. Give me the facts.
Just a minute. I've got to
Don't
get the
get up.
coroner and the inspector.
What did you leave him for?
Now, Eddie, don't go down there. Wait a minute. Hello. Give me the coroner's office. Hello, this is Jane Arden at the Bulletin. There's been a man murdered.
Jane, listen. Let's don't waste time with the coroner.
Stop talking. I can't hear. Yes, coroner, murdered. Officer 156.
Jane, listen.
Yes,
tell me
Officer
that...
156 is in the lobby of the Bulletin building with the body. Yes, I'm calling Mercy.
Jane, listen. Keep off that phone.
No, that's red tape. Operator, get me Inspector Mercy at police headquarters. He's got to get word from the police before he does anything.
Well, you'll learn how the police work if you live long enough.
Hello. Hello, Inspector Mercy. Hello, is this you, Inspector?
Jane, tell him to get moving or I'll pour it into the police department like it's never been poured in before. I can't afford to have this happen in the Bulletin building.
I was trying to make Eddie Dunn be quiet. This is Jane Arden. There's been a man murdered in an elevator in the Bulletin building. I've notified the coroner. Yes, Officer 156 is guarding the body. He's waiting for you.
Now, will you talk to me?
Well, it's no wonder more than 40% of the murders in this city go unsolved.
I told you something was going to break.
You mean you think it's something to do with the Enterprise Export Company?
All right. How did it happen?
Just a heavy sigh. A man's body toppled. Someone screamed he fainted.
How many people were in that elevator?
Oh, it was crowded.
All right. What kind of a looking man is the one who's dead?
He's tall, dark, and well-dressed. Rather good-looking.
Yeah, it doesn't mean a thing.
Oh, I know. Death has a way of painting a mask over a face. Well, I can't stand here talking.
Where are you going?
Down to get started on that story.
Oh, Murphy and the coroner won't be around for a while. Where's Delaney?
Delaney. Oh, Delaney. Oh, he was on his way to get a cup of coffee.
Where did you send him?
I
Don't stall now, Jane, just because he's a nephew of the publisher.
Eddie, I'm on a story.
Where did you send Delaney?
Are you giving me the third degree?
There's a murder committed in an elevator in this building, and you don't expect me to ask any questions. Now, where did you send Delaney?
Just off on a hunt to follow a man who got out of the elevator.
Oh, the man you think committed the murder.
Eddie, honestly, how could I think any man committed the murder?
Don't stall,
And
Jane.
don't you try to spoil a good reporter.
You don't spoil good reporters. Now, where's Delaney?
I don't know where Jerry is. If he's following a man, he may not get back for some time. And then again, he might.
All right, when he gets back, tell him to do the sob-sister angle of this crime.
Oh, Eddie, why don't you give him a break?
I am giving him a break. I'm breaking him in.
Jane, I got it.
Oh, Jerry, how'd you get back so soon?
Well, I ran out of money.
I knew it.
Where did the man go?
Well, he hopped a taxi cab.
And what did you do?
Well, I only had 2 bits in my pocket. I just got the license number of the cab.
Something. What is it?
Well, I wrote it on a slip of paper, and then I came back into the building and took a look at the body. Well, there wasn't any blood on it.
It's a slip of paper. Let's see it. The license number. What is it?
Well, I had it right here in my pocket.
Oh, Jerry.
Well, I know I had it right here. I guess I must have lost it.
Well, anyway, Delaney, you can give us a description of what the escaped man was wearing now. We can run it in the society column.
Well, the cab was red. I remember that.
Yes, and so are 200 others in this city.
Well, we'll get police headquarters to have all squad cars on the watch for a red cab and a tall, heavy man with a gruff voice.
Wearing a brown tweed suit, a brown felt hat, and with a slight limp.
There. You see, Mr. Dunn, he does know.
All right, Jane. Get downstairs. Talk with the coroner and Murphy. We've got an edition going to press in 55 minutes.
Come on, Jerry. We've hit it now. We're on the trail of a real newspaper story this time.
Well, what new adventure will Jane Arden be led into through the murder of the man in the elevator in the Bulletin building? And who is the man in the red cab? For the developments in this fast-moving story of murder and mystery, listen same time over this same station to the next episode in The Adventures of Jane Arden.
Claudette Colbert, James Gleason, Nancy Olson. Star on Family Theater. The Mutual Broadcasting System, in cooperation with Family Theater Incorporated, presents Night Elevator, starring James Gleason and Nancy Olson. Brief portions are transcribed. Claudette Colbert is your hostess.
Our happiness so often comes from little things. The simple deeds, the daily thoughtful acts of kindness, the words of encouragement we can and should give to one another. Those things mean so much, especially at home where appreciation and gratitude may often be forgotten because it is home and we just take for granted the kindness and encouragement that is given. It's sad to see a home where words of thanks are forgotten or where there is distrust or quarreling because home was meant to be the happiest place in the world. It can be with God's help. It will be if it has the practice of daily family prayer. The family that remembers to thank God each day in prayer will never be unappreciative of each other. Yes, the family that prays together stays together.
Claudette Colbert will return following our Family Theater story, Night Elevator, starring Jimmy Gleason and Nancy Olson.
Me, I'm just a night elevator man in one of those office buildings that loom so high they jostle the stars. Wouldn't think there was anything very interesting about a job like that, now would you? Just sit in your little cage and yawn, you'd say. Or go up and down, until you're dizzy from watching the dark, deserted corridors whiz by. Well, you're right. Then again, sometimes you're wrong. Let me tell you about one night not so long ago. Things was real slow till around about midnight.
Please, could you tell me if Mr. Preston is in his office?
Sterling W. Preston, the big criminal lawyer?
Yes.
Afraid not, miss.
You're sure?
Absolutely. Only way to get up into the building at night is by this elevator. And everyone has to sign the register. You can see for yourself his name ain't on it.
Well, I was to meet him here at midnight.
Oh, then you're 15 minutes early.
But would you give him a message?
Be glad to, miss. Like paper and pencil?
No. Just tell him that I wasn't able to raise all the money yet, so I'll be a little late. Tell him to please wait for me.
He'll know who it is?
Oh, yes, he'll know. Tell him he's got to wait. Got to. Do you understand? You see, he's our only hope. Without him... Well, you will tell him.
Oh, sure, I'll tell him.
Oh, thank you. I won't be long. Tell him I won't be long.
The most interesting thing to read I've ever known is a human face. Maybe that's why this girl, whose name I didn't even know, left me feeling sort of sad. It was such a young, wholesome face to be so full of fear, I guess you'd call it. I was thinking about this when I heard footsteps again. But it wasn't Mr. Preston, the lawyer. It was Alex, the janitor.
Please, if you will take me up to my floor, Barney, quick.
Sure. You're so late, Alex. Thought you was sick.
No, not me. My wife, Lena, she is sick. in the hospital.
Oh, that's so?
Yeah. She's going to have a baby.
Oh, well, congratulations, Alec. Don't forget the cigars.
All the time since I finished work last night, I sat in the little room in the hospital, waiting.
Sure, yeah.
Brownie, you know what? 15 years we are married. And always Lena prays for a baby. And now?
Oh, now it'll be okay. I know lots of cases like...
Yeah. But with my Lena, it is different. The first time she goes to the doctor, he tells her right away she will have trouble.
Oh.
But Lena, she says, oh, do not worry, Alex. God knows better than the doctor. After 15 years, God has answered.
Your floor, Alex.
Yeah, my floor.
If you ask me, though, you ain't in any condition to work. You know, it ain't too late yet to get a sub.
No, this way is better. This way, waiting at the hospital, it is very bad. Yeah, and my sister, she stays there. She will come here to tell me right away when something happens.
I'll be looking for her.
Oh, you are very good, Brownie. Now, I must go quickly. I must clean the offices.
Now I had two people to watch for. Mr. Preston, the lawyer, and Alec's sister. But the next person that showed up wasn't either of them. Turned out to be young George Cunningham.
8th floor, please.
How are you tonight, Mr. Cunningham?
In a hurry, thank you.
Well, you got to sign in.
Oh, that's right. Well, come on. I told you I was in a rush.
Okay. Nothing wrong, I hope.
Wrong?
I mean, bring you down here at this time of night. You act kind of upset, too.
No, just something I have to take care of.
Oh. Long time since I've seen your father, too. How's he been?
He's not my father. He's my stepfather. And did anyone ever tell you that you talk too much?
Well, Here's your floor, Mr. Cunningham. Now, why should a nice young fellow like George Cunningham lay into me like that, do you think? I took the elevator back down to the lobby and sat and thought about that one, too. Not for long.
Brownie, has anyone asked for me?
Sure thing, Mr. Preston. She left a message.
Oh, now don't tell me. Let me guess. She wasn't able to raise the money.
Not all of it. So she wants you to wait.
Oh, does she now? Well, unfortunately, that doesn't fit in with my own inclinations.
But she said she'd be right back
with the money. Shall I tell you something, Brownie? She's been saying pretty much the same thing for several days now.
She sure seemed to be in a lot of trouble.
All of my clients are in a lot of trouble, Brownie, or they wouldn't want to be my clients.
Yeah, well, it's none of my business, I know, but...
But you'd like to make it your business?
Yeah.
Well, Brownie, I am more than happy to indulge your wish. Does the name Clyde Fields mean anything to you?
Clyde Fields? Well, sure, he's the kid that claims he was framed on that murder rap.
Oh, what you could do on a quiz program.
And he's coming up for trial in the morning.
Well, give this man a trip to the moon. Right again.
Well, I didn't think he had much chance, but with you handling the case, Mr. Preston...
Wrong. I am not handling the case.
No?
No. You see, Brownie, I had originally intended to take off in the morning for a South American cruise. Well, there no longer exists any reason for canceling this delightful plan.
Oh, but you can't mean that.
On the contrary, my friend. I was never more in earnest. I've been promising myself this cruise for several years. To simmer on the white sands of Copacabana Beach in Rio.
But who'll defend Clyde Fields?
Oh, well, there are any number of excellent attorneys available at a graduated scale of fees. And the public defender, moreover, offers his services without charge.
Oh, look, Mr. Preston, you know there ain't another lawyer in this state that can hold a candle to you.
Well, perhaps not a very big candle.
Well, then how can you even consider going off on a pleasure cruise? A man's life is at stake.
Men's lives are always at stake, Brownie. There will be plenty of others when I return.
But Clyde Fields, I don't see how you can talk that way.
That, my dear Brownie, is because you happen to be a sentimentalist.
A sentimentalist? Well, if you mean by that I like to help a guy when he needs help, I guess I am. Ain't everybody?
Well, Brownie, there isn't 1 cubic centimeter of sentiment in me. Not anymore. It's my greatest vanity. But I hadn't intended such a lengthy discourse. Brownie, when Clyde Fields' anguished sweetheart arrives, you must tell her that...
Look, maybe that's Oh, no.
Please. I am looking for Alex, the janitor.
His sister, huh?
Yeah. Will you tell him, please?
Come on. You can tell him yourself.
Oh, thank you.
Say, Mr. Preston, why didn't you come along? Just for the ride.
Sorry, I'm leaving.
You said you wasn't a sentimentalist.
So?
I'd like to see you prove it. Come on.
Very well.
It is very kind of you to take me to Alex.
How is she?
You mean Lena?
Yeah. Alex told me all about it. She have her baby yet?
Not yet. Myself, 4 children I have. And Lena, all the years, she waits for the first one. And now Oh, but Alex must not see that I've been crying.
Good for you.
Where will I find his...
Here he comes now, still carrying his mop.
Ruth? How is she?
The doctor. He says you should come quick, Alex.
Oh?
Just lean your mop against the wall, Alex, and come on.
What? Oh, yeah, the mop.
Now, don't bother picking it up. Let's go.
Yeah. Later, I'll pick it up later.
Alex.
Yeah, Ruth?
The doctor. He wants you should sign some papers.
Oh. What kind of papers?
For the operation.
Cesarean, huh?
Operation.
Yeah, that is what he calls it, a cesarean.
Oh, lots of times they got to form up cesareans, Alex. It's not as bad as you think. Why, a cousin of mine, she's had 3 cesareans.
Oh.
Yes, sirree, 3 of the finest, strappingest kids you ever saw.
Yeah, but the papers... He wants I should sign papers, because then...
Oh, no. Do not say it, Alex.
Hurry, Ruth, we must hurry.
Well, Brownie, and how did you expect your experiment in applied psychology to work out?
Mean to say it didn't get you?
Oh, my dear Brownie, there are 2 billion people on this planet of ours, and at this very moment I have no doubt but that Alex's little drama is being reenacted in terms of any number of them. Just because I happen to have been in this elevator.
Well, I guess there's no... Look, Mr. Preston, you're a busy man.
Go on.
You sure there ain't some things you ought to take care of up in your office? As long as you're leaving on that cruise in the morning.
And what if there are?
Why, then you won't be wasting your time. If you do wait a little longer, let me take you up to your office.
Well, all right. But for only one reason, Brownie. To teach you that I'm a better judge of human nature than you are.
You mean the girl won't come back like she promised?
I mean even if she does, she won't have kept her part of the bargain, the fee. And business, as they say, is business.
Well, I took him up and then come back down. It was getting along about time to open my lunch pail. But I just didn't feel hungry. Like Mr. Preston said, I am sentimental, I guess. So I just sat there waiting. Finally, I heard footsteps.
Say, Brownie, my boy hasn't been around tonight, has he?
Well, yes, Mr. Cunningham. He's in your office right now.
Oh, quick, take me up.
Well, if you'll just sign a sheet.
Oh, yes, but hurry.
We should tell your boy, for me, Mr. Cunningham, I didn't mean to be gabby. You see, he got kind of sore at me because I talked too much. I guess he was pretty much on edge.
He'll be a lot more on edge when... How long has he been up there?
About half an hour.
But he didn't come down. You're positive about that?
Well, you know yourself, Mr. Cunningham, there's no way to get in and out of the building at night except this elevator. Say, you ain't maybe afraid...
You do talk too much, Brownie.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Brownie.
Huh?
Don't make any more noise, and you absolutely have to in letting me off. I don't want to give him warning.
One thing I gotta make clear. The man that runs the night elevator ain't just an elevator operator. He's responsible for everything that goes wrong in that building while he's in charge. And from the way Mr. Cunningham acted, looked like something was going to go plenty wrong. I'm telling you this to explain why I didn't take the elevator back down when Mr. Cunningham got off. Why I sort of sneaked around where I could hear through the transom what was going on inside the office marked Cunningham Diamond Merchants.
Put those diamonds back.
I was just...
Don't try to lie out of it, George. Aren't you even man enough to tell the truth when you've been caught red-handed?
He tipped you off, didn't he? That Snoopy elevator man.
You tipped me off.
Now who's lying?
Think back to what you said to your mother after our quarrel tonight. So I'd be sorry for the way I've been treating you, would I? So you'd find a way to get even, eh?
What are you going to do now?
What do you think?
Mother won't let you.
This is one time when you can't hide behind your mother's skirts.
But you can't send me to prison. You wouldn't... Sure you would. Nothing would make you happier than to get revenge that way.
Typical of you to call it revenge.
Now who's crawfishing? You know, you've always hated me. Hated me because the woman you love, my mother, has never loved you. Because she hasn't for 1 minute stopped mourning her first husband, my real father.
George, you've always gloated over the fact that when your father and I were young men courting the girl we both loved, she chose him above me.
Yeah.
All these years, George, your mother and I have tried to keep you from finding out too much about your father, about how he lived and how he died.
You're very noble, I'm sure.
I think it's about time that you learned the truth. George, your father died in prison.
Prison? Take that back.
Listen to me. Your father had always gotten his way in everything, George. Yes, even in love. His family, his friends, his winning personality made things too easy for him. He ended up a moral weakling.
You'll take every word back.
After his marriage, when he had to fend for himself, he proved too weak to resist temptation. He got himself into one scrape after another, until in the end...
Shut up. If there was any truth in it, I'd have found out before now.
Your mother's prayer was that you be spared her own hideous memories. And you thought we never mentioned your father's name because of my jealousy.
But you always hated me. You can't deny that.
If I've been hard with you, if I've been too exacting, it is because I saw in you that same weakness. I tried to save you from it, George, but tonight you followed in your father's footsteps.
Well, that time I'd heard enough. Too much, maybe. So I sneaked back to my elevator and took her down to the street level. By and by, the newsboy brought in the early morning edition, which seemed to show that the world was as full of woes as my building that night. I was just thinking how lucky Mr. Preston was not to be sentimental when I got a buzz from his floor. Of course, there was nothing to do but go up for him.
Well, Brownie, do you concede? It's after 1 o'clock, and she still hasn't come, thereby proving again that truth is always with the realist. You may take me down.
Okay. Quite a write-up about this Clyde Fields in the early morning edition. Care to read it?
No.
Seems he wouldn't have been anywhere near the fight if he hadn't tried to help out a friend.
Well, the more fool he. A friend isn't helping him make it possible to defend himself, is he?
Well, maybe that's the girl. No, it's the 8th floor. Cunningham. Just in time for me to stop.
Well, Brownie, you certainly didn't keep us waiting.
Oh, well, I happened to be coming down.
Check our names off on the sheet, will you, George?
Oh, sure. Keep forgetting about these things, don't I, Brownie?
Oh, what?
Sorry I snapped at you on the way up, Brownie. Something was bothering me.
Me, too.
Well, I hope everything's been straightened out. I mean, whatever it was that was bothering you.
It has been straightened out, hasn't it, George?
Sure. Only I feel like an awful...
Forget it. And, son?
Yes, Dad?
Not a word about anything to your mother.
Not a word.
Good night, Brownie.
Night.
Good night. Oh, Mr. Preston, you're going, huh?
Yes, Brownie, I'm going.
You know, Mr. Preston, you almost had me apologizing for being sentimental. But not anymore.
No?
No. Those 2 men that just walked out of here, the Cunninghams, they proved...
Good night, Brownie.
Wait.
Well, what now?
Well, if the girl does come, what'll I tell her?
You know very well what to tell her.
Look, here she is.
So?
Oh, Mr. Preston, I was afraid you'd gone.
Now that you've found I haven't...
Well, could we go up to your office?
My dear young lady, you can tell me here.
But...
Do you or don't you have the money?
When I left here tonight, I went out to see Clyde's aunt again. She said once she'd have nothing further to do with him.
Do you or don't you have the money? That's all I want to know.
Brownie?
Alex, look, Mr. Preston, here comes Alex.
Oh, Barney, what do you think? A boy? It is a boy.
So Lena had her baby.
Yeah, Barney, like me he looks, like me.
And Lena, she's doing all right?
Well, she is sleeping yet, but the doctor says if I come back when I finish work... the offices, I forget all about the offices. Quick, I must go do the cleaning.
I took Alex up to his floor, feeling so good about the whole thing. Almost forgot about the girl in the lobby. Almost, but not quite. I knew she didn't have the money. Knew Mr. Preston would be leaving on that cruise in the morning. Then, thinking of Alex and the Cunninghams and all that had happened that night, I suddenly knew something else, too. Something that made me drop down to the street level faster than ever before.
Oh, please, Mr. Preston, please. You're the only one who can save him. You can't let him go to his death.
Oh, how many times have I been told that? Yes, and how many times have I given in to such tearful pleas? But afterwards, after I had poured my very soul into the struggle, after I had fought the good fight and saved the defendant's neck, what do you think happened? 9 out of 10 of them never remembered their gratitude long enough to pay my fee.
9 out of 10, Mr. Preston? There was always that 10th.
Ah, there speaks the sentimentalist. And sentiment is cheap.
You think so?
The cheapest commodity of all.
Mr. Preston, how much is your retainer fee?
That's an idle question.
$1,000. And I couldn't raise more than $500.
I can.
You... What are you talking about?
You couldn't mean...
I've got $500 I've been saving for a rainy day. Okay, it's raining. I'll have it in your office in the morning, Mr. Preston.
Well, why?
You know why, Mr. Preston.
But I don't even know your name.
Oh, just Brownie.
God bless you, Brownie. I give you my sacred word you'll get back every cent.
Don't worry about that. Well, Mr. Preston, what do you say?
I say, Brownie, that you're a fool.
Yeah, but...
And an idiot, besides.
But you will be in court in the morning?
Yes.
Oh, Mr. Preston. Here, that $500.
Forget it.
But...
What?
Just to prove that it was a question of principle with me, I won't charge any fee in this case. Good night.
I can't believe it.
Yeah, I guess the more some folks try to hide it, the more you can be sure that deep down underneath they're really all sentimental, too.
You know, as I listened to this week's family theater story, I couldn't help but think how often we belittle the good and noble things in life by calling them sentimental. Helping a person in need is not sentimentality. It is the charity that our Lord commanded us to practice when He told us to love our neighbors as ourselves. Praying to God for help is not sentimentality. It's merely admitting that we need divine help and depend upon it in meeting our daily problems. Praying together as a family is not sentimentality. It is a practice which will bind families together in love and understanding. Try family prayer in your home. You'll discover what so many families have always known, a very simple fact. The family that prays together stays together. Thank you for being with us, and God bless you.
Our grateful thanks to Claudette Colbert, Jimmy Gleason, and Nancy Olson for their appearances, and to Maurice Zim for writing our play. Original music was scored and conducted by Max Terr. This production of Family Theater Incorporated was directed by David Young. Brief portions were transcribed. The supporting cast included Jack Crucian, Bill Lally, John Daner, Virginia Gregg, and Norman Field. Next week, our Family Theater star will be Miss Ethel Barrymore in a special Holy Week presentation, The Dramatic Narration of the Passion. This series of the Family Theater broadcasts is made possible by the thousands of you who felt the need for this kind of program, and by the Mutual Broadcasting System, which has responded to this need. Be with us next week at the same time when Miss Ethel Barrymore will star on Family Theater. Your announcer, Merrill Ross. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Ironized Yeast presents Lights Out, Everybody.
This is Arch Obler. Yes, this tonight is not a play of horror. There is no terror in it, only wonder. For the day of which we speak was a strange, wonderful day.
Paper, read all about it. War in Europe, war in Europe. Paper, read all about it. War in Europe.
Express to the observation roof, going up.
In here,
Yes.
Face front, please.
Eve. Forget all about what's happening outside, newspapers and things. Don't let it spoil this.
Nothing can spoil being with you, Michael.
Sweet.
You can't hardly feel the elevator moving. It is moving, Michael.
Oh, sure. Look at the lights. 25th floor already.
It doesn't seem possible. Oh, my ears.
Yeah, mine too.
Because we're going so fast?
No, it's something about air pressure. You know, like getting on top of a mountain. Gee, look at those lights. We're at the 50th floor. At least they say so.
Oh, it's so scary and wonderful.
Just think, 102 floors up in the air.
Not on this elevator, mister.
Huh?
You'll have to change at the 80th, then at the 86th again.
Oh, thanks. Look, Eve, 70th floor already.
Of course, this is one of the longest elevator shafts in the world.
Yeah, I should think it is.
I bet they're fooling us.
Yeah.
I heard there's an extra paper out that the war's going to...
Please.
Huh?
If you don't mind, we don't want to talk about those things.
Oh, yeah. I don't blame you. Well, far as we go.
Where do we...
Next elevator, right over there, sir.
Thanks. Better hold on to my arm, Eve.
Yes. Why does everyone have to talk about the war all the time, Michael?
It's just the way it is, I guess.
On up.
Come ahead, Eve.
Watch your step, please.
Wonder how much you can see up there.
All New York, the guidebook says.
Far as we go.
You mean this is where we...
86th floor, mister. Take the elevator right over there for the observation room.
Oh, thanks. Come on, Eve.
Oh, but Michael, we no sooner got in than we got out.
6 floors higher. At least he says so. I guess this is the place where we get there.
Going up.
Come on, Eve. We'll never get closer to heaven.
Observation roof, next stop. 102nd floor.
And I used to think that I was getting up high when I climbed the apple tree.
Observation roof, 102nd floor.
Gosh, Express is right. All right, Eve, this is it.
Will the wind blow? Will it be all... Oh, Michael, it's all glassed in.
Yeah.
Oh, Michael, how wonderful.
Gosh.
Michael, come over here.
Huh?
Look, the ocean out there.
I can see the Statue of Liberty.
Oh, it's wonderful.
And you didn't want to come up here.
It's like the world right under it.
Not scared a bit, are you?
Oh, why should I be? It's just wonderful. Oh, look over here.
Hey, will you quit running around here like a doodle bug? What's
the bridges over the river? Which one is that?
Oh, I don't know, Brooklyn or something.
Oh, so many buildings. I had no idea New York was so spread out. So many buildings. So wonderful.
Yeah, from up here.
What? What did you say, Michael?
I said it's all wonderful from up here. But get down there and, well, I bet it's like one of those Hollywood, glamour stars when she gets up in the morning.
Michael, what do you know about things like that?
Well, I know you're super colossal or something when you wake up.
Oh.
You are. Your eyelashes sort of flutter and then you stretch out just like a little pup dog.
Like a pup dog? Michael, is that romantic?
Oh, I don't know the words. I just know that I'm gladder every minute that you married me.
You married me.
Now, don't argue with your husband.
Husband?
Eve, lips are so soft.
Yours aren't.
Glad no one else is up here.
All right, Michael. $2.20 to make love to me or to see the sight.
I married a beautiful cash register.
Mr. Smith, will you let go of me?
Oh.
You're going to see me for 99 years, and maybe this is the last time we'll ever be able to get away from the farm and see New York this way, and we... Michael.
Huh?
Look over there.
Hey, how do you like that? Clouds.
Where did they come from?
Well, the usual place clouds come from, I suppose.
But so quickly.
Well, we're up plenty high.
Look at them. They're coming right at us.
It's a strong wind, I guess.
Oh, Michael, this is so exciting. Up in the clouds.
Made to order for you and me. Uh-oh, rain.
Oh, there goes the rest of our day.
Yeah, sure a good thing they got this place glassed in.
Oh!
Eve, it's only lightning.
Oh, no.
Oh, you've been in thunderstorms before.
Michael.
Eve, what is it?
The clouds. They're fighting.
Huh?
Look at them. Fighting each other.
Well, is that any reason to be afraid? Gosh, thunderclouds always sort of boil around.
Like armies. Fighting.
Eve, what kind of talk is that?
Armies. Fighting.
Why do you keep saying that?
I can't help it. I keep thinking...
Well, don't think. Remember, we said our honeymoon. We wouldn't think about anything but us.
But this is us. How can I be happy when all over the world...
All right. I will talk about it. I'll talk about it once and for all, and then you and I won't have to talk about it anymore. Gosh, I don't know anything about those things the newspapers are always talking about. Maybe I'm not so smart as the people who live in this town and all the other big towns when it comes to dodging taxi cabs and throwing wisecracks. But I know this. I don't want to own everything I can get my hands on. And I know that it isn't right for some people to have too much and some people to have too little. And I know that when I go to fight, I will fight. And it'll be for what I know is right, for the kind of world where all the little people have a chance, no matter what they look like or what their name is or what their blood is. Because I know that no matter what any little dictator says, people all over the world are just like you and me. All they want and all I want is happy work and someone they care about to work for and a little time left over in which just to enjoy being alive.
I love you, Michael.
Let's go down.
No, just a minute more. Storm's breaking.
Yeah, I guess it is. First time in my life I ever talk like that.
You're very good, Michael.
I'm not bright, but good.
Michael, look.
Look at what?
You just can't see anything down there.
Yeah, air's full of mist, that's why.
See things, and yet you don't see them.
Let's go, huh?
All right.
Hold on to my arm. If it's still raining when we get down, we'll take a taxi back to the hotel.
All right.
I guess this is the button I pressed to get the elevator up here. Well, that ought to bring them up. Gosh, thunderstorms and everything. It's been some experience, hasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, I sure jumped out of my skin when you screamed. I mean, when you saw those thunderclouds.
I didn't scream, Michael.
Well, you certainly did, kind of. I sure don't know much about women, I guess. I mean, you were afraid of the clouds, and then you weren't afraid of the thunder and lightning.
Clouds were horrible.
Oh. Hey, what's the matter with that elevator?
Ring again.
Well, that's all I've been doing.
Something must be wrong with it. The button.
Yeah, no answer. That's plain enough.
Oh, don't be so impatient.
Oh, we certainly can't walk down.
They'll come up for us.
Gosh, my thumb's getting sore punching this thing. Something sure is out of order.
Maybe we had better walk down.
102 floors?
No, I mean just to the next landing where we can get the next elevator. See, stairway.
Oh, okay. I guess there's nothing else to do about it. Come on.
Don't walk so fast, dear.
Oh, what a life.
Oh, it isn't so bad walking downstairs.
You're swell. Here, take my arm. Down we go, Mrs. Smith. You know, elevators are all right, but me, I'll take the good old-fashioned horse.
Crazy.
Step 150, 51, 52, 56.
Michael, look. That door says 86.
Hallelujah, we're here. Sure a heavy door. All right, Eve. go through.
Yes.
There. Now we'll find out what was the matter. Elevators. Ah, there we are.
Doors are open.
Yeah. Gosh, where's the elevator man?
Well, maybe we just better wait.
Wait, I want to ride. Where are they?
Nobody in the hall.
Hey!
Michael, don't.
I gotta get someone to run the contraptions. Hey, elevator man!
No, they won't like it.
Oh, gosh, I don't like being stuck up here. Hey, is there someone here to run these elevators?
No one.
Now what'll we do?
Well, the last elevator stopped at the 80th floor, didn't it?
You mean walk again?
I guess we'll have to.
Yeah. And what could have happened to him? Hey! Hey, isn't there anyone here? Hey, we want to get downstairs. Hey!
It's no use, dear.
Well, there's got to be somebody on this floor.
Well, don't get so excited, Michael.
Oh, gosh, there's 80 floors between us and the street. We can't walk all that way.
We'll have to.
Telephone.
Huh?
Yeah, telephone. That's it. I'll call the operator and tell her what's happened. Come on.
Michael, wait for me. Michael, you can't go in there.
Come on.
It's a private office.
Oh, sure, but they won't mind if I... Say, can you beat that?
No one here.
Gone off with the elevator man, I'll bet you. Well, at least they left the telephone. Hope I can dial this thing right. Here it says operator.
Michael, they won't like it at all if they come back in here and find we walked right in without a...
Gosh.
What's the matter?
The telephone. Here, listen.
Sounds sort of dead.
Yeah, I'll say. Here, give it to me. I gotta get somebody. Hey, listen, operator. How about answering? Operator.
No use, Michael.
Yeah. Oh, is this a mess?
Have to walk down, I guess.
Where is everyone in this building? Gosh, you'd...
Michael, maybe there's been a fire.
Fire? Yeah, maybe...
Michael, quick, let's get to the stairway and get out of here. Quick, Michael. How far have we gone?
5 or 6 floors, I guess. Hold tight to my arm. We have to walk.
The whole building can't be empty, Michael.
I tried every office on that floor, I tell you. There was no one. No one. Oh, gosh, this is the screwiest thing I ever...
It can't be a fire, Michael.
No, there's no smoke or anything.
But where is everyone? Michael, where?
I don't know, honest. I don't know.
Michael.
Honey, I'm as tired trying to figure it out as I am walking down the whole blasted 102 floors. Floor after floor, offices all fixed up as if people were working in them, and no one there. I give up, I tell you.
Michael, the war.
Huh?
I mean the war news. Everybody ran out into the street.
No, Eve, does that make sense? A whole skyscraper emptied out just to grab newspapers?
Michael?
About a war that's all the way over the ocean? Oh, that makes about as little sense as everything else. Well, this is it.
Are we?
So help me, the main floor. All out. Oh, gosh, my legs.
No, Michael, don't sit down. Hurry.
Hurry away.
Out of here in the street. Don't you want to know what's happened?
Well, yeah, sure. Oh, that door says to the street. Let's go.
Yeah, wait for me, Michael.
Sure glad to get out of this place. Come on, out we go.
Yes. Michael.
Gosh.
Oh, Michael.
It's all right, dear. It's all right.
Michael, what's happened?
Not a person in the streets.
There were so many.
Yeah.
Michael, listen.
I don't hear anything.
Listen.
The wind.
Yes, that's it. That's it, only the wind. Michael, don't you remember? Ever since we got to New York, all day yesterday, all night, all morning, the noise, Michael. Don't you remember the noise?
Yes, sir.
And now nothing but the wind. What's happened? Why is it so quiet now? Where are the people? Michael, tell me. Just keep walking.
All right.
If we'd only meet one. Michael, if we'd only meet one person.
Eve,
Someone.
stop it. Of course we'll meet someone. We've got to. There's millions of people in this town. Millions, I tell you.
Not a living thing. Horse, dog.
There's an explanation, I tell you. There's an explanation for everything. Everyone's gone somewhere, that's all. Gone somewhere.
Where have they gone, Michael?
Careful, automobile.
Standing still. Like all the rest.
Crazy people leave their cars standing right in the middle of the street. But they'll come back. They got to. Millions of people, I tell you. People, where are you? People. Hey, somebody, come out, blast you. Come out, people.
No.
People, can't you
No,
hear
please,
me? I'm
Michael,
talking
stop.
to you.
You're frightened.
People, where are you?
Empty streets.
People,
Stop
can't
yelling
you
at
come
them,
out?
Michael.
People, where are you?
Michael,
People.
stop.
Oh, Eve.
Hold me.
What's happened to us? What? No. No, I gotta stop asking questions. I gotta keep going. I gotta find someone. They'll tell us. Eve. What? Tremble. What is it, Eve?
Michael, I just thought...
Thought what?
All these empty streets. Michael, listen to me. What if there is no one else?
Huh?
What if you and I are the only ones left? Michael?
Yes?
I can't walk another step.
All right, we'll rest.
Where?
Anywhere. Doesn't matter much, does it? All New York's ours. You ought to know that by now.
No, don't.
Look, you know where we are?
No.
Broadway. Times Square. Well, I give you Times Square. It's all yours. Wedding present. Yeah, yours. Shops and big signs and all the taxi cabs and buses and cars standing around. Yours, Eve. Yours to have or to lose or burn up.
Michael, please.
I'm sorry, honey. Guess I'm a little goofy. Let's keep going, huh?
All right. Tired?
Yeah.
It's going to get dark soon.
Yeah.
Will there be light?
Nope.
How do you know?
I tried the light switches all along the way.
I won't be afraid in the dark.
Well, I guess that's one advantage we've got coming from the country.
There'll be people there, won't there?
I don't think so.
Why do you say that?
Well, when we went to that store before, there were radio sets, battery ones. I tried them when you weren't looking. There was nothing on the air.
What does that mean?
It means what you said before. Maybe it's true.
We're the only...
Yeah.
Somehow I'm not as frightened as I was.
Me neither. My head, I'm just all mixed up, that's all. They left the doors open and the automobiles right in the middle of the street, and everything's just as if they stopped right in the middle of what they were doing. But why? Why? That word's got me dizzy, chasing around in my head.
Michael.
Millions of people. Where have they disappeared to? If we only had some idea, any idea.
Michael.
What's the matter? Why are you...
That newspaper. Right at your feet.
Huh?
Pick it up. The headline.
War fury rages. Armies march in Europe. Well?
The headline.
Well, what of it? The same one as this morning.
Couldn't that be the answer?
Answer to what? What are you talking about?
Why they disappeared?
Eve, get hold of yourself. What's a war thousands of miles away got to do with this?
Maybe it's the same over there.
People gone?
Yes.
Let's keep going. No, the curb. Let's sit here.
All right.
Now, you got to tell me what you started to say.
Don't laugh at me when I say it, Michael.
Just tell me.
Maybe God got tired of it.
What?
He's been so patient, waiting all these years for people to learn how to live on the earth. So today, well, he just got tired and took everybody away.
Eve.
Michael, don't look at me like that. Is what I said any more crazy than what's happened? Look, this street should be like daylight with electric signs. There should be so many people around us and automobiles coming and going and streetcars and a whole city living. But there's nothing. Michael, who else could have taken them away? Why can't it be true? He got so tired of the horrible mess they were making of things that he took them away. Yes, that's it. He took...
No,
but
stop it. No, it's crazy talk. I won't listen.
Crazy because we don't understand.
It's impossible, I tell you.
Well, why is it impossible? Michael, I don't know very much, but I know this. I've been thinking about it all the time we've been walking. Call the way people got here on Earth, any name you want. But no matter how you say it, when you really think about it, it's all a miracle. Things joining in the empty air and growing, burning and cooling. The animals growing out of things that couldn't move. And the animals changing for millions of years until there were men. I tell you, it's all crazy and impossible, and yet someone made it happen. So why not this? Yes, if he made men, why couldn't he get tired of the way they were doing things and destroy them?
I can't believe it's you talking.
Michael, I think I'm saying the truth. Someone made mankind, and that someone just destroyed them.
Then what are we doing here? We're flesh and blood like the rest.
Maybe he just forgot us. Or maybe...
What?
It doesn't matter.
Tell me.
Maybe you and I...
Well?
Maybe he wanted just a couple of people to start over with.
You say crazy things, and then you say crazier ones.
Well, what if it's true, Michael? Think, what if it's true? The things you said up on the roof during the storm, those good things. Maybe he heard them and liked them.
Getting so dark.
Maybe he heard them and liked them.
I'm awfully tired. Let's find a place to sleep.
All right.
I'll help you up.
Where'll we go?
Any place. We can go any place now.
Yes. Let's hurry. It'll be terrible on the streets when it's very dark.
Yes.
No, wait, Michael.
Huh?
Why should we hurry and be afraid? Who can harm us now?
You're right. All the harm is out of the city now.
Michael, you don't quite believe all the things I said before. But tomorrow when the sun is shining again and we really know that this happened and isn't kind of a dream, you'll believe then, won't you, Michael?
Maybe.
You're thinking something. Tell me what.
Well, if what you think did happen, maybe he left a few more people like us at different places on the earth. I mean, plain ordinary people to join together and make a new world. We'll have to help run things.
Michael, yes.
But Eve, we don't know anything about running a world, you and I. We're just you and me. How can we do better than they did? The millions of them.
Maybe by remembering something they sort of forgot.
What?
It's just to do unto others as they should do unto you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Linda Darnell. I speak to you now while your hearts and minds are full of tonight's play, because what I'm about to say to you is close to what you've been hearing. The victories a few days ago sang in the headlines, but today's headlines speak in a deeper voice of reality, a voice which says,
"More of our men must die before this war is won."
If that realistic thought is unpleasant, you and I can do something about it. We can give our men all of the finest war equipment possible, when they need it, at the time they need it. And the time has come now because the attack is now. It's hard to conceive, isn't it, of any decent human being wanting to make profit out of this war. So, if there's extra money in your pay envelope, spend it in the only manner that will enable you to face the future with a clear conscience. Put those dollars into war bonds. Back the attack now with your dollars. And when that final victory does come, a part of it will be yours.
Thank you, Linda Darnell. Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of ironized yeast were happy to devote their entire commercial time on tonight's program to the third War Loan Drive in cooperation with the drug, cosmetic, and allied industries. Mr. Obler?
Well, first, a word of thanks to Linda Darnell and, of course, to Mercedes McCambridge and Byron Kane for tonight's beautiful performances.
Broadway's my beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway. It's an enchanted island or a prison cut off from the rest of the world. It all depends upon the mood you're in. The sudden sounds that dart from doorways, call them fury, or make yourself believe they're promises dimly heard. Or con yourself that the stare that just trailed by you had nothing to do with hunger. You can kid yourself on Broadway because that's what it's here for. It's Broadway, my beat. To a policeman, a telephone is an instrument of mayhem. It carries the after images of violent death with the speed of sound. The telephone told me there'd been a murder. It told me just now. It told me where. It told me to climb 6 flights of steps at the Ramsey Apartments, and I'd find death waiting for me in an elevator near the head of the stairs.
Right over here, Danny.
Hi, Muggavan.
In here, in the elevator. There he is, Danny, on the floor.
Who is he?
No identification. Person unknown, shot to death by person unknown. Whereabouts of the shooting is a moot point.
This man's too well dressed to go around without a wallet or some kind of identification.
Maybe he was heisted.
Who are you?
Elevator man. Yeah, Danny, he runs the elevator. He called in the precinct. I got the call. Maybe the guy's wallet was heisted. Robbery, huh? With a deadly weapon.
You?
Funny man.
What's your name, elevator man?
Eddie Amboy, 1212 East 54th. You walk up 2, turn right, turn left, then walk up a half till there's nothing but a door. Eddie Amboy, my place.
Okay, Eddie. Tell me about it.
About what?
Book him, Muggavan. I'm tired.
Oh, about the guy here? I already did that. Ask this Muggavan here. I did the story to him. Mr. Clover's tired. Do the story again. Yeah. The guy pushes a buzz on the first floor.
Where were you?
In the sub-basement. Little thing's wrong with this elevator. I was fixing it. I'm conscientious.
Go ahead.
The guy buzzes, I bring the car up, I open the door. This guy gets in. He's holding his tummy like it aches him. He says, 6th floor, please. I close the door. I turn the handle. We ride. Now comes the 6th floor. We stop. I open the door. I look around. The guy's on the floor, dead. Tummy ache turns out to be caused by bullet.
The story he told you, Muggavan?
The same. If it gets too complicated, I'll be glad to do it again. Start all over in the sub-basement.
You did good.
Thanks. Can I have my elevator back now?
It's not yours anymore, kid. When a man gets murdered on an elevator, the elevator suddenly belongs to the world. A man's dying takes many shapes, occurs in many places. It's rare that he has a choice. But the unknown, unnamed man whose face was now gaunt against the pressure of his cheekbones, whose eyes held no reflection of the light shining into them, seemed to have made one. He chose not to die in the street, but to crawl within the metal walls of an elevator,
And the plain, the prosaic words, the dying words on his lips, he must have chosen, too. Because for him they had meaning. It was my job to find out their meaning. At headquarters, we put tracers out on the murdered man. Who was he? If we knew that, maybe we'd know why he had to die. And in the morning, I went back to the 6th floor he'd wanted. I had Muggavan's list of the tenants in the 3 apartments on that floor. I rang the first bell on the list.
What do you want?
You're Miss Conrad?
What do you want?
I'm from the police.
Who is it, Martha? Who is it?
Don't you think you'd better tell her?
Martha, how dare you not answer me? Who is it? And don't tell me it's no one because I heard you whispering. Who is it, Martha? It's the police. Oh, how wonderful, the police. But isn't that the end? Show them in, Martha. No, wait, darling. First I want to paint my face.
Come in.
But
It's all right. She's already done her face. Come in. Down this hole, please.
No, don't come any closer. I want you both to stand right where you are. Especially you, policeman.
You're Miss Conrad?
Mary Conrad. You may call me Mary, because Mary's a grand old name. Martha.
Yes?
Martha, get the policeman and me something. A libation, a morning martini, anything the policeman wants.
Don't go away, Martha.
You afraid to be left alone with me, policeman?
Miss Conrad, a man was murdered in this building last night.
Murdered? In this building? That's the end. Martha, did you hear what the beautiful man said?
He got in the elevator and asked for the 6th floor. Was it you he wanted to see, Miss Conrad?
The policeman must want a drink.
No, Mary, he wants to...
Do as I say, Martha. Don't be angry with me, darling. Just always do as I say. Now, where were we? Oh, yes, the murdered man. Who was he?
We don't know, but I have a picture.
A picture? How wonderful. Gimme.
Here.
Very distinguished. So dead. So horribly dead.
Do you know him?
Would it make it easier for you if I did, policeman?
Do you know him, Miss Conrad?
I'm sorry, dreadfully sorry. We don't know this man, do we, Martha? Do we?
No, we don't know him.
Where were you last night, Miss Conrad?
I was here. All day. All evening, all night. I didn't go out once. Did I, Martha?
No.
The commotion in the hall when the man was found, it didn't wake you?
Did it wake me, Martha?
No, you slept very soundly.
You sleep in the same room with Miss Conrad, Martha?
Well, Policeman, you talk to Martha as if she were a servant.
But I thought...
That's dreadful. Of course Martha's not a servant. She's my sister. Isn't she the end?
Maybe I said something after that. I don't remember. What I do remember is waving my jaw a few times and trying to smile and give the impression of course she's your sister. What else? Then I left. The apartment door across the hall had a nameplate that said Jonathan Quill and was equipped with a door knocker, a brass dragon sticking his tongue out at me. I lifted him up and pushed his face against the door. And then it happened. The door swung open. I stepped inside. How was I to know I was standing in the middle of a train crossing?
Jump over it, boy. Jump over it if you want to get hit by a train. Oh, yeah. You sure had a narrow squeak now, didn't you? Could have taken off a toe.
Yeah. Hey, what goes on?
Look at her go. Oh, an exact replica of the Super Chief. And almost as fast. Oh, always wanted to be a brakeman, boy. Became a millionaire instead. What did you want to become?
A millionaire. I got to be a policeman instead.
Glad you came. Never had a policeman watch for trains. Never thought about asking one.
Well, now that you're delighted, Mr. Quill, I hope I won't do anything to break up your fun. I'm a policeman come to see about a murder.
Yeah, murder? Wait till I throw the switch, boy. Wait till I throw the switch here. Just wait till I throw it. Let's see, a murder? You mean the one down the hall? The elevator murder? I didn't do it, and I'll prove it to you.
Mr. Quill.
You bet I'll prove it to you. You want an alibi, don't you? That's why you came here. I know all about policemen. You want alibis. Harold! Harold!
Yeah?
Come in there. Harold, that's a policeman. You know what to do, Harold. Right over there. That's a policeman right there.
Hello. My name's Harold Blake, Jonathan's partner.
Danny Clover.
You seem to have gotten Jonathan excited. Jonathan gets excited.
Tell him, Harold. Tell him. You know what to do now. Tell him.
Well, ever since the elevator boy was in here last night...
Eddie, boy? He didn't say anything about that. I didn't know he came in the apartment.
Well, he reported the murder from here.
You mean he used your phone to call the police?
Yes, that's right, to call the police. I was here visiting with Jonathan. I live in the next apartment, you see.
I see. Pretty late for visiting, wasn't it?
By some standards.
By some standards?
Frankly, Mr. Clover, and you've probably never gotten an alibi like this in your life. We wanted to watch the trains on what we call the milk run. That's our alibi.
Tell him what else, Harold. Go ahead.
Oh, I don't think that's necessary.
Go ahead. Tell me what else.
Well, it's about the elevator operator, about Eddie. Jonathan thinks Eddie is the murderer.
That's what I think.
Oh? Why?
Because Eddie is mean and spiteful and tried every which way to make an honest dollar. He's the type that murders other types.
Well, what else?
Need there be anything else? Eddie is the killer. It's a hunch I have. I have made $1 million with my hunches.
You see how it is, Mr. Clover.
No, I don't see. But I'm going to try. Where there's peace, gentlemen, and quiet. Away from trains, gentlemen.
Hey, Danny, you in the mood for heap big powwow?
Huh? Say that again, Tartaglia.
Powwow, that's Indian talk, a throwback.
Try me once more, Tartaglia.
Well, a throwback to last night. Every night I play Cowboys and Indians with Mrs. Tartaglia and my 6 boys. Yeah, and I am always an Indian. Hey, you should see my teepee, Danny. Surplus army blanket.
There must be a string of beads around here somewhere, Tartaglia. Go play someplace else.
Danny, please, be serious. We got work to do.
Oh. Well, who makes medicine first, you or me?
Huh? Oh, me, Danny, me. Now, this is a very grave matter. The technical boys say the signal system on the elevator where deceased unknown was found murdered. You follow me?
Mm-hmm.
They say said signal system was disconnected when they went over it.
So?
So, what makes the mystery into a big pile is that somewhere there is a discrepancy.
Like what?
Like a discrepancy in time. Detective Muggovan received the murder call at his precinct at 2:55 in the a.m. He noted it down.
So?
So, Dr. Sinsky says, after examination of said unknown deceased, that said unknown deceased was deceased for at least 2 hours when found, which would place the time of his murder, considering the here and there of police routine, at about 1 in the morning, not at 2:55 as was called in by the elevator operator. Now, this means the boy cut off the signal system. He should not be disturbed. Danny, I ain't finished. I can't never get a word out edgewise. Danny!
The doorman told me I'd find you here, Eddie.
Oh, well, it's the hard detective, huh? Where else would you find this elevator boy, Bloodhound? I'll answer that. In the sub-basement, fixing this stinking elevator.
Last night, Eddie. Did you have to fix the elevator before you called the police?
That's a very interesting question, because I can't figure out what it means. Very mystical.
I'll explain it to you, elevator boy.
Now, go back, Bloodhound. You come under here with me, you might get your throat caught in a steel cable or something. Under here is for experts.
From here, then. The call you made to the police, Eddie. How come it was almost an hour late? That's a long time, an hour.
Hey, you're good. You boys are real good to find out a thing like that.
We got experts, too, Eddie. So maybe you better put your elevator away someplace and come out here and talk to me. Expert to expert.
Yeah, I'll do that. One more tap in its tummy. Hey, who's that?
Eddie, get out! Get out!
I can't! My foot is caught! Help! Oh!
No.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway is a place that mourns the dead only in passing. The cold whisper of death winds its way through the neon chasm, and Broadway notes it, shudders, and huddles in on itself. To the murder of an anonymous man in an elevator, to the crushing out of another man's life by that same elevator, Broadway reacted true to form. It read the headlines, shrugged, and flipped them neatly into the nearest trash can. But at headquarters, it isn't that easy. Even Sergeant Tartaglia didn't think so.
It ain't easy, Danny. 20 years into business, and, well, it still ain't easy.
What isn't, Tartaglia?
To be in a business where the product is dead bodies, where the clients are murderers. I've often commented thusly to Mrs. Tartaglia.
Does she comfort you then, Tartaglia?
Like an angel. She goes to the mixmaster, beats up a recipe, and presents me with a confection. I happen to have one here now, Danny. Homemade halva. Here, have a piece. Go on.
Thanks. Good. Okay, Tartaglia, brief me.
Oh, this halva. For her, it's like chewing on a dream, huh, Danny?
My compliments to the missus. Brief me, Tartaglia.
Yeah. Well, item. The unknown man found dead in the elevator of the first part is still, to all intents and purposes, unknown.
Yeah, but you'll keep after it, Tartaglia.
Oh, like an old hound dog. Item, the death of the elevator operator, Eddie Amboy. The boys in technical concur with your opinion that he was indubitably murdered.
Well, it's generous of them.
Yeah, they thought so. They said the hacksaw you found on the roof of the apartment building, plus the evidence that the elevator cable had been sawed through, this made it murder.
What else, Tartaglia?
Well, we have checked on the background of Eddie Amboy. Found he ran an elevator, and in his room had a wife, Mrs. Eddie Amboy.
She there now?
Oh, yeah, Danny, yeah. The boys are even now, keeping tabs on her.
Tartaglia, give me the rest of that halva. I may need it for comfort.
Yeah?
Mrs. Amboy?
Who are you?
I'm from the police, Danny Clover.
Well?
May I come in?
You're from the police. You want to see me about what?
About Eddie, about your husband.
He's dead. You're late. You should have come months ago. Eddie's dead. Last night he got married to an elevator.
Eddie was murdered, Mrs. Amboy.
You'd want to take the trouble. Come on in. Sit over there if you want to.
Thanks. You said I should have come months ago. Why?
Could have arrested him. Could have had him sentenced for every little petty crime he committed. I added it up one night. Come to 157 years.
That way, huh?
This way, Mr. Clover. I could have visited him in jail, brought him pineapple upside-down cake. He liked pineapple upside-down cake. It's a dream I had. To watch him eating pineapple upside-down cake behind bars.
You sound bitter enough to want to kill him.
And wreck that dream I told you about? Myself? It was Eddie's department.
You were around when Eddie was killed?
Still doubt me, Mr. Clover. Don't doubt me. I've been on vacation, mister. To Washington, the District of Columbia, to our nation's capital. 2-day all-expense tour by bus to gawk at the White House, Lincoln's Memorial.
Miss Amboy.
Eddie sent me away. He had a girl.
Oh. When did you get back, Mrs. Amboy?
This morning. Time to read the papers. And time to know that Eddie was dead. Time to come back here and sniff perfume I never had. Another woman.
We'll check that. About the trip to Washington, I mean.
Yes, sure. You know what I was just thinking, Mr. Clover?
What?
6 years. I get my first 2-day vacation in 6 years and it becomes a matter for the police. How long will it be before Eddie leaves me alone? You've seen women like me before, mister. Help me out. How long will it be?
We'll just check about that bus trip. No longer than that.
Wait a minute. Don't go yet, Mr. Clover. I got it right here. Here. Take this wallet.
What about it?
Before I burned Eddie's clothes this morning, I went through them. Maybe he'd left me $5 insurance money. I found this wallet. Eddie never had no wallet like this. Anyhow, it's empty.
Not quite empty. A picture of a man. An identification card.
You know him?
Not really, Mrs. Amboy, but I know about him. He's a man who didn't get off an elevator. He tried, but he didn't make it. Mrs. Amboy's eyes glittered through the shadows of the room, filled with shadows. And all that was in them was the hard crust of a hatred finally resolved. It was not only Eddie's clothes she had burned, but his touch, his gaze on her, the whispered night words. There was nothing more I could ask her about Eddie that she would answer. So I got out. The picture, the identification card and the wallet she gave me belonged to the man who had been murdered and found in the elevator. Now I knew who he was, but I needed more than that. There was an address on the card. I went to it.
Oh, well, I'm afraid you'll have to come back some other time, sir. Dr. Stafford is not in.
I know that. I'm from the police. Danny Clover. And you?
The attendant. I helped Dr. Stafford. He has a small hospital here. Only Dr. Stafford and myself. Police?
Yes. I want to...
Well, I'm afraid you'll have to take up whatever it is you want with Dr. Stafford. I'm not in a position. What is it you want, Mr. Clover?
Something like this. How is it you don't seem to know that Dr. Robert Stafford is dead?
He often takes trips away from here for 2 or 3 days at a time. I never could. Dead?
Murdered.
That's impossible. Well, he was so hale and hearty when he left here. He was so...
Murdered.
I knew it would happen someday. I knew it, and I told him so many times.
Why? Why did you tell him that?
Because of the nature of his profession. Dr. Stafford was a psychiatrist, a very competent one. Some of the people he treated were mad. Murderous and mad. You've only to read their records. Appalling.
Where are they?
What?
The records, where are they?
Oh, in his office in there. But you've no right. You've no right. Those are Dr. Stafford's. Please, Mr. Clover.
These papers here on the desk? Are these records?
Yes, Dr. Stafford was studying those the night he went away. I haven't touched them. Dr. Stafford didn't like anyone.
Case history, Conrad. Doesn't make sense. I can't understand what's written here.
Psychiatrist records are like that, Mr. Clover. Mr. Clover, you can't take those with you. They belong to Dr. Stafford.
Welcome, Danny. Welcome to the office that Freud built with the taxpayers' money, Danny.
Dr. French, how are you?
All right, Danny, all right. Well, what brings you to the city psychiatrist? Problem?
A problem.
Off the record?
On it, Doctor. I've got a file here. It's filled with words and parts of words that I don't understand. A file about a sick woman.
Illness requires a special language, Danny. Let me take a look.
Here. Anything, Doctor?
Gently, Danny, gently. This is quite a history.
Sum it up for me, Doctor. Tell me so I can understand.
Can the lay mind understand insanity? For the woman named Conrad, it says here that she's insane.
How insane?
The insanity of the headlines, Danny. The sensational insanity. The woman named Conrad is a homicidal maniac.
Yeah.
This woman needs attention. According to these notes, she was going to be committed.
I know, but which one?
I don't understand.
Which one, Doctor? Which Conrad? Martha or Mary? Which is a homicidal maniac? Which? Battaglia, get in here.
Yeah, Danny, yeah. I was just in the... Hey, what are you doing with your gun, Danny? The old ammunition don't please you?
Something like that. Battaglia, I've got a thing for you to do.
Always a pleasure, Danny.
Tell the boys in the press room we've captured a homicidal maniac.
Oh, that's nice. Huh? Hey, where, Danny? Where is he?
A woman, Battaglia. A mad woman named Conrad. Tell the reporters we're holding her for the murders of Dr. Robert Stafford and Eddie Amboy.
Well, you have spoken, Danny. But
what, Battaglia?
Well, me, a policeman. It makes me ashamed to confess it, but I don't know what's going on in the police department.
Oh, I'll whisper it in your ear, then you'll know. Eddie Amboy. He was the key, Battaglia.
The key to what, Danny?
To the murder of Dr. Robert Stafford, to his own. Because he saw the Conrad woman kill Stafford, then blackmailed her in his own special way. Eddie had special ways.
Well, if I could only understand it, it would explain something.
Well, it explains Eddie's delay in calling the police. He had to fix it up with the murderer, Battaglia. It took him an hour. When he finally convinced her, he called us. He didn't know he was playing games with a mad woman.
Oh, and this Conrad was the woman who sawed through the cable and thereby dropped an elevator on him?
Yeah.
Hey, but wait a minute, Danny. There are two Conrads, Mary and Martha. Now, don't play hard with my emotions, Danny. Which one was it, Mary or Martha?
How would I know? Another thing, Battaglia. One of the Conrad sisters is in her apartment now. I checked. Tell Muggerman not to let the other sister get to her. Under no circumstances is one sister to contact the other. You got that?
Got it, Danny.
Yeah, one more thing. If anyone wants me, anyone, they can reach me at home. Is it all clear now, Battaglia? So I went home. I tapped on the landlady's door, told her I was expecting visitors, told her to send them up. In my apartment, I hung my shoulder holster with a gun across a chair, then sat facing the window, trying to hold on to at least one of the answers that kept nudging themselves through my mind. But they were fleeting and of no consequence. A murderer might come calling tonight. This was the thought that crowded out the rest of the thoughts. And then below me, captured in the pool of light spread by the street lamp, a silhouette, a woman. A woman who looked for a house number, found it, walked to the door beneath me. Found me. Good evening, Miss Conrad.
May I come in?
I want you to. Over there, Miss Conrad. Sit down.
No. I'd rather stand.
All right. Why did you come here?
What have you done with her, Mr. Clover? What have you done with my sister Martha?
You've seen the newspapers. The police have her. She'll see the psychiatrist in the morning. You know that, Miss Conrad. You know she needs medical attention.
I know that. But you'll put her away. You'll put her away like an animal. She'll die in a cage. My sister.
Your sister murdered 2 men.
Yes.
Why didn't you come to the police? You knew she murdered Dr. Stafford, knew about Eddie Amboy.
She'll die in a cage. Crawling in a cage.
Come in.
Martha, what are you doing here? I don't understand. That policeman, he said... The papers said...
They were holding you, Mary. I thought they'd finally caught you. Finally. Oh, Mary.
It's a trick. Let's run. Let's get out of here.
No more running.
Come on.
No more. You're sick.
Let's go.
You're sick, Mary.
Huh?
Don't you know that?
Huh?
I tried to help, but this man is killing us. Oh, Mary.
Don't touch me. You've turned on me. Now he knows. And you... I'll kill you both.
Mary, put down that gun.
I'll kill you.
The smoke from the gun curled up and mixed with her hair, and behind the smoke, her face, fury disintegrating, dissolving into disbelief. She stood there, her body taut, her mind clutching for one fleeting instant of sanity that it was through, over, done with. The simple recognition that the gun had been harmlessly loaded. Then she rejected everything. A little while later, some men came. Men who knew about these things. They picked her up and carried her away. Broadway's deserted now, except for those who have never quit. Those who wear peepholes for eyes, the dream walkers, the people who want to laugh. They search behind doorways, in alleys, through shuttered windows. And they never go home, because they can't. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The musical score was composed and conducted by Alexander Courage.
This This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Mystery is my hobby.
Ladies and gentlemen, Barton Drake speaking. For tonight's drama, I've selected case history number 122 from my book, Mystery is My Hobby. I call it Death Buys Flowers.
And now, back to Glenn Langan for the first act of...
Mystery is my hobby.
I'm telling you, Ozzy, my system really works. You take my advice and put 500 across the board on Limping Luella in the 6th race, and if you don't make $5,000, I'll eat your Homburg.
This is your floor, Mr. Brandon. Yours too, Mr. Collier.
Huh? Oh, thanks, Charlie. Come on, Ozzy. Let's get back to our little game, huh?
Yeah, up and down. That's all I do all day long, all night long. Me, poor old Charlie Peters, 65 years old and still an elevator boy. And me working in a hotel that's crawling with dough. Tain't fair. All these guys betting thousands on the nags, and me without nothing. But I got a plan. I'm going to get some money, enough money to give me a decent burial if I have to kill somebody to do it. Going up, please.
Barton Drake carefully raised the gun to his shoulder and sighted along the barrel. He held his breath as he brought the sights in alignment. This was one time he didn't dare to miss, and the target was very small. He exhaled until his lungs were a complete vacuum, then squeezed the trigger.
Bullseye. Yes, Inspector. You owe me another dime.
The gun didn't make much noise. It was only a small Daisy air rifle that Bart had bought for a birthday present for his nephew. And as his nephew's birthday wasn't until tomorrow, he wanted to try it out. Wouldn't you?
Air rifles, kids' toys. Yes, but they'll hit the mark if you aim them straight. Yeah. That's 10 cents more, Inspector?
Yeah, nuts. A police revolver's different.
So, are they, Inspector?
You're darn right, especially when you're shooting at a running target, some murderer who's running away from a crime.
It's still just a matter of shooting straight, old
I'll
man.
tell you what I'll do, Bart.
What do you do?
Next case I'll get, you're coming with me, and you'll carry a gun just like I do. Maybe we'll get a chance to take a pump at a guy.
Inspector, you sound absolutely bloodthirsty.
Yeah? Well, I'm betting you $20 right now that I can stop a guy with a well-placed shot. And without killing him, you understand? And I can do it before you do.
All right, Inspector, that's a bet. Now, watch this one.
Ha! You miss.
Hey, Duke.
Yeah, Charlie.
Come on. He's in his room now. I just took him up.
All right.
Gosh, we ought to make $500 or $600 out of this deal, Duke. I'll have me a swell funeral with a real preacher.
You get pipe dreams, Charlie. Nobody in this hotel's got that kind of dough.
Well, they have two got dough. Why, right here in the elevator, I hear them talking about thousands and thousands of dollars.
Nuts. Nothing but a bunch of racetrack touts, tin-horn gamblers, and small-time theatrical agents.
Well, some of them's got fur collars on their coats. Real fur, too. Here's where he is, on the 4th floor.
All right. Open the door. Let me get going.
Now, just a minute. I want to go over this again.
Look, I know what to do.
No, we're going over it before I let you off this elevator.
All right. Make it snappy, will you?
Now, this Ozzie Collier's room is kitty corner to the left as you get off the elevator.
Look, just tell me the room number.
It's 402. Now, you go to this Ozzie Collier and tell him what I told you. Tell him you checked up. You know he's a respectable businessman out in Paducah. But when he comes into the big town, he gambles and bets on horses and everything.
Yeah.
Tell him you know all about his wife back home, but that when he's here, he runs around with a dame by the name of Bunny Schultz. Then you tell him you're going to make a trip out to Paducah and take his wife out to dinner. That is, unless he gives you $1,000. At 11 o'clock tonight. Be sure you make it 11 o'clock on the dot.
Listen, Charlie, I've blackmailed people before. I know how to work this game.
But this ain't blackmail, Duke. Not really. This scheme is safe and honest.
What do you mean, honest?
Well, you ain't gonna take the money. Not now. Even if he offers it to you. You gotta insist that he don't give it to you until 11 o'clock.
Why ain't I?
Of course, that'd be against the law. No, sir. Between now and 11 o'clock, I'll go in and see Collier. I'll tell him a beaut about how you lead a life of crime. Boy, I'll pile it on. I'll make up enough dope about you that he'll think he has a chance to blackmail you. When you come back at 11, he'll be so tickled that just as like as not, he'll give me 500 or 600 simoleons as a reward for saving himself from you. Now, don't you see that? It'll be honest money. Then we'll split the reward. You ain't even going to have to come back at 11.
All right. Hurry up. Will you open the elevator?
Okay, Duke. Now, that's Ozzie's room right over there. Now, be kind of quiet.
All right.
His friend Dewey Brandon lives in the room right next to him. Don't let him hear you.
All right, I won't. What do you take me for?
Gosh, this is going to be good.
Ozzie Collier, I'm coming in.
Gee, Duke's being real tough. Gosh, maybe I'll have a pillow made of flowers that says on it, "Dear Charlie, may you rest in peace."
Come on, Charlie, come on. We gotta get out of here, quick.
I've been waiting for you. Didn't have no other time.
All right, never mind. I'll get this old rattle trap down the main floor. Hurry, will you?
All right. What's the rush?
Oh, brother, you had the right dope. And if I got that guy good.
It worked, eh? I knew it would.
Yeah, I had him down on his knees, begging me that I wouldn't ruin his life. Says he wants more time. I told him to have the 5,000 ready at 11 o'clock, or else I was off to Paducah.
5,000? But I said...
I said 5,000. You pay off, Charlie. And look, don't you dare go near his room when I come back and collect, see?
But, Duke, that ain't honest. You ain't supposed to collect. That's really blackmail.
Look, Charlie, from now on I'm running this show. And I'm warning you. Don't you go near that room. If you do, I promise you tomorrow morning your body will be found floating in the East River. Nothing's going to stop me from collecting that $5,000. You understand that? Nothing. Now open the door and let me get out of here.
Doggone you, Bart, another bullseye.
Right, Inspector. That makes $2.30 you owe me.
Okay, give me the gun. It's my turn.
Right. Mr. Gun Inspector, pay me.
Ain't going to do it. Got 15 minutes before Duke comes back. I'm going in and tell Mr. Oliver the whole thing. I'm too old to start out on a career of crime. Darn that Duke anyway. Should have known he was no good. Didn't go out. At least not down the elevator. Ain't locked. Chain's on, though. Mr. Oliver! Mr. Oliver! No, he ain't out. Chain wouldn't be on. Mr. Oliver! Maybe he's sick. I'll get my little mirror off the elevator. Drat that Duke. Bet he gave the guy a heart attack. This mirror ought to work. Used it once before when old Mrs. Mulberry died in her sleep. I'll just stick it through the crack in the door and... Yep, he's there all right. Lying on the bed, Hey, holy breadcrumbs. He's bleeding. There's a knife sticking out of his back. Help! Murder! Police! Gotta get the police. I gotta get the police.
Good shooting, Inspector. That was a bullseye right enough.
Oh, you can knock off a dime. That makes only 5:10, Howie.
Right you are. My turn again. Oh, there's a phone.
I'll get it. Probably from me anyway. They know down at headquarters that I always come up to your place on Saturday night.
Okay, I won't shoot until you're through. Wouldn't want you to think I was cheating.
Yeah? Speaking. Is that so? Sure. Hold everything until I get there. I'll be right down. Okay, Bart. Put up that pop gun. You're coming with me.
Yes, where to, Inspector?
There's been a murder down at the Green Star Hotel.
No kidding. Well, certainly a good place for one.
Some guy tried to cover up a knife in another guy's back.
Cover up a... Well, that's usually a pretty tight fit, isn't it?
Don't be funny. Come on. On the way, we'll stop at the station and pick you up a police special. Maybe this is the night that we'll get to do some real shooting.
Let's see. That bet was for $20, wasn't it, Inspector?
Yeah, and you might as well get out your checkbook right now. There's a new fishing pole I've been looking at lately. It's just $20, without the tax.
And now, back to Glenn Langan for the second act of...
Mystery is my hobby.
He's in his room, gentlemen, lying on the bed, and the bed all covered with blood.
What room is he in, Mr.
Charlie Peters is the name. Been running an elevator nigh on to 50 years, man and boy.
Okay, what room's he in?
402. I'm taking you there now. I didn't have nothing to do with it, gentlemen. I haven't been off my elevator all evening.
Yeah? Well, then how did you discover the body?
Well,
Never mind, never there. I'll get to that later. What's the name of the corpse?
R.C. Collier. He's a big man from Paducah. This is the room right here, gentlemen.
Night chain's off. Well, that's interesting.
What's so interesting about that, Bart? All these old hotel rooms have night chains.
Yes, I know. But not any of them that are on at this hour. Might be interesting to learn how the murderer got out and fastened the chain after him.
Well, they probably went out the fire escape.
Oh, no, gentlemen. This room has no fire escape. It's an inside room. There's a building with a solid brick wall built right next to this one, only 18 inches between them.
You seem to know an awful lot about this building for an elevator boy.
Well, I've been working in this hotel for the past 32 years, sir.
You satisfied, Inspector?
Well, maybe use a ladder.
Inspector, 4 floors up and only 18 inches between buildings. It couldn't be done.
Well, maybe it was a human fly. There's a circus in town.
What?
Well, come on. Let's get this door open.
I have a pair of strong nippers, sir. We've used them before to cut chains like this.
Well, get them. The corpse is getting cold.
Yes, sir. I have them right here in the elevator.
Nosy little guy.
Well, a chap like him would be a bit odd, Inspector. Imagine nothing but going up and down for over 50 years, never getting anywhere.
Yeah.
Here they are, gentlemen. Now, I'd like to tell you about...
Give them here and shut up. I'll just slip them through the crack here and... There.
Not much of a struggle. Just a chair tipped over.
Yeah, probably knew who did it. Didn't suspect nothing.
Poor devil. Nothing spectacular about the knife. You can buy them anywhere for 98 cents.
Could be fingerprints.
Yes, but I doubt it.
Someday somebody is going to commit a murder and leave fingerprints. You watch.
Well, I didn't have a thing to do with this, gentlemen. I wouldn't kill a fly.
Oh, go on back and run your elevator. We'll call you if we want you.
Yes, sir. I'll look in every trip.
One thing I hate is some punk who's always butting in.
Inspector, look here a minute.
Yeah, what?
This window. It's open.
Yeah? So what? There's no fire escape, no rope, no ladder. What's that get you?
Yes, I guess you're right. But there is a window just a couple of feet away opening into the next room.
Yeah. But it's closed, and it's locked. There's a guy in there asleep in the bed. I can see him.
He hasn't got a knife sticking out of his back, too, has he, Inspector?
Don't be silly. Well, you look around, Bart. I'm going to call headquarters and let them know who this guy is.
Right, you are, Inspector.
Yeah. Hello, desk. Inspector Danton of the police. Get me the department. You might nose around the hall, too, Bart. Oh, I don't know what for.
When are we going to have our target practice, Inspector?
That'll come. It always does. Hello, Mickey. Danton. Yeah. Better than last year's funny paper. Victim's name's Ozzie Collier. He's from Paducah. Huh? What's that? Well, say, maybe you got something. Mrs. Lucy Collier from Paducah picked up for disturbing the peace, huh? Trying to break into a Miss Bunny Schultz's apartment, eh? What time, Mickey? About 10:45, huh? Well, good. Send her over, will you? And have the boys pick up this Schultz dame and bring her over, too. And while you're at it, send her with a meat wagon. See you later, Mickey. Well, I'll be...
Did I hear you mention the name of Bunny Schultz, sir?
Huh? What are you doing back here? I told you to run the elevator.
Well, I said I'd drop in, sir.
What do you know about Bunny Schultz?
Well, she was a deceased girlfriend, sir.
Look, thanks for the information, but will you please get back in that elevator? I got some friends who'll soon want to come up.
Yes, sir, but I would like to tell you
Get back in that elevator before I run you in.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hey, Bart, you still here in the hall?
Yes, Inspector. Didn't you tell me to nose around?
Yeah.
Well, stick your nose up in the air and see if you smell what I smell.
Huh?
Go ahead, take a sniff.
Hey, Bart. Chloroform.
That's right, Inspector. And it's strongest here at the door of 404, the room right next to our non-speaking friend.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go on in. There's a guy in there laying on the bed. Maybe he's dead, too.
We can't go in. This door's on the night chain, too.
Yeah, darn those guys. They never make it easy for the cops.
Where's Charlie and his nippers?
I sent him back to running his elevator.
Inspector.
Well, how was I to know there'd be another stiff? I'll go ring for the elevator.
No, wait a minute, Inspector. I can make it quicker than that.
How?
I'll go in and out of the windows.
But the window to this other guy's room is closed.
Well, in a case like this, I believe it would be permissible to break it. You wait here for our friend Charlie in case I don't make it.
Okay. You again?
Inspector, I've been wanting to tell you...
Well, go on. What is it this time?
What's that?
That's Bart. He just broke the window to 404. There's a man in there chloroformed.
Mr. Brandon?
Is that his name?
Yeah, Dewey Brandon. He was the dead man's best friend. They used to play cards together.
What was it you wanted to tell me?
Well,
Oh, never mind. Here's Bart.
Come in, Inspector.
Whew. This room stinks. Might as well knock the rest of the glass out and let some air in.
Is he dead?
No, he's breathing. Come on, fella. Wake up. Wake up. You're all right. Get a glass of water, Charlie.
Yeah.
I'll bet the same guy did this as did in the other one.
I wouldn't be surprised, Inspector.
Here's the water.
Thank you, Charlie.
Hey, what the... Who are you? What did you do that for?
You didn't want to sleep all night, did you, my friend?
Huh? Oh, yes. Now I remember. Did you catch him? Did he hurt Ozzie? Hey, who are you?
One thing at a time. We're the police.
Oh.
Now tell us about this man you want us to catch.
Well, I don't know who he is. I heard a fight in Ozzie's room, and then I...
Wait a minute. What time was this?
Oh, about 10:30, I think.
Go on.
Well, Ozzie is a friend of mine. We play cards together.
I see. At this moment, who owes who?
Well, to tell the truth, Ozzie owes me about $6,000.
You're going to have a hard time collecting.
Why? Ozzie's good for it.
Not now, he isn't. He's dead.
Oh, so that's what this is all about.
Let's hear some more.
Well, when I heard the commotion next door, I knocked on the wall and asked Ozzie if he needed some help. And then I heard a scream. I didn't know what to do.
Why didn't you just open your door, go to his room, and help him?
Well, I tried to, but Ozzie's night chain was on and I couldn't get in.
Okay, that checks.
Well, then I came back into my room and was just about to phone downstairs for help when a man came climbing in my window.
I see. Had your window been open?
Well, I think so. It's been a warm evening. Well, I made a dive for him, and he hit me on the side of the head here.
There ought to be a bruise. Sure, it's sore enough.
Yes, it's a bit red.
I guess I was knocked out for a minute because the next thing I knew, I was lying on my bed and this man was holding a wet cloth to my nose. It smelled like chloroform. That's about all I remember.
Can you describe this man?
I sure can. He was dark and heavy set and had a kind of a gruff voice.
That's Duke.
Yeah? Who's Duke?
Well, I've been trying to tell you. Duke's the guy who did the killing. He must have come back early and done it.
Come on, Charlie. Sing a little louder.
I wanted to have a nice funeral. So Duke and me had a little scheme to get a few $100 from Mr. Collier in there. Only Duke wouldn't work it the way I wanted to. He said he was going to blackmail Mr. Collier for $5,000 on account of Mr. Collier was running around with a blonde while he still had a wife in Paducah. I told Duke he couldn't do it. Only I guess he did. He was supposed to come here at 11 o'clock to collect.
I see. And where can we pick up this Duke guy?
I don't know. He was supposed to meet me here at 11, but he never showed up. I'll get it.
I'll get it. Hello, Denton speaking, police. Oh, fine. Hold him there. We'll be right down. Don't make him suspicious. Speaking of Dukes, that's him now. He's downstairs and wants to see you, Charlie.
Can I go see him?
Sure, only Bart and me will be right behind you. Come along, Brandon. Now, you step out of the elevator first, Charlie. We don't want to scare this guy.
Yeah, anything you said. Hi, Duke.
Charlie, I didn't do it. I didn't kill a guy. I had nothing. Cheapest cop.
Hey, stop. Stop, you. Stop our fire. Okay, you Ashford.
You missed, Inspector. Now it's my turn.
Hey, you dropped him, Bart.
Well, at least he's down.
Well, it's some shooting, Bart. Hey, you knocked the heel off his shoe.
Is this the man, Brandon?
Well, I
Come on, is it?
Yes, I can state that positively. That's the man.
Wait a minute. You're lying. I never saw this mug before my whole life.
I saw his face so plain when he came through the window. I couldn't be mistaken.
Hey, Bart, here's the bottle of chloroform came in, laying here on the bed.
Now, let me see it. Inspector, I'm surprised at it.
Huh? Why?
This is an empty liniment bottle.
Well, it smells like chloroform.
Yes, of course it does. Most liniment contains a large quantity of chloroform. It's excellent for reducing pain and sore muscles and bruises.
But... I'll get it. Inspector Dan speaking. Yeah. Is that so? Wait a minute. Hey, Bart, they got this Bunny Schultz and Collier's wife downstairs. Shall we have them set up?
Not unless you want to have them take a look at the body. We don't need them, Inspector. The murderer of Ozzie Collier is right here in this room.
And now, back to Glenn Langan for the conclusion of...
Mystery is my hobby.
I said the murderer of Ozzie Collier is right here in this room.
Well, stop looking at me, Mr. Drake. I didn't...
I'm not looking at you, Charlie. I'm looking over you, directly at Mr. Dewey Brandon. Have some more of Mike Fat's excellent Mandarin duck, Charlie?
Don't mind if I do.
Fine. Inspector?
Oh, I'm full.
That's too bad. And there you have it, gentlemen. The motive was a large poker debt that Collier owed Brandon. He refused to pay, so Brandon killed him.
Oh, if Duke had only been honest, I'd have had enough money for a nice funeral.
But hey, Bart, how was it that Brandon was able to describe Duke so well? Duke says he'd never seen him.
Easy, Inspector. When Brandon heard Duke knocking at Collier's door, he peeked out of his own to see who it was.
Yeah, sure.
Don't forget, Collier was killed in his own room. Brandon then put on the night chain on the door, and he figured it would confuse us. Then he climbed out of Collier's window into his own room and closed and locked his window. The mistake he made was by putting his own night chain on. The door was the only means of exit, so the murderer had to be still in that room.
Murderers are always dumb, I say. Now take that chloroform stunt, knocking himself out.
He didn't do that, Inspector. Brandon simply took that chloroform liniment that he'd been using on that bruise on his face and spilled it over the bed. The smell of chloroform was all he wanted.
Then he didn't put himself to sleep?
Of course not. If he had, where was the rag?
Huh.
Besides, you can't wake up a drugged man simply by throwing water in his face. That type of sleep has to be walked off. You know that.
Well, that's it. Here, Bart. Here's a 20 I owe you.
But what for, Inspector?
For that nice piece of shooting you did. Knocking a man's heel off when he's running away from you.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Inspector.
Well, now I want to tell you about
Charlie, don't you think it's about time you were going, the elevator and all?
Well, yes. Guess maybe I'd better.
Good. I'll walk to the door with you. Come on.
Yeah, sure.
We'll be back in a minute, Inspector.
Okay.
Charlie.
What?
I'm going to see that you get that funeral. Flowers, preacher, everything.
Well, thanks, Mr. Drake, but what do you want to do that for?
Shh, keep still. For keeping quiet about my shooting. A little honest blackmail in reverse.
You're shooting?
Yes, you know as well as I do I didn't shoot off Duke's heel. He ripped it off himself when he tripped over the step.
Yeah. I was going to tell the inspector.
Yes, I know you were.
Well, don't see why you don't tell him. Be cheaper than paying for my funeral.
Because how I did it is a mystery to the good inspector, and you know, Charlie, mystery is my hobby.
Glenn Langan will return in a moment. Mystery is My Hobby is written by Fred Howard and directed by Dave Titus. Tonight's episode was based on a story by Ray Wilson. And now, here's Glenn Langan with a word about next week's story.
Thank you, Bruce Buell. Next week, plan to be with us when I bring you Case History number 123. It's a story of a gamble with murder. I call it Death Draws Juices.
The Avenger. The road to crime ends in a trap that justice sets. Crime does not pay. The Avenger, sworn enemy of evil, is actually Jim Brandon, a famous biochemist. Through his numerous scientific experiments, Brandon has perfected two inventions to aid him in his crusade against crime as the Avenger: the telepathic indicator by which he is able to pick up thought flashes, and the secret diffusion capsule, which cloaks him in the black light of invisibility. Brandon's assistant, the beautiful Fern Collier, is the only one who shares his secrets and knows that he is the man the underworld fears as the Avenger. And now, The Avenger and the Department of Death. The employees of Kahn's department store are beginning to punch in for the day. Among the early arrivals is Mabel Darney, who hurries toward the employee's elevator.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Kilgore.
Morning, Mabel. You're in early this morning.
My clock must have been fast. My, Mr. Kilgore, your windows certainly look pretty this week.
Oh, thank you, Mabel. I've had quite a few compliments on them. Too bad I can't hold them over for another week. Saved me a lot of work.
I'll say. I wonder what's holding up this elevator.
I don't think Joe's come in yet.
Then where's the elevator? It's always parked here on the main floor overnight.
Call up through the grating. Someone else may have taken it up.
It's not in the basement. I can see down there.
Mabel!
Oh,
Mabel,
Mr.
what's the
Kilgore,
matter?
come over here quick.
Oh, what is it?
Look, down there at the bottom of the shaft. It's Grady, the watchman. He looks like he's dead.
You're right, Inspector. Looks like Grady died from a fall. What floor did you say he fell from?
Well, it must have been the 5th, Jim. I checked the automatic meter on the main floor when I came in. It shows that Grady made his last time check on the 5th floor at midnight.
Well, let's go upstairs and have a look.
Okay, all right, O'Brien. You take over here until my men arrive.
Whatever you say, Inspector White.
Come on, Jim. Let's get out of this shaft and take the elevator to the 5th.
To the 6th, you mean, Inspector?
6th? I said he fell from the 5th, Jim.
Yes, but the elevator in that shaft would have to be parked above the floor from which he fell. We'd better check that first.
Get in the elevator, Jim. 6th it is.
You didn't permit any of the elevators to be moved, did you, Inspector?
Only this one. I took it down to the basement myself. I ordered all the employees held on the main floor.
Good. Now, what have you found out about Grady so far?
Well, he's been a watchman here at Con's store for 15 years. Steady fellow, completely trustworthy.
Who's this fellow, O'Brien, you left on guard in the basement?
He's a store detective. Here we are. There's the elevator, just as you said, Jim.
Uh-huh. Very strange.
Well, what's strange about it? You expected to find it here, didn't you?
Yes, but would you mind explaining why Grady rode this elevator up to the 6th and then left it parked here and used the stairway to the 5th floor?
Oh, Jim, don't start that. The first thing
Come
I
on,
know
Inspector. Let's take a look at the 5th floor. We'll take this elevator Grady used.
All right. Now, there's no doubt in my mind this was an accident, Jim. Nothing valuable was stolen or the alarm would have sounded, so don't try to stir up anything.
Oh, a perfect landing, Inspector. Or say, who's that coming in from the stairway?
That's Mr. Con, the owner of the store. Must have something important on his mind to climb all those stairs.
Inspector White, I want a few words
Yeah?
with you.
What is it, Mr. Con?
Well, how much longer must I keep the store closed? I had a sale advertised for today. Several hundred people waiting outside.
Give Brandon and me 10 minutes more, then you can open the door.
Mr. Con, we would also like to have your permission to question some of your employees.
Question my employees? What for?
If Grady's death was accidental, it must be proved so to the satisfaction of the police department.
Oh. Well, naturally, I want everything to be cleared up properly, but... Well, look here, Inspector. There's no need to make a scandal out of a perfectly natural accident. I have some influence in this city,
You'd better take care of your own business, Mr. Con, and I'll take care of mine. Now, give us 10 minutes more here.
All right. It's not that I don't want to cooperate in every way possible, but as far as I can see, there's no need for a prolonged investigation.
In other words, Inspector, we mustn't let a little thing like murder interfere with Mr. Con's
Now,
business.
wait a minute, Jim. Don't jump to any conclusions. Now, why couldn't Grady have fallen down the shaft here?
Oh, really, Inspector? That question isn't worthy of you.
Why not?
Well, first of all, these grating gates may look old-fashioned, but they lock and unlock automatically from the inside. Grady would hardly have pried this door open in order to fall down the shaft accidentally.
Oh. No, I admit you've got something there, Jim. But what do you suppose did happen?
Grady was killed or stunned by a blow on some other floor. Brought here to the 5th floor in this elevator. Parked right here on the floor where we're standing while his murderer took the elevator to the 6th floor. Left it there, punched the time clock on that floor, walked down the stairs, punched the clock here, and then pried open this gate and threw Grady down this shaft.
Ah, that's all guesswork, Jim. You have no way of proving any of that.
I can prove all of it, Inspector.
I'm listening.
Well, Grady had a bad gash on his head, didn't he?
Yeah?
Look. There on the wall of the elevator. About 30 inches from the floor.
Looks like a small blood stain.
Now, look at the floor. Right here where we're standing. There's a larger and more distinct stain.
Yeah, but why should the murderer overlook evidence like that?
Only a few dim lights are left burning on these top floors at night. The murderer didn't see it. Now, last but not least, look at the marks on this outside elevator door made by a sharp instrument recently. Bits of metal are still clinging to the marks.
Yeah. All right, Jim. Where do we go from here?
We start looking for the answer to 3 very simple questions, Inspector. Where was Grady murdered? Why? And by whom?
Oh, very simple.
Going down, Inspector. Please face the front of the car.
Well, Jim, this is the first time I ever spent a whole day in a department store without buying anything.
I've discovered that shopping for clues in a busy department store is practically impossible, Fern.
It's almost closing time. Shall we call it a day?
No, let's finish our examination here on the main floor.
All right. Jim, what's in that little room next to the book department?
Oh, that's where the vault is kept.
Oh. Say, this room on the right looks interesting, Jim. It's marked no admittance.
Oh, that's for us. Come on, Fern.
Seems to be some sort of storeroom.
Who's that? Customers aren't allowed in here. Oh, it's you, Mr. Brandon.
Yes, you're Kilgore, the window decorator, aren't you?
That's right. I'm getting things ready to change the windows tonight.
Heavens, are you going to use all these dummies in the windows, Mr. Kilgore?
Yes, miss. I've planned a party motif to display these various costumes.
That should work out very well.
Well, this first group of dummies is for the cocktail party window. Those for the dinner party. That group over there for the theater party. These in afternoon clothes are for the bridge party. And these last 5 will attend a supper club party.
Oh, the clothes are lovely. That blue dinner dress is stunning.
When do you begin dressing the windows, Mr. Kilgore?
Right away. I was just about to strike the set of that first window when you came in.
Oh, well, don't let us keep you. I'm just doing a little routine checking on the main floor layout.
Do you mind if I watch you for a while, Mr. Kilgore?
No, not at all. I'll explain the procedure if you like.
Oh, thank you.
Well, first I take off my shoes and put on these woolen socks. That's so I won't leave any marks on the rug.
I see.
One of the side windows opens right off this room, so I dress that one first. See, that way I can get started before the store closes.
Oh, seems strange looking at a store window from the inside.
I dare say. This little dummy I'm bringing out now did a very good job this week. The dress buyer told me she sold every dress she had in stock of this model.
Where do you put the dummies you take out?
Oh, in the rear of the storeroom. We have a sufficient number to alternate. Pardon me, I'll be back in just a moment.
Surely. Oh, Jim, come here and have a look at the world as a dummy sees it.
Well, since I'm beginning to feel like a dummy on this case, I might as well become acquainted with the outlook. Very befitting. The view is extremely limited.
You sound awfully low, Jim. Of course, I don't blame you much. We haven't accomplished...
Fern, look at that rug.
What's the matter with it?
There's a deep print of a man's shoe there near that table.
That's strange. Kilgore couldn't have made it.
No dummy is heavy enough to make a print as deep as that.
Anyway, the one dummy he took out of this window was over on the other side. Jim, do you think this means anything?
It means that a woman's curiosity is a wonderful thing, Fern. Thanks to you, at last we're actually on the inside of this case, looking out. Mr. Shelvin, you're in charge of the jewelry department, aren't you?
That's right, Mr. Brandon.
Until just a few weeks ago, their jewelry was on the mezzanine. Why was it changed?
Mr. Kahn decided to enlarge the department. There's more room for display here on the main floor.
I see. You're planning a big diamond sale as soon as the new shipment arrives, aren't you?
Why, yes. How did you know about that? Mr. Kahn told me I wasn't to mention that shipment to anyone.
Well, it seems to be a fairly well-known secret, Shelvin.
Mr. Kahn won't like that at all.
The new vault for the diamonds is over there in the room next to the book department, isn't it?
I'm sorry, but I'm not at liberty
Oh, well, I know it is. And also that you and Mr. Kahn are the only ones who have the combination to that vault.
Mr. Brandon, I hold a very responsible position here. I don't want to jeopardize it in any way. If you have any further questions, I prefer that you direct them to Mr. Kahn. There goes the closing signal. You'll have to excuse me.
We'll just finish up this report, Fern, and then we'll go out for dinner.
Oh, I thought you'd forgotten all about dinner, Jim. It's almost 9 o'clock.
Well, the inspector will want this tonight, but we'll hurry it up. Where was I?
You just finished stating that you were convinced it was an inside job.
Oh, yes. Take this down, Fern.
Ready?
I intend to check thoroughly on all the store employees who didn't check out at the regular closing time the night Grady was killed. This will include all who checked out early, those who were absent, and the few who may have had reasons for remaining late. I'm also working on the angle that there may be a direct connection between the murder of Grady and a plan to steal the diamonds when they arrive. But so far, I've found nothing to substantiate this theory. That's all, Fern.
Oh, good. I'm starving.
Add this P.S. to the inspector.
Go ahead, Jim.
Meet me in front of the department store tomorrow afternoon at 4:30 to conduct a very important experiment.
And now, back to the Avenger and the Department of Death.
Here I am, Inspector.
Jim, what are you up to? Why did you want me to meet you in front of the store?
Inspector, we're going to pretend that we're two employees of Con's department store. We either checked out early or we didn't show up for work today. Anyway, we're outside the store according to our time cards. Now, if we're outside and can prove it, according to our cards, we can't be suspected of any crime that might be committed inside, can we?
I suppose not. That's the kind of evidence that holds up in court. But what are you trying to prove, Jim?
The purpose of this demonstration is to show that we can go into the store and remain inside after the store closes. All night if we want to. Now, here's a complete list of the employees who were absent or who checked out early the night Grady was killed. We can discount the few who left late because they couldn't get back in past the watchman at the employee's entrance. You'll notice that this list includes a number of employees you've already met and whom we now have reason to suspect.
Well, now we're getting someplace, Jim. Who were they?
There were 15 all told, but the ones you know were O'Brien, the store detective, Mabel Darney, who discovered the body, Kilgore, the window decorator, and Shelvin in the jewelry department.
And don't forget Mr. Con himself. He doesn't have to check in and out of the store.
I'm not forgetting him, Inspector. He's on my list.
Well, what do we do now?
First, we walk inside the store, just like two ordinary customers. Then we make a very unusual experiment. Inspector, the door to one of the side windows is right behind us. I'm going to open it now, and we're both going to step inside the window.
Oh, of all the crazy ideas you ever come up with, Jim, this is the craziest.
Come on, Inspector. We're invited to a cocktail party with 5 dummies. Hurry.
Now what?
Sit down on that bench. You'll be partly concealed by those 2 dummies. I'll stand over here behind this lovely lady in red. You can talk, Inspector. No one can see your face, but don't move.
How long do we have to stay here, Jim?
Until after the store closes. Maybe this experience will teach you not to make me prove everything to you the hard way.
Well, where's Fern? Why couldn't she have done this instead of me?
You're the one I have to convince. And besides, Fern is up in the toy department questioning Mabel Darney. Oh, there goes the gong. It's closing time.
Oh, how much longer?
We're going to stay here like this until everyone is left.
Oh, this is carrying things too far.
Be careful, Inspector. Don't move. One of those window shoppers is giving your suit the once-over.
So, after I'd finished questioning Mabel last night, it was time for the store to close. So I went outside and watched you and the inspector in the store window. My, you look natural.
We saw you, young lady, and I might add that wasn't part of your assignment.
I know, Jim, but I wouldn't have missed it for anything.
Well, what did you find out from Mabel, Fern?
Well, Inspector, she knows all about the diamond shipment that's expected, and she has a terrible crush on Mr. Kilgore, the window decorator.
Oh, that's no help. Now, look here, Jim. We're moving too slow on this case. Inside job or outside job, I've got to find the man that murdered Grady and find him quick.
We'll get that murderer all right, Inspector, but it may take a few days.
A few days? Have you seen the morning papers? Why, one of them went so far as to print my picture and caption it the police department dummy. I've got to make an arrest in this case within the next 24 hours, Jim.
All right. I promise you that by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning you can make an arrest, Inspector.
You know who the murderer is, then?
I didn't say you could arrest the murderer.
Oh, stop talking in circles, Jim. What do you mean?
Well, I know who the murderer's accomplice is. And since you're so desperate to make an arrest, I'll deliver him. Then it's up to you to make him talk. Here comes Mr. Kahn now, Inspector.
I hope you know what you're doing, Jim.
Good morning, Brandon. Inspector.
Good morning.
Good morning. Mr. Kahn, we're going to make an arrest here.
What?
I sent for you because we want to handle things as quietly as possible.
An arrest? Who?
Roger Kilgore, your window decorator.
Why, you must be mistaken, Brandon. Kilgore
was implicated in Grady's death. One of his windows was deliberately arranged so that someone could hide in it without attracting attention on the outside. And someone did hide there the night Grady was killed. If it wasn't Kilgore, then Kilgore knows who it was.
Bring Kilgore in here, Mr. Kahn.
Well, I'm afraid I can't. Kilgore didn't show up for work this morning.
What? Well, has he called or anything?
No, not yet.
Come on, Inspector. We've got some work to do.
Now that we're out of the store, Jim, would you mind telling me where we're going?
We're going to drive out to Kilgore's home, Inspector. I don't like the look of this.
My cars are on the side here.
Wait a minute. Take a look in that second window, Inspector.
What? Why, it's Kilgore. He's sitting on that bench where I was the other night. He has some nerve sitting there in the daytime.
Come back inside, quick! That's the window, O'Brien. Open it up.
Not so fast, Brandon. I have to have a good reason to open these windows.
And I'll give you one. Kilgore's inside there.
Kilgore? Well, what's he doing in there?
That's what we want to know. Open the window and tell him to come out.
Okay. Come on out, Mr. Kilgore.
There's something wrong here. Inspector, come into the window with me. You too, O'Brien.
Right, Jim.
Sure. Say, Brandon, I don't like the way he looks.
No. Kilgore has been propped up on this bench for hours. He's dead.
How was Kilgore killed, Jim?
He was given a hypodermic needle full of poison, Fern.
Jim, this case seems to be getting more hopeless by the hour. Kahn's store seems to have added a new department. The Department of Death.
Well, the whole thing has taken an unexpected turn, but things are beginning to add up.
For instance?
Kilgore was murdered by someone who no longer needed his services and wanted to get him out of the way. That time element ties up with a big event scheduled to take place at the store today.
You mean the arrival of the diamonds?
Yes. I think the plan to steal the diamonds furnished the motive for both murders. Grady evidently discovered something in connection with it and was killed before he had a chance to reveal what he knew.
But, Jim, why should the murderer stay in the store at nights before the diamonds arrived?
In order to make preparations for the theft. What those preparations were, I must discover today.
Well, I suppose we can eliminate Kahn and Shelvin.
Why should we eliminate them?
Well, you said they both knew the combination to the vault. They could steal the diamonds any time they wanted to without any preparations.
Yes, and be accused of the theft immediately. Also, in that case, there's the burglar alarm to consider. No, our criminal is much too clever to employ such obvious tactics, Fern.
But why should Kahn want to steal his own diamonds?
They're heavily insured.
Oh, But, Jim, Shelvin hasn't been absent or checked out early since the day of Grady's murder. So how could he be guilty of murdering Kilgore in the store last night?
I'll admit that's got me stumped. But not enough to eliminate him. Come on, Fern. We're going back to the store. And this time we're going to concentrate on the book department. While we're here, Fern, I want to pick up a copy of Dr. Ledlow's book on crime documents.
Oh, I saw it here in this large bookcase the other day, Jim. I can find it in a minute.
Oh, all right. I'll browse around a little in the meantime.
Oh, Jim.
Yes?
Come here a minute.
What is it?
Look at these books. They're completely disarranged, and some of them are upside down. This whole bookcase is a mess.
Yes. It certainly is. That's it, Fern. I've got it.
What, the book?
No, the solution to this whole grim affair.
Oh, at last.
Fern, Con's department store is going to have an extra watchman tonight. This is a job for the Avenger.
Now, that bookcase is out of the way. I've got half an hour before the watchman and O'Brien come down here again. I'll have the jewels out and this case moved back by then. What was that noise? Who's there?
It's the Avenger, Shelvin.
The Avenger?
I'm here to close your Department of Death and bring you to justice for the crimes you've committed.
How did you get in here?
Your crimes invited me.
I can't see you, Avenger. But my gun can find you.
Kilgore and Grady got in your way, and you killed them. But you won't find it quite so easy to rid yourself of the Avenger.
You're there in the corner, Avenger. I'll get you, all right?
An invisible target is no target at all, Shelvin.
I'll find you.
You're missing badly.
Do I shut you up?
Now you're harmless. Your gun is empty, Shelvin.
What's going on here? Shelvin, it's you.
O'Brien, arrest Shelvin. I think you know the charges.
Well, Jim, now that Shelvin is in custody and the newspapers have elevated the inspector to the status of crack detective instead of dummy, would you mind bringing me up to date on a few of the facts?
Not at all. We have to make out a full report on this for the inspector anyway.
Well, tell me briefly first, what was the clue you found in the book department?
Well, as you know, the diamond vault was in that small room that adjoined the book department. The back of the vault was against that wall. Now, the other side of the wall, in the book department, was completely hidden by that large bookcase. On the nights that Shelvin managed to stay in the store, he moved that bookcase and went to work on the wall. He broke through a section of it and succeeded in drilling through the back of the vault, leaving only the black velvet lining to be broken through at the last minute.
But the clue?
That bookcase was too heavy to move with the books in it, so Shelvin had to remove them. The night before the diamonds arrived, he was in a hurry and left them upset. That was the clue I needed.
But how did he expect to get the jewels out of the store?
After the death of Grady, Shelvin got himself an outside accomplice. By that time, he was quarreling with Kilgore anyway, and he knew he'd have to get rid of him. We picked up this accomplice this morning, and he explained the whole setup. After Grady's death, it was too risky for Shelvin to check out of the store early and come back in to hide. So he hit upon another idea. He hired a man who bore an amazing resemblance to him to check in and out of the store for him.
Very clever.
Shelvin's plan was to steal the jewels and stay in the store all night. The next morning, just before time for the store to open, his accomplice would check in for him, pick up the jewels in the washroom where Shelvin had left them in a shopping bag, and then exit from the store just as the early shoppers were coming in the main entrance.
And in the meantime, Shelvin goes to the safe, gives the alarm, and is under no suspicion.
Right.
Well, Jim, could we get the inspector's report out right away? I'd like to leave early today.
Oh, I can tell by that glint in your eye you're going shopping.
Yes, I am.
Well, murder or no murder, I suppose no woman alive can be expected to spend 3 days in a department store without buying something.
All characters, names, places, and plots used in the Avenger program are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
This is a thought, a thought, a thought. Remember, listen for another adventure of...
The Avenger.
Out of the night, and into his American adventures comes Bulldog Drummond. Bulldog Drummond. Our story, Murder Visits Venus. It began one evening about 9 o'clock, while Denny and I were walking along a midtown street celebrated for its cheap amusement places.
Oh, I say, sir, there's the sidewalk telescope. You know, I've always been curious to look through one.
Well, I doubt if you'd see much, Denny. It doesn't appear to be a particularly good instrument.
I beg your pardon, mister. This here's the highest found telescope on the street.
Really?
You said it, mister. This is bargain night. My word, bargain night. You said it. Regular price is 2 bits, but tonight you can see Venus in all her rare and glorious beauty for only 10 cents. 1 dime. How about it, Jim? Dear me, it should certainly be worth 10 cents to look at Venus in all her beauty.
Well, go ahead then and satisfy your curiosity, Denny.
Yes, sir, I will. I'm sorry, mister. I ain't got change for this $50.
Oh, well, never mind. I'll have a look, too, at your regular price.
That's a spade, mister. Oh, dear.
What's the matter, Denny?
The telescope doesn't seem to be focused properly. I tried to adjust it, and now I can't see anything.
Wait, I'll fix it for you.
Hey, you shouldn't have turned this wheel. That's the elevation.
How's it now?
Why, I'm looking at the roof of an office building. Oh, great Scott.
What is it?
Something is being raised to the top of the flagpole up there. Captain Drummond, this man has swindled me. This isn't a telescope at all. There must be a device inside which shows a shocking motion picture instead of the stars.
You're nuts. Let me fix it then. Don't touch it, please. I'll look into the telescope.
Go ahead. I don't know what you'll see after this guy monkeyed with it, but this glass is okay.
The man's right, Denny. There's nothing wrong with his telescope.
But, sir, did you see the same thing?
Yes, Denny. A woman in a crinoline dress and a bonnet is hanging by the neck from the flagpole on top of that office building.
dear. First we couldn't get a taxi cab, and now we're here at the office building. We can't get an elevator.
And from the signs, this is the only one that goes to the roof.
And from the indicator, that's where it is now, sir, and where it apparently intends to remain.
Here comes someone who may be able to help us.
A man carrying a time clock. He must be a watchman.
I beg your pardon. Is anything wrong with this elevator?
Yeah, not that I know of. Why?
Oh, we've been ringing the bell for 5 minutes, but the indicator hasn't moved.
Oh, it's that nice elevator kid. He must be up on the roof again, sneaking a smoke. Here, get in this car.
Well, thank you very much.
What floor do you want?
The roof, please.
Have you got business with Mr. Richards?
I'm not sure, but there's a woman hanging from the flagpole on top of this building.
A woman hanging from the flagpole? Say, you kidding?
Not in the least. I'm Captain Drummond. We saw the woman through a sidewalk telescope not 20 minutes ago.
What's more, she was wearing an old-fashioned sunbonnet and a crinoline dress.
Oh, I see. So that's it, eh?
So that's what?
Well, there's a studio on the roof, the Richards studio. They take photographs for advertising. There's been a flock of models up there tonight posing for pictures in old Wild West clothes. Girls are wearing big bonnets and flouncy dresses.
But that doesn't explain why one of them should have been hanged on the flagpole.
Oh, must have been a dummy you saw. There's always a lot of kidding goes on when you take pictures at night. Yeah, this is as far as this car goes, 29th floor. The roof is another flight up.
I see. Well, where's the stairway?
Yeah, I'll show you. Come along. You know, I'm kind of curious about this thing myself.
My word, I should think you would be.
Elevator boy is probably up here, watching whatever's going on.
Well, there's his car with the door open. It's empty.
Yeah, kid needs a lesson. He don't know what it means to stay on a job. Say, this is funny. The door leading out on the roof is bolted on the inside. There can't be anybody out there except the ones who went through the offices.
Well, I'd suggest you open the door so we can see who is there.
Yeah, sure.
My word, there's not a soul out here on the roof.
No, Denny. And there's nothing hanging from the flagpole either.
Oh, dear. Do you suppose we could have both been seeing things, sir?
We saw exactly what we thought we saw, Denny. But at the moment, I'm interested in what we don't see.
You mean the woman, sir?
No. I mean, where is the elevator boy?
Please, sir, we've searched this roof thoroughly, and there's no trace of either the woman or the elevator boy.
Well, I beg your pardon, Denny. There's one slight trace. This partially smoked cigarette that was lying just outside the door to the roof.
No lipstick on it. Couldn't have been smoked by a woman.
You noticed that too, do you, Denny?
If you ask me, there never was any woman out here.
But as Captain Drummond asked, where is the elevator boy?
Oh, he's probably in one of the photograph studios, neglecting his work as usual. I'm going to teach that kid a lesson.
What kind of lesson?
The control switches for the elevators are up here in the machinery chamber, just inside the door to the roof. I'm going to shut off the power on the car we come up in, and we'll take the kid's car down.
My word, is that rather mean to make him walk down 30 flights of stairs?
I said I was going to teach him. I'll lock the door to the switch chamber when I get through so he can't turn the power back on. We'll have to walk down to get the keys.
Is that the door to the switch chamber?
Yeah. You two get in the car. I'll be with you in a minute.
Very well. Well, Denny, we won't keep the watchman waiting long, but I think we should ask some questions inside the photographic studio.
Yes, sir. The watchman said the place was run by a Mr. Richards.
Hey, come here, quick.
Come along, Denny.
Yes, sir.
Look, I opened the door to the switches, and look, there he is.
Oh, dear. The elevator boy.
Yeah, must have fainted or something and fallen into the machinery off the roof elevator.
No. He was murdered.
He's dead?
Yes. And he was killed before his body was put in here. If that elevator had been started, the marks of murder would have been destroyed.
Our story continues in just a moment.
he calls Murder Visits Venus. Through a sidewalk telescope, Drummond and Denny see a woman hang to a flagpole on the roof of an office building. When they reach the scene, they find the body of a murdered elevator boy.
Well, Watchman, I'm positive now that a woman was hanged on the roof of this building.
Then how come we find the boy's body but no woman?
I believe I can reconstruct the murder of the elevator boy. Here's the cigarette butt I picked up out on the roof.
Oh, I understand, sir. Apparently the boy came up on the roof for a smoke and caught the woman's murderer in the act.
I think so, Denny. Notice the cigarette wasn't put out. It stopped burning by itself when less than half consumed.
And what do you make of that?
The boy must have lighted the cigarette in the elevator coming up. He stepped out on the roof, and the woman's murderer strangled him.
And the cigarette fell to the roof.
Exactly.
That's fancy guesswork, but where's the woman's body?
I'm not sure. When you brought us up, you told us that some models were here tonight posing for photographs.
Sure, for the Richard Studios.
You said the models were attired in old Wild West costume.
Yes, that's right.
How did you know what they were wearing?
Well, I saw a bunch of them come out the elevator down the lobby.
In their costumes? How odd.
Oh, they was only going to the restaurant in the building for a bite to eat. I heard one of them say they had half an hour before they went back for some more pictures.
And how long ago was that?
Oh, about half an hour. Say, I just happened to think of something.
Well, better late than never.
One guy in a cowboy suit come down after the others. He had on one of those handlebar mustaches. It looked phony to me.
And how did you happen to notice him?
Oh, 'cause he kept ringing for an elevator from the 29th floor, so I went up and got him.
And that's when you first decided that the elevator boy was up on the roof having a smoke.
Yeah, I thought this guy couldn't find him, so he walked down the flight and rung for another elevator.
Yes. Well, thanks for the information. Now, I'd suggest that you get back to your elevator. The models will be returning from their supper any moment.
Say, that's right.
Notice especially if the cowboy with the false mustache is among them.
Sure will. Oh, but look, I've got to get on the phone and tell the cops about this murder.
Denny and I'll attend to that. Bring the models up here, please, and don't tell them what's happened.
Why not?
I'd prefer to watch their reactions when I tell them. Come along, Denny. We're going to talk to Mr. Richards. I understand, Mr. Richards, that you have a group of models here tonight posing for photographs.
That's right, Captain Drummond. The job is a rush order, so we're working overtime. Would you mind telling me why you're interested?
Why, we looked through a telescope and...
Please, Denny, please.
Very well, sir. But that's how it happened.
Sounds most amusing.
No, Mr. Richards. Murder is never amusing. Murder? Yes. There was at least one murder committed tonight on the roof just outside. And I believe there were two.
Good heavens. Who was killed?
The night elevator boy, for one.
Freddie, who did it?
I'm not positive. And that's why I wish you wouldn't mention murder to anyone until I've talked with a certain suspect.
Who's that?
A man wearing a cowboy costume and a false mustache.
All the men are wearing cowboy clothes. At least two of them have false mustaches.
This one was the polar bear type. The mustache, I mean.
The walrus type, Denny.
Yes, thank you, sir. I'm still referring to the mustache, not the man.
As I recall, John Andrews was using a big false mustache.
I'd like to talk to him then, please.
Of course. They should all be back in the studio by this time. Let me look in here.
They're back, sir.
John Andrews. Yes, sir? Come in my office, please. He's coming. You want to see me, Mr. Richards? John, this is Captain Drummond. We want to ask you some questions. Questions? What about?
About a false mustache, Mr. Andrews.
Oh, that's the thing. I've got it right here in a pocket. Do you want to see how I look with it on?
Well, there's someone who does. Denny, will you bring in the watchman?
Yes, sir, directly.
Mr. Andrews, why aren't you wearing the mustache?
Why should I, except in front of the camera? I just got back from supper, and you can't eat to a strainer like that.
Well, suppose you put it on now.
Why, sure, if Mr. Richards says so. Go ahead, John. There's the wall mirror.
Thanks. Here's the watchman's,
There it is. Look me over.
Yes, watchman. Look him over. Is he the man?
Well, the mustache looks the same, and he's about the same build. I thought his face was thinner, but he was standing back of me all the way down.
All the way down? Say, what is this?
I'd like to know if you took an elevator down to the lobby about half an hour ago from the 29th floor instead of the 30th.
No, I didn't. The whole gang of us went down from this floor. Captain Drummond, I don't think this is fair to John. An elevator boy was murdered, John. You're apparently under suspicion.
I am. Why?
I don't know. Captain Drummond seems to be impressed by the watchman's story that he took you downstairs from the 29th floor.
The watchman's story? Now, look here. I didn't even know the elevator boy, but the watchman did. Huh? Perhaps he invented this story to cover himself.
You phony painted up sissy. You out to
you now telling me
listen here. That fancy-looking shrimp ain't going to accuse me of no murder.
No one is accusing anyone at the moment. But I believe another murder was committed here tonight.
Yes, a woman dressed in a crinoline and a bonnet. Great Scott. Now, Thelma.
Thelma? Who's she?
Thelma Lawson. One of the most beautiful models in this business. She happens to be a protege of mine. Don't tell me Venus is dead.
Venus?
Well, that's her nickname.
Oh, dear. I try to look at Venus through a telescope, and I see her hanging from a flagpole.
Tell me something, John. There were 4 girls dressed in crinolines and bonnets. What made you think it was Thelma who was murdered? Oh, she didn't go down to eat with the rest of us, and she wasn't here when we got back. You hate her, don't you? You know I do, and you know why. I'd like to see her dead. But I didn't kill her.
Denny.
Yes, sir?
Telephone the police. I'll make sure that nobody leaves the premises.
None of you are under arrest, but you're all to stay in the studio. There's an officer posted at every door. Alan Drummond, where can you and I talk in private?
In Mr. Richards' office, Inspector Maxson, through this door.
Good. Let's go in.
I've asked a few questions since Denny phoned you. John Andrews had a motive for killing Thelma Lawson.
It's too bad about her, if she is dead. Venus, they called her.
And from her photographs, they weren't exaggerating. But you see, she was responsible for Andrews losing a substantial motion picture contract. She persuaded the picture company officials to engage a friend of hers instead.
And I suppose Andrews has hated her ever since. Well, that's a motive for murder, but we still aren't sure that she's dead.
Denny is trying to find evidence that she is. I expect to hear from him very soon.
You've got an idea where her body is?
The body, or its remains. Frankly, I don't believe that Andrews is guilty. The other models say that he rode down in the elevator with them, ate supper, came back.
Well, then, what about the watchman's statement?
He didn't definitely identify Andrews as the man with the mustache. The man he took down was undoubtedly the murderer, but I don't think it was Andrews. Come in, Denny. You've brought the watchman with you, I see.
Yes, sir. And some other things. Here's what we found in the ashes downstairs. Yes, gruesome stuff. Charred bones and some jewelry. I have something else here in my pocket, a most distinctive ring. One of the models identified it as a ring that Miss Lawson always wore.
Where did you find these things?
In the incinerator of the restaurant in the basement, Inspector.
I came to the conclusion that there was only one way the girl's body could have been disposed of so quickly, from the roof. It must have been dropped down the vent of the restaurant incinerator.
But why didn't the murderer dispose of the elevator boy's body the same way?
Because it would look more natural if his body were found. Once the elevator to the roof had started, it would have erased all evidence of murder. It would have looked as though the boy had been adjusting the controls and had fallen into the machinery.
Pardon me, sir. There's some other items here in the remains from the incinerator.
Yes, Denny, I noticed them. There are studs, apparently from a cowboy belt.
That proves I was right. The guy in the cowboy outfit with the big mustache rode down with me in the elevator. Then he must have gone down into the basement and thrown the cowboy suit into the incinerator.
Well, that exonerates Andrews because he rode back up in the elevator wearing a cowboy costume.
So now we haven't got a suspect.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Inspector. I'm sure we have. Denny, did you inspect the freight elevator?
Yes, I did, as you asked me to, sir. The car is at the 29th floor when it should be in the basement.
And that's the way the murderer got back up here. Mr. Richards told me that only 2 people stayed here when the models went down for supper.
2 people? Himself, I suppose. And who else?
The head photographer, Bob Wilson. Supposedly, he spent that time in the dark room developing the pictures he'd taken. Denny, let's have Mr. Richards, please.
Yes, sir. Mr. Richards, Captain Drummond would like to speak with you.
Yes, of course. What is it, Drummond? Mr. Richards, your head photographer, Bob Wilson, is about the same size as Mr. Andrews, is he not?
I'm sorry to admit it, but he is.
But if Bob Wilson wore a cowboy costume over his clothes, he would appear considerably larger. On the other hand, Mr. Richards, You would be about the same size as Andrews, and you couldn't conceal your thin face.
What are you insinuating?
Nothing, Mr. Richards. You murdered Thelma Lawson. You hanged her from the flagpole.
Are you crazy?
No, and I hope you're not. No one but you could have killed the girl. You murdered the elevator boy, too. And then you put on that cowboy costume and the mustache and rode down in the elevator.
That's very interesting.
You hoped to throw suspicion on John Andrews, who had a possible motive for murdering Miss Lawson. There's just one question I'd like to have you answer.
I'll answer nothing.
Why did you hang the girl on the flagpole when it would have been so much easier to strangle her?
This is outrageous. Hold it, Richards. You're going to headquarters with me. You're under arrest. The charge is suspicion of murder.
I'm sorry I haven't been in touch with you, Inspector. Denny and I have been doing a bit of research.
Did you dig up anything, Drummond?
Yes, I think we did.
Well, let's hear it. We've done our usual job. We turned Richards' office and his apartment inside out. We found hundreds of fingerprints, which don't mean a thing.
And you checked all of Richards' associates, I suppose?
Naturally, Denny. We've had our men watching a dozen of them for the past 24 hours. But none of the reports will give us a motive for Richards to murder Venus.
Well, his motive, of course, is the real evidence we need.
Sure, but everything we've dug up points away from a motive. Now, here's what we found. In 1929, Thelma Lawson's grandfather went broke.
Yes, that's Jacob Lawson. He took Thelma when her father and mother were killed in an automobile accident.
That's right. And in 29, Thelma was 7 years old. That's when Richards discovered her as a child model. He helped her get jobs. He took her under his wing and promoted her. As a matter of fact, he was her agent, taking 10% of everything she earned.
I beg your pardon, Inspector. Captain Drummond knows all that.
Yes, well, Richards built Thelma up. She was the highest paid model in the business when she died. And she was paying him 10% of what she got. So, why should he kill her?
For one reason.
Well, if you found the motive, I wish you'd let me hear it.
I told you that we'd done some research. Now, here's a photostatic copy of an old newspaper. It's called the Mesa Range Outlook. It was published once a week in Arizona.
Notice the date, Inspector. 1895. 50 years ago.
Yes, Denny.
The story I've marked is an account of the hanging of a man named Peter Smith. He was supposed to have killed a man in a cattle war which was raging in that territory.
Well, I don't get the connection with this murder case.
Well, you will when you study this newspaper story. Smith was convicted of murder on the testimony of his partner, a man named Jake Lawson. But Smith's wife testified that Lawson committed perjury to save himself.
Jake Lawson? Well, that's the name of Thelma's grandfather, Jacob Lawson.
Precisely. And Peter Smith changed his name to Peter Richards. He was Peter Smith, son of the man that Jacob Lawson hanged 50 years ago.
Are you sure of this?
We've checked every fact. It occurred to me right at the start of the case that hanging Thelma from the flagpole was some sort of gesture on the part of her murderer, especially in the costume of the old Wild West.
I thought it a trifle gaudy myself, sir.
You say it was a gesture, Drummond?
Or a symbol, if you like. The trademark of an old feud. I'm positive that Richards arranged to hang Thelma Lawson in just that way to avenge his father.
From your evidence, Drummond, I'm convinced. You're right. Richards must be the murderer. And we've got a case that'll stand up in court. I'll have Richards rearrested.
Rearrested? My word, we thought you had him in jail.
I did, as long as I could. We held him exactly 24 hours. He was released 20 minutes before you came in.
Then he's well ahead of us. Inspector, we need a police car. We've got to reach old Jacob Lawson before Richards kills him, too.
What do you want with me? Why do you wake me up in the middle of the night?
Be quiet, Jake Lawson.
There's nothing here for you to steal. I haven't had any money for years.
I'm not looking for money.
Then what do you want?
Your life. I could have taken it years ago. But I wanted to make you suffer.
I don't understand.
My real name is Peter Smith. I'm the son of the man who was hanged 50 years ago on your perjured testimony.
Peter Smith?
My mother swore vengeance against you. She told me so when she was dying. That's why I'm here.
You're Peter Smith?
Yes. I learned a long time ago that you worshipped your granddaughter. Thelma Lawson, her name was. I found her when she was a child.
Why, you're Mr. Richards.
Now you understand. I taught your granddaughter to be the most famous model of the day. And last night, I hanged her. Just as you had my father hanged.
It was him or me?
Well, Lawson, this time it's you. I planned to make you suffer for a long time. But Captain Drummond butted in. Sooner or later, he'll find me out.
I hope it's soon.
Won't be soon enough to stop me from killing you.
Get away from me.
I haven't time to hang you. A bullet will...
Oh, nice work, sir. You shot the gun out of his hand.
The gun, Drummond?
I say, I believe the old man has fainted.
No, Denny. He's dead. The shock was too much for his heart. Well, He's finally paid for his crime.
And Richards will pay for both of his.
The one I feel sorry for is Thelma Lawson. She knew nothing of her grandfather's guilt.
Poor girl. From her picture, she was such a beauty. I can understand why they called her Venus, although I never saw her. I say, sir, I just thought of something.
What's that, Denny?
I never saw the planet Venus either.
And now, here's Bulldog Drummond to tell us about sweet stories. In a rundown manor outside a small southern town, the body of an old woman disappears from her deathbed. A moment later, her son dies, apparently from heart failure, and his body also vanishes. A medicine bottle, a hypodermic needle, and a mosquito bite are clues which point to murder. I call the story The Mystery of the Natural Death. Be sure to listen, won't you?
And so into the night walks Bulldog Drummond, seeking new adventure and excitement. The next adventure with Bulldog Drummond will be heard over most of these same stations next week at the same time.
Oh, waiter.
Yes, sir?
I'll have some sliced tongue, a lettuce and tomato salad with Roquefort dressing, and a bottle of cold Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Yes, sir. Finest beer served anywhere.
From Hollywood, Pabst Blue Ribbon, finest beer served anywhere, proudly presents...
Screen Directors Playhouse. Production, Love Crazy. Director, Jack Conway. Star, William Powell.
The Hollywood Screen Directors present A Little Love, A Little Laughter. The motion picture comedy Love Crazy, starring William Powell. The pressure of picture making has prevented the director of Love Crazy, Mr. Jack Conway, from introducing his own film story tonight. However, our star, William Powell, won't escape the watchful eye of a screen director. As a matter of fact, our guest director has been watching him ever since 1929, when he directed Bill Powell in one of his first talking pictures, The Canary Murder Case. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the team of director and star is united again as we introduce Mr. Malcolm St. Clair.
Thank you. You know, it would make a pretty good story had I told Bill Powell 20 years ago that he'd never be an actor. But I didn't. I thought he was swell. So all I can say about his success is I knew it all the time. Now I'm going to join the rest of you in enjoying one of Bill's most amusing roles, the part of Steve Ireland in Love Crazy. Here it is.
Once upon a time, a man named Steve Ireland lived with his wife Susan in the Winston Towers apartments. They lived in apartment 12A, and they were very, very happy. After 4 years of marriage, they still talked like this.
Darling, I love you.
And I love you.
And I love you.
Life at apartment 12A was excruciatingly sweet. And then one day, into apartment 11A moved Isabel, Steve's old girlfriend. 12A, 11A. Wow!
Why, it's Steve Ireland!
Isabel Grayson. Well, come on in and share my elevator. You going down?
Yes. Oh, Steve, I haven't seen you since you broke my heart and married the other woman. You're looking scrumptious.
Really? I wasn't even trying.
What are you doing here?
I live here.
Then we're neighbors. I just moved in. Where's your apartment?
12A.
I'm right below you, 11A.
Oh, brother.
Remember that if you ever want to borrow a cup of sugar.
Oh, here. You dropped your package.
Oh, thanks, Stevie boy. It's just some stockings I'm taking out to exchange. Want to come with Mama?
Oh, Mama better keep her meat hooks off Stevie boy. You know, I'm still married, kiddo. 4 years. Today's the anniversary.
Happy?
Deliriously. I'm going out to buy Susan a gift for the great occasion. Ooh.
Ah, elevator trouble.
Well, I never did this before. Hey, looks like we're jammed.
What do we do now, lower the lifeboats?
Hey, look. There's a hatch right there at the top of this thing. We're only a couple of feet below the floor. If we climb up, all we have to do is open the outside doors and crawl out.
Through the top?
Yeah, here. Look, I'll open the hatch. Now, if you can stand on my shoulders.
Well, here, put my package in your pocket.
Yeah, okay, I'll give you a boost.
Oh, well, I better take my shoes off. I don't want to stab you to death.
Oh, yeah, give them here. I never did look good in footprints. Now, oopsie daisy.
No, take it easy now.
Can you get those doors open?
I think so. Give me a push. I'm all right. Want a hand, Steve?
Would you offer a hand to Climo, the human fly? Here I come.
Stevie boy, the human fly just ripped his pants.
Well, I'm a fine mess. Covered with grease, pants all torn. Great way to launch an anniversary evening.
Well, just tell your wife you were bitten by a mad dog. Ruff.
Say, stop snarling. All my other clothes are in the cleaners. What'll I do?
Well, you might start by going back to your apartment.
Very well, I will. Goodbye, Isabel.
Oh, Steve.
What?
Don't look now, but your slip is showing.
Tattletale.
Ah, Mr. Ireland.
Hiya, Professor Klugel. I'm in a rush.
But, Mr. Ireland, what happened to you?
I was bitten by a mad elevator.
What did you do to make it mad?
Excuse me, Professor. That dopey professor, always snooping around.
Stephen, you're back. Stephen, darling, what's happened?
The elevator jammed.
Oh, good heavens, you're a mess. Why, you haven't looked like this since you used to date Isabel Grayson.
Well, as a matter of fact, I met Isabel in the elevator.
Stephen.
Uh-huh. She's living here in the building.
You look like you renewed acquaintances in a mixmaster.
Well, you see, the elevator jammed.
It never jammed before.
Well, it did this time, and there we were. Yes?
Oh, Mr. Ireland.
Who is it?
Oh, it's the bellboy, dear.
Mr. Ireland, Miss Isabel Grayson asked me to ask you if she could have her shoes back.
Shoes?
Her shoes?
Oh, yes, sure. Right here in my pocket. There you are. Well, Susan, as I was saying, there we were in this jammed elevator.
Mm-hmm. And you both took off your shoes and played toesies.
No, darling, you don't understand. Her shoes were in my pocket.
Oh, they were? Where were her feet?
On my head.
On our anniversary?
No, on my head. You see...
Pardon me, Mr. Ireland.
Oh, you still here?
Yeah, Miss Grayson says she also wants her stockings back.
Stockings? Oh, sure, right in my pocket.
Go on, dear. The elevator was jammed, and there you were.
And Mr. Ireland, Miss Grayson also says...
Oh, no.
But Mrs. Ireland...
If you say what I think you're going to say, so help me, I'll murder him.
Miss Grayson also says thanks.
You know, for a minute, you even had me scared.
Well, thanks, Mr. Ireland. Bye.
Now, if you'll hand me my coat, Mr. Ireland, I'll thank you and say goodbye, too.
Oh, Susan, you don't understand.
I don't want to be unfair about this, Stephen. I'm going out for a walk and think it over.
But that's silly.
And do something about those pants.
Oh, for Susan.
Steve, the terrace. Come out on your terrace.
Isabel. She got me into this mess. She's going to get me out of it.
Here I am, lover boy, down here. How's the little woman?
Miserable, thanks to you. Isabel, I've got to get out to buy a gift for Susan, and all I've got to wear are these torn pants.
Oh, I see a needle and thread coming into my life.
Here, I'll throw them down to you. And hurry.
Look, chum, when I sew you up for another woman, I'll take my own sweet time. Hello?
Isabel, this is Steve.
How's the pantsless wonder?
Dying by inches. You've had them more than an hour.
If you don't stop rushing me, I'm going to sew sandpaper into the seat.
But Susan will be back soon, and I haven't even bought her an anniversary present.
You talk about Susan while I sit here slaving so you can go around showing off, wearing pants.
Isabel! Oh, bellboy. Gotta get a bellboy. Bellboy! Where's the bellboy?
Mr. Ireland.
Oh, hiya, Professor Klugel. Is there a bellboy in the house?
Mr. Ireland, you forgot your pants.
I did not. These, my dear Professor, are invisible pants.
Invisible pants? On you, they look good.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Mr. Ireland.
Oh, bellboy.
You calling me Mr. Ireland?
Yeah, look. You got to help me. I'm desperate.
Oh, sure, Mr. Ireland.
Look, you've got to buy a present for my wife, an anniversary gift. I don't care what it is, just use your own taste. But get one and get it fast. Oh, and if my wife's here, for goodness sake, don't let her know that you bought it. Just cover it up some way when you give it to me.
Right, Mr. Ireland.
Whew. Hello?
This is Bertha, the sewing machine girl. Your pants are ready, gorgeous. I'll bring them right up. Bye.
No.
Steve, darling, I'm back.
Oh, brother.
Oh, Steve, I've been so silly. Please forgive me, darling.
Oh, well, why? Susan, forgive you for what?
For doubting your word. Tonight of all times, our anniversary night.
Oh, and is it going to be a Lulu?
Steve, here are your...
Sorry, but we don't want any.
Who was it, dear?
Oh, the Fuller Brush Man.
Oh.
Yeah, I just gave him a taste of his own medicine. Quick brush.
Oh, I'll get it, dear.
Hi. Here are your husband's pants.
Oh.
What?
Susan. Now, Susan.
Oh, Stephen.
Susan.
Oh.
Isabel, tell her what happened.
Don't be silly. It's your anniversary. Nighty-night.
Oh, Susie, darling, look, I swear I haven't set foot out of the apartment since you left.
Oh, please don't lie to me, Stephen.
Honest, darling, I've never lied to you.
Say, Mr. Ireland, it's me, Joe the bellboy.
Oh, you didn't leave the apartment?
Not for a second.
Mr. Ireland, this parcel.
Go away, get lost.
But you just left it in the elevator.
Oh, please, Susan, don't cry. Look, Susan, it's for you. It's your anniversary present.
I don't want it.
No, here, I'll open it. What did you buy, Joe?
I never did have much taste, Mr. Ireland.
Now, this is a fine time to tell me.
It's a cushion. A nice purple satin cushion with a motto on it.
Oh, good Lord. Look, dear, isn't it lovely?
Oh, it's hideous.
See, there's writing on it.
Yeah, go ahead, Susan, read it.
Bless our happy home.
Bless our happy, happy home.
You are listening to the Screen Directors Playhouse production of Love Crazy, starring William Powell and introduced by screen director Malcolm St. Clair. You are in New York City. The big luxury liner, with your friends aboard, has just pulled away from the dock. You, envious, hot, and excited from waving farewells, walk out into Manhattan's blistering heat. Someday you're going to take an ocean trip, but right now you'd settle for a... Say, wait a minute. What's that little blue sign across the street? Oh, brother. Pabst Blue Ribbon, finest beer served anywhere. Yes, during these hot August days, you're just one of millions of men all over America to whom that Pabst Blue Ribbon sign means welcome relief. For Pabst Blue Ribbon does something more than quench your thirst. It gives you taste. Blue Ribbon taste. The kind of taste you can't get anywhere else in the world except in that Pabst Blue Ribbon bottle. And, fortunately, you can get that Blue Ribbon bottle all over the world. Yes, you hear it everywhere, in New York and New Orleans and Newport and Nashville. Pabst Blue Ribbon, finest beer served anywhere. Your taste will tell you why. Now, back to the Screen Directors Playhouse production of Love Crazy, starring William Powell.
Susan, will you stop packing that suitcase for a minute and listen to me?
I will not. I'm leaving you, Stephen, for good.
Believe me, Susan.
I've wanted to believe you with all my heart, but ever since Isabel Grayson came back into your life, you've told nothing but lies. That ridiculous story about the elevator getting stuck.
But,
and
Susan...
your word that you hadn't left the apartment. And her coming up here with your...
Susie, I have not told you one single lie.
You see? There you go again.
I love you, baby.
There's no such thing as a marriage based on deceit, Stephen. I'm getting a divorce.
Oh, Susan, please. I'll raise your allowance.
Ha! Pat. Well, Stephen, have you any brilliant last word?
I refuse to talk until I see my lawyer. Well, and that's it, George. Just because of that silly misunderstanding, Susan's going to divorce me.
Well, Steve, do you want me to advise you as your friend or as your lawyer?
What's the difference?
Oh, about $1,000.
Let's try the friendly approach.
All right, Steve. Move into an apartment house without elevators.
That's fine. What do I get if I pay money?
Good advice.
I'll pay.
Next time, be more careful.
But there wasn't anything to be careful about, George. I love Susan. You've got to stop this divorce.
Well, if she wants to file suit, Steve, there's nothing we can do about it.
That's what's driving me crazy.
Well, that would do it.
What?
If you were crazy, Susan couldn't divorce you for 5 years.
No.
Of course, that's ridiculous.
Well, yes, ridiculous. Imagine me crazy.
Well, that's very amusing.
George.
Huh?
Supposing I was just to pretend to be crazy.
Well, in that case, it would take a postponement of at least 30 days to find out whether you really were crazy.
Ah, and that'll give me time enough to convince Susan that she's making a mistake. I'll do it.
Do what?
Pretend I'm crazy. It can't be so hard. Any idiot can do it.
Well, I tell you, you have to have witnesses, you know.
I'll get him. Starting with Professor Klugel.
Well, who's he?
He's an old crackpot who lives across the hall there. He thinks I'm half nuts anyway.
Ah, Mr. Ireland.
Where's your parachute?
Parachute?
Aha! There you are, Alexander.
Alexander? Mr. Ireland, I don't see nobody.
There he is. Standing right in front of you. Alexander, you insulted me once. Now take it back. No, don't move, or I'll shoot.
But, Mr. Ireland, I gotta go now.
Don't go, Professor. All right, Alexander. Take it back. So you won't take it back. Then take this. Bang.
Mr. Ireland.
He's dead. Well, Professor, what do you think of that?
You know, I think he was crazy not to take it back. Good night, Mr. Ireland.
Professor Klugel, where are you going?
Oh, that's right. You came to see me.
Good night, Professor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ireland.
Here we go gathering nuts in May, nuts in May, nuts in May.
Mr. Ireland.
I'm a squirrel and you're a girl, and all the world's a great big well. Here we go gathering nuts in May, nuts in May.
And so, Mrs. Ireland, in view of the evidence submitted by Mr. Ireland's counsel, this court feels that your husband's mental state is doubtful. I wish to investigate the case for a period of 30 days.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Susan.
Why, you fraud. You're not crazy. You're crazy.
I have only one statement to make.
Yes? All right. If you want to be crazy, you can be good and crazy.
Now, see here, Mrs. Ireland.
Your Honor, isn't there such a thing as a lunacy commission to decide cases of this sort?
Yes, you can ask for a ruling by the commission. It has the power to declare a person legally insane.
Now, wait a minute. George.
Lunacy, schmoonacy. What do you care, Steve? You've got your 30 days and you haven't got anything to fear from the commission.
I haven't.
Well, of course not. You're sane, aren't you?
Right. Bring on the Lunacy Commission.
My name is Dr. Pelgrim, Mr. Ireland. The head of the Lunacy Commission will be here in just a minute now. In the meantime, would you mind answering a few questions?
Well, you understand this is just a formality. I'm perfectly normal.
Of course. Now, do you...
No, I don't have bad dreams. I don't hear voices. I don't think I'm being followed. Anything else?
Well, yes. I'd like... Oh, well, here's the chairman of the commission now.
Well, how do you do, Doctor?
Mr. Ireland. Yeah, I've been expecting you. Tell me, how is poor Alexander getting along with this?
Now, Professor, that was just a little joke.
Wearing any invisible pants lately?
Professor, I know what you're thinking.
Are you familiar with this case, Professor?
Yeah, in the immortal words of Dr. Sigmund Freud, he is nutty as a fruitcake. Please ask his wife to step in.
Yes, this is ridiculous. There's a perfectly logical explanation for my behavior if you'll only listen to me.
Yes, Professor Klugel?
Mrs. Ireland, I'm afraid we have bad news for you. We must declare your husband legally insane.
Will you listen to me?
And you, Mr. Ireland, will be put in your wife's custody for a period of 5 years.
My custody?
There is nothing... Oh, my wife's custody? Well, that's different. Who's loony now, dear?
That will be a much nicer arrangement than sending him to some kind of mental institution. Huh?
Oh, you mean I can have him locked up?
Whenever you wish.
Susan, no, you wouldn't.
You might fool him, Steve Ireland, but you're not fooling me. Doctor, get the straitjacket.
Oh, no. No, you don't.
Oh, no, please, Mr. Ireland, you must resign yourself.
You can resign yourself to a punch and a kisser. See you later, Professor.
You know something, Mrs. Ireland? He hit me.
You know something, Professor? You're screwier than he is.
Steve, what in the world?
Isabel, I want a word with you.
Well, you look frantic.
Frantic? They think I'm a raving maniac.
They do? Why?
Because I had an argument with my wife.
Well, that's a reasonable explanation.
And it's all your fault. Because of you, my wife left me, and I've been declared legally wacky.
Well, that's life, kid. The bitter with the sweet, the good with the bad.
Listen, my fine, blown corncob philosopher, we're going to find Susan, you and I, and you're going to tell her everything that's happened, the whole story. Maybe she'll believe you.
Oh, sure. We're palsies, your wife and I.
Come on, stop arguing.
You know, Steve, I kind of hate to leave this elevator. It has so many touching memories.
Isabel, stop babbling and come on. We got to find Susan.
Well, we don't have far to look. Here she comes now.
Hello, Stephen. I see you haven't wasted much time.
Oh, Susan, you've come home.
Oh, just to pick up the rest of my things. You needn't worry about your sudden attack of insanity any longer. I explained the whole thing to the professor and our divorce is going through.
Susan,
Isabel and I have some explaining to do, haven't we, Isabel?
You said a mouthful, Buster.
If you kindly leave the elevator, I'd like to go up.
I'm not leaving until you hear our side of the story.
Very well.
Listen, Mrs. Ireland, I admit that things look a bit sketchy, but Steve's been a model husband.
There, see?
It all happened because the elevator jammed.
I've been riding this elevator for 4 years, and it's never jammed yet.
Listen, lady, nobody's trying to steal your spouse. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't have him on a bet.
You see, dear, she wouldn't have me on a... Oh, you wouldn't, huh?
Well, as far as that goes, I'll have you know that Steve has some very fine qualities.
Certainly I have.
Oh, shut up.
Well, you can have him, the jerk.
He isn't either a jerk.
Certainly not.
Will you keep your big yap shut?
The whole thing was perfectly innocent. The elevator jammed.
That's impossible. These elevators never jam. They never jam.
I suppose we're just stopping for a hamburger.
This is the last laugh I've always dreamed about.
Oh, Steve, Stephen, I was wrong.
Is this proof enough?
I'm so ashamed of myself.
Darling, I love you. Please come home, huh?
I should have known. And Isabel, I owe you an apology.
Honest, Isabel, that's me. Steve, hurry up and kiss her. We're stopped because my shoe's wedged in the elevator door.
Good, keep it there.
What'd you say, dear?
I said honesty's always the best policy. Stand by to be kissed.
Oh, darling.
You see there? The elevator's all right again, just like us.
Well, it might be all right with you, but my shoe just fell down the elevator shaft.
Her shoe? Stephen, how did that...
Shh. Don't ask questions, dear. Just trust your husband. Oh, brother.
You have just heard the last act of Love Crazy. In a moment, our star, William Powell, and screen director Malcolm St. Clair will return to the microphone. If you were to win one of those radio contests where the prize is a trip to Hollywood with a chance to visit the studios and the homes of movie stars, well, you'd get the surprise of your life. You'd find that most of the picture people, even the glamorous stars, lead modest, simple lives, just like you and me. On these hot summer weekends, for instance, the chances are you'd find them out in the backyard under a shady tree with their neighbors and friends, playing gin rummy or just chatting over bottles of cold Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. Everything in perfect taste. Blue Ribbon taste. And it's that Blue Ribbon taste that makes this internationally famous beer so popular, not only here in Hollywood, but all over America. Yes, you hear it everywhere. In North Carolina's picturesque mountain resorts, in Los Angeles' popular eating places, in Wyoming's famous national parks. Pabst Blue Ribbon, finest beer served anywhere. Your taste will tell you why. Next week on Screen Directors Playhouse, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents Appointment for Love, starring Charles Boyer with Gail Storm. Now, here again is tonight's star, William Powell, and screen director Malcolm St. Clair.
Well, so much for Love Crazy, Mal. Now we've got some talking to do. You know, I think it's been about 20 years since we made the Canary murder case together.
That was just about our first venture into talking pictures. And, brother, I was scared stiff.
Afraid of those microphones?
Sure, it was okay for you with all your stage experience, but I've never worked with anything but cameras.
But the way you used those cameras made motion picture history, Mal. I know that even back in 1929, having Malcolm St. Clair in the director's chair was one of the greatest privileges an actor could receive.
Well, thanks, Bill. Thanks very much.
Good night, Mal. Good night, everyone.
And good night to you, William Powell and Malcolm St. Clair. Remember, tomorrow begins another weekend. 2 wonderful days to picnic on the beach, swim in the lake, or just relax on your own back porch. Be sure you have plenty of Pabst Blue Ribbon beer cooling in your refrigerator. Enjoy your holiday with friends and neighbors and Pabst Blue Ribbon. Finest beer served anywhere. Your taste will tell you why. Love Crazy was presented by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The Great Sinner, starring Gregory Peck, Ava Gardner, and Melvin Douglas. William Powell also appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, who soon will release Madame Bovary, starring Jennifer Jones, James Mason, and Van Heflin. Included in tonight's cast were Mary Shipp as Susan Ireland, Gloria Blondell as Isabel Grayson, and Hans Conried, Gil Stratton, Herbert Rawlinson, Bill Johnstone, and Dan Riss. Love Crazy was adapted for radio by Richard Allen Simmons, and original music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Screen Directors Playhouse was produced by Howard Wiley, with dramatic direction by Bill Karn. Portions of tonight's broadcast were transcribed. Listen again next week when Pabst Blue Ribbon presents
Screen Directors Playhouse, production Appointment for Love, director William Seiter, star Charles Boyer.
Screen Directors Playhouse is brought to you by the Pabst Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Newark, New Jersey, and Peoria, Illinois, and sent your way with the best wishes of the Pabst Blue Ribbon dealers from coast to coast. James Wallington speaking.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Now it's Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. The life of an average school teacher tends to run along a fairly smooth and even path. But if that teacher's name is Constance Brooks and she teaches English at Madison High School, that path is apt to be not quite so smooth and even.
Somehow, while most girls go through life attracting boys, I go through it attracting accidents. Wednesday, as I was leaving Clay City High after a visit with a friend, I hit the jackpot of all accidents. I was walking toward the elevator, my mind off in space, when a few seconds later, so was I. I had stepped into an open elevator shaft. The next thing I knew, I was hanging by my fingertips. Jason Brill, Clay's principal, had rushed up and pulled me to safety. The newspaper photographers had taken our pictures, and we were so busy I didn't have a chance to faint until I got home. The next morning, as my landlady and I sat down to breakfast, I slipped the newspaper casually under Mrs. Davis's eyes and waited for her reaction. Finally, it came. In tones quivering with excitement, she said,
Connie, what's a two-letter word meaning sun god?
Mrs. Davis, look.
No, dear. Look has 4 letters. Maybe I should try it vertical. Now, let's see. What's a 3-letter word for feline domestic animal? Oh, no. Quiet, Minerva, and finish your milk. Now, 3-letter word for feline domestic animal.
It's no use, Minerva. Mrs. Davis, if you'll forget that crossword puzzle for a moment and look at the front page, you might see a story about a person you know that will interest you.
Oh, all right, dear.
Well?
Oh, my goodness. Why, Connie, this is your picture. A picture of you and Jason Brill. But what are you two doing on the front page?
If you'll read the story, you'll see what we're doing there.
A story? Oh, that's right. There is a story. Jason Brill, principal of Clay City High School, played the hero yesterday as he hoisted Constance Brooks, Madison High English teacher, out of an open elevator shaft. Miss Brooks had been dangling by her fingertips 3 stories up, with the elevator a floor above her, when she was finally rescued. Oh, Connie, how awful. But, dear, I don't quite understand.
Don't quite understand what, Mrs. Davis?
Wouldn't it have been simpler to wait for the elevator like everybody else?
Not with my claustrophobia. Mrs. Davis, the whole thing was an accident. A horrible, nightmarish accident.
Oh, of course, dear. Were you hurt?
No, I'm all right today. Now, please don't worry about me, Mrs. Davis. I have as many lives as... No coaching, Minerva. Don't you want to read the rest of the story?
I'm reading it now. Mr. Brill, who is currently one of the principals being considered for promotion to assistant superintendent of schools, was extremely modest about his daring rescue. When asked to comment, he said, This is nothing that any other aggressive, vigorous, alert, level-headed, courageous man wouldn't have done under similar circumstances.
If he printed his whole comment, he would have been elected to Congress. As it is, I doubt if he'll make assistant superintendent. At least not while Mr. Conklin is also trying for the job.
Oh, is Osgood still after that position?
Like Dick Tracy is after Rughead. Like today, our boy unveils his Project X in front of Mr. Stone.
Project X? Goodness, it sounds important. What is it, dear?
If I know Mr. Conklin, it's probably a scientific method of making 6 teachers do the work of one principal. Frankly, Mrs. Davis, I'm dying to find out about Project X myself. Mr. Conklin's promised me that this morning he's letting the cat out of the bag. Back in the bag, Minerva.
In any case, Connie, it might be a good idea to drop in and see your principal before your first class. He'll be so relieved to see you unscratched. He'll fuss over you like a cat over her baby kitten.
Yes, Minerva, they're playing our song. Well, here I am, Mr. Conklin, in perfect health, none the worse for wear, not a scratch on me, and ready to start the day's work with a brave smile. So don't you worry one bit.
Sit down, you traitor.
Huh? Mr. Conklin, didn't you read the story about me in the morning paper?
7 times. Miss Brooks, you knew I was in a life-and-death struggle with Jason Brill for assistant superintendent. You knew that making him a hero would practically ruin my chances. For lo, these many years, you have been enjoying all of your accidents right here at Madison. And now, when I need you most, why did you have to take your business elsewhere?
It was rather thoughtless of me, sir.
And I was so confident that when I unveiled my Project X before Mr. Stone at 3 this afternoon, it would dwarf all of Brill's recent projects. But now, with his hero story...
Is this your Project X, sir? This desk microphone and the instrument panel with push buttons?
Yes. It's an amplifying system. Sitting right here in my office, I can press buttons and hear what's going on in any classroom or hallway. I can check on my teachers and students at any time. The Board of Education was delighted when I suggested they try out the system at Madison.
Would you show me how it works, sir?
Well, I had promised my daughter Harriet she would be the first to hear it this morning, but I don't know what's happened to her.
Oh, I'm certain she wouldn't mind if I heard it first.
No, I suppose not. Well, all right, I'll flick it on. We'll warm up with room 100, although it may be unoccupied at this early hour.
Oh, come on, Harriet. Just one little kiss. No, Walter. Daddy wouldn't like it. Who wants to kiss him? Please, Harriet. One teensy-weensy little kiss.
Denton, unblock her this instant.
What? Harriet, you know you're getting to sound more like your old man every day. Well, that wasn't me, Walter. Well, don't tell me it's my conscience talking.
Denton, this is your principal talking.
No conscience ever shouted like that.
Holy cow, now Miss Brooks' voice is coming out of the woodwork. Harriet, let's get out of here.
Well, that's my Project X, Miss Brooks. And if you hadn't made a hero out of Jason Brill, it would have been enough to sway Mr. Stone in favor of my promotion. I tell you frankly, if Mr. Stone selects Jason Brill for that job, I'm going to be in a very ugly mood indeed.
Yes, sir.
I will hark back constantly to the incident that caused my defeat, knowing always at whose doorstep to lay the blame. You can imagine what may occur.
Yes, sir. For the next 6 months, you're liable to trample all over my welcome mat. Well, since I had made a hero out of our principal's arch-rival, Jason Brill, Mr. Conklin felt that I had cost him his promotion to assistant superintendent. Just before lunch, Mrs. Davis phoned to find out how I was feeling, and I gave her a rundown of the situation.
Connie, I'm amazed at Osgood. Do you mean he wasn't a bit happy to see you up and around?
He acted more like he wished I were down than under. He feels I've cost him his promotion.
Well, he's just upset, dear. Why, with a wonderful project like that amplifying system, he should be able to walk into that new job.
Over a road of broken eardrums. That system is driving us all crazy, Mrs. Davis. He listens in on us in the classrooms, in the hallways, in the recreation room. A few minutes ago, I had the shock of my life in the female faculty room.
Well, Osgood is just sulking, Connie. Still, it would have been better for you if he had been the hero.
Well, it's too late to worry about that now, since... Mrs. Davis, what did you just say?
Well, I said... Oh, goodness, Connie, I'm afraid I wasn't paying attention. What did I say?
Yes. Why not?
No, I'm certain I didn't say yes. Why not?
Mrs. Davis, you're a lifesaver. Well, goodbye now. I've got to meet Mr. Boynton in the lunchroom and break the good news to him.
Good news? What good news, Connie?
That at 3 p.m. today, he's going to be rescued by Mr. Conklin from a terrible accident.
Say, that pie was better than they usually make down here.
Yes, it was.
Oh, now, you said you had a big favor to ask me. What is it?
Yes, I did want to ask a favor, Mr. Boynton, but perhaps I'd better not ask it here. You know who might be listening in on us right now.
Who? Which who? Oh.
Yes, that who. If I could whisper it to you, though. Bring your ear over closer. Now, listen.
Say, that tickles. You know, you sent a chill right down my spine.
Care to do me now? I mean, let's just talk in low tones.
Oh, Miss Brooks, believe me, you're worrying needlessly. I'm sure Mr. Conklin has something better to do than listen in on lunchroom conversations. But if you're worried, why don't you just write down what you have to say on a napkin? What do you think of that idea?
I think it's the sneakiest thing I've heard today.
Mr. Conklin. Gosh, you were right, Miss Brooks.
Don't get panicky, friend. Just follow me across to the unoccupied zone of Madison High. We'll be perfectly safe from him here in the boiler room, Mr. Boynton. There isn't a wire in the place, see?
Still, he's here, Miss Brooks. I can feel it in my bones. This room is wired, too. I know he's here.
Mr. Boynton, look. I'll prove to you once and for all that Mr. Conklin has no wires down here. Here's a paper bag on the floor. I'll blow it up and explode it near the ceiling. Watch. Mr. Boynton, get up off your knees.
I can't hear you. What happened to my eardrum? Where is everybody?
Mr. Conklin?
I can't hear you. Say something, somebody. Please.
Mr. Conklin, can you hear me, sir?
Talk, somebody. I can't hear you. Say something, somebody.
Go jump in the lake, fish face.
Take a flying leap for yourself, meathead. Hear what I called him, Miss Brooks?
If it's a question of your getting the Medal of Honor, I'll be your witness.
Well, now that Mr. Conklin can't hear us, what was that big favor you wanted?
Mr. Stone is coming over at 3 this afternoon to hear the amplifying system in action. And when he presses the button to hear what's going on in your laboratory, I was wondering if you could be in the midst of a fake accident yelling for help.
Oh, I see. You mean if I have this fake accident and Mr. Conklin saves me, Mr. Stone may pick him for that promotion and we'll be rid of him and his amplifying system.
You ain't just burning your Bunsen, Boynton. That's right, I mean. Now, just in case Mr. Conklin has regained his hearing, let's go outside and talk over the details.
No, all right, Miss Brooks. Follow me. This back door leads to the athletic field, and I'm sure that no one...
Your
Father will never hear us here in the boiler room, Harriet. Not a chance. Believe me.
But are you sure, Walter?
Well, just to play it absolutely safe, I'll test. Ah, come on, Harriet. Give me a kiss. Just one little kiss. Yeah, it's okay, Harriet. If he'd heard me, his bark would have exploded the boiler room by this time. Now, what do you think of my plan?
Well, making a hero of Daddy in front of Mr. Stone sounds pretty fantastic to me.
Fantastic? What's fantastic about it? It's simple. When Mr. Stone tries out the sound system and contacts the boiler room, I pretend the water pipes have exploded and I'm practically drowning.
And then Daddy hears you hollering, dashes down, and rescues you, huh?
Yeah, that's the idea. Now, what could be... Harriet, I just got a terrible thought.
What?
If your father ever really thought I was drowning, he'd let me.
Well, making a hero of Mr. Conklin in front of Mr. Stone seemed like an ideal way to get him his promotion, particularly if it occurred while he was demonstrating his new amplifying system. However, unknown to each other, Miss Brooks and Walter Denton happened to get the idea at the same time. So as Miss Brooks approached her principal's office that afternoon, she knew nothing of the mix-up.
Oh, Miss Brooks, just a moment, please.
Why, Mr. Conklin, I was just about to stop in your office on my way home. Can you hear all right now?
I can hear all right, but my head feels like the inside of the Holland Tunnel at high noon. However, let's forget the boiler room caper, shall we? Now, listen, I have a favor to ask of you, a big favor. Mr. Stone is in my office at this very moment, and I'm about to demonstrate my amplifying system to him.
Oh, I wouldn't worry about getting that promotion anymore, sir. Accidents have a way of happening at the strangest times, making heroes of the strangest people. I have a feeling one may happen very soon.
Why, Miss Brooks, how did you find out about the accident I'd planned?
You planned an accident?
And you will play a key role in it.
What are you going to do, push me off the roof?
Oh, what a perfectly delightful... Miss Brooks, this accident again involves an open elevator shaft. If you look 10 feet in front of you, the shaft is open.
Oh, no, sir, not again. Don't ask me to do it again. My fingertips are all worn out.
Listen, we've got to act quickly. I've made arrangements with our home economics teacher, Miss Miller, to cling from that open elevator shaft in exactly 2 minutes. At that time or before, you will come into my office screaming for help, and I shall bound to the rescue.
Oh, before you go, sir, we'd better synchronize our accident. You see,
And don't worry about Miss Miller. Even if she does let go, it's only a 4-foot drop, and I have several mattresses underneath to break her fall.
But, sir, believe me, it won't be necessary.
Do as I say, Miss Brooks. Give me a moment or two with Mr. Stone, and then go into your act.
But, Mr. Conklin,
Ah, there you are, Conklin. Say, this is quite an efficient-looking acoustical setup you've got here.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Stone. Well, it's only natural for a principal whose only concern is his school to want to improve its operation. And as you know, sir, in all my years at this school, my one thought, my one aim has been how I can become assistant how I can better conditions here at Madison.
I'm well aware of that, Osgood. But now I'd like to hear this amplifying system in operation, so...
Mr. Conklin, come quickly. Something terrible has happened. Miss Miller has fallen down the elevator shaft. She's clinging to the ledge this very minute.
What? Fallen down the elevator shaft? Good heavens. Why, Miss Brooks, it happened to you only yesterday.
Yes, sir. I must have ushered in the season.
Well, what are we standing around for? A human life is in peril. Clear, quick, decisive action is called for. And if there's one thing about Osgood Conklin, he is never one to lose his head in emergencies and turn his...
Osgood! Stop filibustering and save her.
Oh, yes, sir, yes, at once, yes.
This is terrible, Miss Brooks, simply terrible. I think we'd better contact someone to give Conklin a hand.
But how could we contact anyone in time for him to do any good, sir?
I could try using the amplifying system.
I withdraw the question.
Exactly. It's only a little after 3. Some teachers must still be in their classrooms. Mr. Boynton usually stays late to work in his lab, doesn't he? Maybe he can lend a hand.
Oh, no, sir. I've been trying to borrow one for years. Well, I'm certain he's gone home.
Well, nevertheless, there's no harm in trying the biology lab. Now, where is that button? Oh, yeah, here we are.
Help! Help, Mr. Conklin! Save me! Please save me! These poison gas fumes are choking me! Help me!
Something's happened to Boynton. What's going on down there?
Sounds like the deathbed scene from Camille.
Save me, Mr. Conklin! A test tube exploded and I'm choking! Please save me, Mr. Conklin!
Mr. Conklin's out on call. all, Mr. Boynton. Will I do?
For quick action, Miss Brooks. The boiler room is the closest place to the biology lab. I'll contact the school custodian. Oh, yes, here's the button.
Help! Save me, Mr. Conklin! Oh, the water's up my neck! Save me! It's getting higher! I'm drowning! Save me, Mr. Conklin!
Good grief! That sounds like Walter Denton, and he's drowning?
When those water pipes go, they really go.
Oh, save me, Mr. Conklin! Save me!
Miss Brooks, just why is everyone all over the school calling for Osgood Conklin?
Maybe Philip Morris is busy. Sir, I'm sure that's what you heard.
What I heard is plenty. It's all beginning to add up, Miss Brooks.
Well, maybe if you subtracted those last two accidents.
Well, I saved Miss Miller. She almost pulled me down into the shaft with her, but I broke her death hold on my ankle and pulled her up by the hair. But it was actually nothing. Nothing at all.
I agree with you.
Eh?
You feel quite the hero, don't you, Conklin? Then suppose you get your rescue squad and save this poor soul.
Oh, save me, Mr. Conklin! The poison gas! Gas all over! Save me!
Where's Mr. Boynton? I'll rush right down.
Hold it, Rover boy. We have another customer for you in the boiler room.
Probably going down for the third time.
Save me, Mr. Conklin! I'm drowning! I'm going down for the 15th time!
Okay, so shoot me.
But I don't understand. What are they all doing? Miss Brooks, why are they all yelling for me to save them?
I don't know, sir, unless they're mistaking you for St. Bernard.
Believe me, Mr. Stone, I had no hand in all this. I'm an innocent man.
Do we have any more accidents waiting for us, Conklin?
That's all we had on the calendar for today, sir.
I'm innocent, Mr. Stone, believe me.
Here we have a button marked roof. What little game are we playing up there, Conklin?
Oh, nothing, sir. Absolutely nothing. That's for emergency air raid spotting.
Well, we'll try it anyway, shall we?
Save me, Osgood, for goodness sake. Save me.
Margaret Davis? But what's she doing on the roof? Miss Brooks?
Don't ask me, sir. I'm still trying to figure out Walter.
Save me, Osgood. I'm stuck on the television aerial. Save me, Osgood. My hero. Save me.
I think I've heard enough. Conklin, I don't know whether to bring charges against you or just continue to tolerate your occasional lapses into complete idiocy. But one thing is certain. Neither you nor Jason Brill will be recommended for that promotion.
Neither one of them?
No, Miss Brooks. And don't try to tell me now that you didn't stage that Perils of Pauline act yesterday, too.
Mr. Stone, that's not true. I had a real accident, and I earned every bruise of it.
Miss Brooks, at this point, I don't know whether to believe anyone has had any real accidents or not. So, good day to both of you.
Well, at least Brill won't get the job. What was that?
Oh, it's Mr. Stone, sir. He fell down that open elevator shaft.
Now, isn't that a shame? Shall we, Miss Brooks?
I knew if we kept on pitching, sir, we'd make it sometime today.
Arden, transcribed, was produced and directed by Lou Drummond with the music of Bud Gluskin.
Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks, written by Al Lewis.
Old friends, like old songs, are said to be mellow with age. Our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, feels that this is very definitely true.
Especially when it comes to our beloved principal, Osgood Conklin. Although Mr. Conklin isn't exactly old, or actually a friend, he does remind me of an old song. Sweetest little fellow, everybody knows. Don't know what to call him, but he's mighty lacking in something. What it is formed the topic of our conversation last Friday morning when my landlady and I sat down to a particularly early breakfast.
Here's your coffee, Connie.
Thanks, Mrs. Davis.
I can't understand your constant friction with Mr. Conklin. He isn't naturally mean, is he?
I should say not. He's had to practice for years. Oh, it isn't all his fault. I think a lot of his bad temper is due to his high blood pressure.
I guess it is. When did he get his high blood pressure, Connie?
5 years ago this coming February.
I see. Tell me, Connie, when did you join the faculty at Madison?
5 years ago this coming February. That is a coincidence, isn't it?
It could be, but I'm sure Mr. Conklin doesn't think so.
You're so right, Mrs. Davis. He blames me for almost every little accident that occurs at school. That's why he's made me school safety supervisor. It's his ironic way of getting even.
Getting even? For what?
Oh, a few little incidents that occurred last week.
What kind of incidents?
Well, like last Wednesday after school. I happened to be leaving the building just as Mr. Conklin started down the steps, and I noticed a pencil lying right in his path. Naturally, I didn't want him to slip on it.
Did you pick it up?
Oh, there wasn't time for that. All I could do was jump forward and nudge him aside.
Well, that certainly couldn't have made him angry.
I nudged him down the whole flight of stairs.
My goodness, Connie, was he badly hurt?
Oh, he wasn't hurt at all. Just a few lacerations here and there. And his glasses were as good as new after some minor repairs.
Minor repairs?
2 new lenses. Anyway, now you know why Mr. Conklin declared this to be Safety Week at Madison.
Well, I think it's a splendid idea. If everyone took proper precautions, accidents couldn't happen.
Except to Mr. Conklin. Now, if you'll excuse me, I better get ready. Walter Denton's picking me up early today so I can check things before Mr. Conklin's inspection tour.
All right, dear. Oh, before you go, would you like another egg or some more toast?
No, thanks, Miss Davis. If I'm going to travel in Walter's car, I've got to watch my weight. The last time I rode up front with him, the back wheels didn't touch the ground once. Your car's running very smoothly today, Walter. What'd you do to it?
Well, on account of this being Safety Week, I decided to give it a thorough overhauling, Miss Brooks. So last night I took off the drive shaft, dismantled the transmission, and removed the rear end.
You know something? It goes better without them.
I put them all back, Miss Brooks, but I fixed everything up first. Can't be too careful with a car nowadays, you know.
I like your attitude, Walter. In fact, you are hereby granted permission to help me with the safety campaign at school today.
Oh, I'll be glad to, Miss Brooks. Of course, when I first heard about it, I thought it was just another arbitrary political move made by old Marblehead, Mr. Conklin. You know, to get himself in good with the Board of Education. But his daughter Harriet convinced me that it was for all our goods.
All our goods?
Yes, ma'am. She sure is a sensible girl. And pretty, too.
Yes, she is pretty. And Harriet's a good student as well.
I know. But most important of all, she's got sensational taste.
Taste?
She's been going steady with me for over a year.
Yes, she is pretty.
I'm taking her to the football rally tonight. We're having it out on the campus. You'll be there, won't you, Miss Brooks?
As safety supervisor, I guess it's part of my job.
Oh, we're not going to do anything dangerous. Just the usual normal pregame frenzy. Now, we'll have a nice big bonfire, and my pal Stretch Snodgrass is bringing a giant firecracker to open the festivities.
Now, wait a minute, Walter. A carefully supervised bonfire may be all right, but the giant firecracker is definitely out.
But why, Miss Brooks? Stretch knows how to handle fireworks. Gosh, you should have seen him last 4th of July.
I did see him last 4th of July. He passed me on a skyrocket. Look, Walter, I know Stretch is a dear pal of yours and a great football player, but he's not very bright.
Well, I'll admit he's no Albert Einfeld. But if we're very careful, Miss Brooks...
No, I'm sorry, Walter. Mr. Conklin's going to be at that rally, and I don't want anyone to get hurt, especially Mr. Conklin. I've had a couple of unfortunate encounters with our principal already this week.
I know you have. You've done a wonderful job on him so far.
you helped him down the steps Wednesday after school. Boy, he sure was mad.
Your presence didn't help matters any, Walter.
Well, gosh, all I did was hand him back his glasses and say I was sorry.
That isn't quite all you did, Walter. You handed him his glasses, and you said you were sorry, and then you giggled right in his face.
Well, I couldn't help it, Miss Brooks. In times of great emotional stress, I always giggle. Well, here's the dear old school, Miss Brooks. Pretty crowded. I thought we'd find a parking space easy this early.
There's one there, Walter, right in front of that car that just pulled up to the curb.
You think I can squeeze in there, Miss Brooks?
Of course. Now just go straight back. That's it. Back, back, further, back, back, back. You've got about a foot.
Gee, we gave him a pretty bad whack. I wonder whose car it is.
I'll get out and look on the steering wheel.
Don't strain yourself, Miss Brooks. It's my car you've partially destroyed.
Mr. Conklin. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Conklin, but I'm sure there wasn't any great damage. Our rear bumper took most of the strain.
Your rear bumper took most of the glass out of my headlights.
I'll get those fixed up for you in a jiffy, Mr. Conklin. I'll just run over to the repair shop.
Shut
And...
up.
Leave it to me, Mr. Conklin. I'll see that it's all taken care of. Oh, your front door is still open.
Yes, I know. It does that whenever I'm hurled to the sidewalk. I'll close it at once.
Oh, let me do it for you, Mr. Conklin. It's not safe to have our car doors swinging open, you know. I'll get it. Seems to be stuck.
Miss Brooks, did it ever occur to you that there might be a reason why my car door won't close?
A reason? What reason?
It's simply that my arm is still in it.
Oh, I'm sure we'll be able to... Your arm? Oh, is it hurt, Mr. Conklin?
I'm becoming inured to pain. But now that you've started your day in an ideal manner for a safety supervisor, I suggest that we continue on into school.
Of course, sir.
Just one thing, Miss Brooks. I want you to do me a small favor.
Oh, anything, Mr. Conklin. What is it?
Will you give me a 5-minute head start into the building?
Well, we've still got a few minutes before class, Walter. Come into my room and we'll map out the rest of the day's safety measures. There are quite a few things that must be fixed around school.
Oh, just a minute, Miss Brooks. There's Stretch Snodgrass over by the drinking fountain. Maybe he can give us a hand. He's very good at repair work. Hiya, Stretch.
Hello, Walter. Morning, Miss Brooks.
Morning, Stretch. How would you like to help us out today? This is safety week, you know, and Mr. Conklin's going on an inspection tour this afternoon.
Yeah, I know. Harriet was telling me about it. I think it's a swell idea, and it's for all our goods.
There must be another way to say that. Stretch, all I want you to do is... Wait a second. What's that you're carrying?
Well, this is a giant firecracker, Miss Brooks. I was going to use it for the rally tonight, but I just got it all wet when I took a drink. Got a match, Walter?
Oh, sure, Stretch. Here.
Stretch, you're not going to light that monster in school.
Oh, of course not, Miss Brooks. I'm just trying to dry the fuse. Oh, there we are. Just hold the match here for a little while, and then...
See, it slid.
Gosh, I better throw it out the window, huh?
No, Stretch. You might hurt some of the kids out there. Here, give it to me. I'll throw it into the supply room. There won't be anybody in there this early. In she goes. Thank goodness we got rid of that thing without hurting anyone.
Look, Miss Brooks, the doorknob.
It's turning.
But who could possibly have been in there?
Who else?
Mr. Conklin. Quiet, Walter.
Gosh, Mr. Conklin, what did you do to your tie? It's all black.
Who threw the hand grenade at me?
He went that way, Mr. Conklin. We didn't get a very good look at him. You weren't burned, were you?
No, but a large box of inkwells fell on my right foot.
You better go downstairs to the infirmary, Mr. Conklin. We'll help you.
Here, give me your hand, Mr. Conklin.
You'll get it later. I'll try to limp over to the freight elevator and go down to the first aid room. Oh, this is painful.
Boy, it's a good thing our school has an elevator. That's one thing about good old Madison, boy. It's a pretty darn modern kind of a school that has a self-operating brand new elevator.
If that boy doesn't stop babbling, I'll break my remaining foot on him. Now, help me into this elevator, Miss Brooks.
Yes, sir. Here, I'll open the door for you. Now, in you go, Mr. Conklin.
Thanks. That's funny. The light seems to be...
Mr. Conklin! Mr. Conklin, are you all right?
I'm splendid, Miss Brooks. But where's the elevator?
Lying on it, Mr. Conklin. You didn't fall very far.
Not far at all. Just don't get nervous, Mr. Conklin.
That's right, sir. I'll go get a rope, and we'll have you up in nothing flat.
Gee, I know he doesn't like me very much, but I can't help feeling sorry for Mr. Conklin. First, his car's wrecked, and then he gets slightly bombed, and now he's at the bottom of an elevator shaft. Miss Brooks.
I know, Walter.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith.
Now, proof that brushing teeth right after eating with Colgate Dental Cream helps stop tooth decay before it starts.
Continuous research, hundreds of case histories, makes this the most conclusive proof in all dentifrice research on tooth decay.
Eminent dental authorities supervised hundreds of college men and women for over 2 years. One group always brushed their teeth with Colgates right after eating. The other followed their usual dental care.
The group using Colgate Dental Cream as directed, using Colgates exclusively, showed a startling reduction in average number of cavities, far less tooth decay. The other group developed new cavities at a much higher rate. No other dentifrice offers proof of these results.
Modern research indicates decay is caused by mouth acids, which are at their worst after meals or snacks. When you brush your teeth with Colgates right after eating, you help remove acids before they can harm enamel. Yes, Colgates contains all the necessary ingredients, including an exclusive patented ingredient for effective daily dental care.
And remember, Colgates cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Always use Colgate Dental Cream right after eating to help prevent new cavities, help stop tooth decay before it starts.
Well, after placing an out-of-order sign on the elevator and instructing the custodian, Mr. Jensen, to repair the safety gate as soon as possible, I resumed my hobby, teaching. Just before lunch period, however, I decided I'd better see how my deputy safety supervisors were making out. I found Harriet Conklin and Walter Denton at the down stairway near the elevator.
Hi, Miss Brooks. Walter's just trying to fix this handrail. It's been pretty loose all week.
Good for you, Walter. How are you doing with it?
Pretty good, Miss Brooks. I'm trying to get this section off so I can repair it.
Well, keep up the good work, kids. I'm going in and check with Mr. Jensen about that elevator.
Come in.
Hi, Mr. Jensen.
No, Miss Brooks, I'm not.
You're not what?
Let me recapitulate for you. You just knocked on my door, then I said, come in. You did so. And as you entered my office, you said, hi, Mr. Jensen. I, in turn, rejected this description as spurious.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Jensen.
I am not a bit high, Miss Brooks. And such an allegation during school hours might well mean the beginning of the end for me as custodian in this establishment.
Oh, I forgot how literal-minded you are, Mr. Jensen. It won't happen again. Now, let's get down to cases.
There you go again. There's alcoholism in your family somewhere.
Now, look, Mr. Jensen.
Look where?
I mean, listen.
Then why don't you say listen? It's not such a terribly difficult word for an English teacher, now is it? Of course not. Now, just relax and tell me simply what you want of me. There's a good girl.
Where's a good girl? Great, now I'm doing it. Mr. Jensen, all I want to know is how soon you're going to fix the elevator.
The elevator isn't broken, Miss Brooks. It's just the latch on the street door level. I've sent out for the small part it needs, and when that comes, I'll take care of the matter.
Good. Will you let me know when it's fixed?
I won't have to, Miss Brooks. I shall merely remove the out-of-order sign, and then we'll all know, won't we?
I suppose we will, Mr. Jensen.
You shouldn't worry about the elevator, Miss Brooks. I'm a natural-born handyman. I have 6 children, you know.
I know. How are they, Mr. Jensen?
Oh, fine, thanks. Just full of the dickens.
Oh, read a lot, do they?
No, but... Say, you got me that time, didn't you? Now, before you go, Miss Brooks, though, I'd like to be sure you don't consider me prudish or narrow-minded because of my seeming resentment of your opening remark. You remember about my being high?
Oh, of course not, Mr. Jensen.
Just between you and me, I like nothing better after working hours than to stop in at some cozy bar and grill and have myself 5 or 6 jiggers of television. Well, skål, Miss Brooks.
Umbriago, Mr. Jensen.
I don't like to curtail a teacher's lunch period like this, Miss Brooks, but I'll explain the reason in a moment. First, how are things in the safety campaign progressing?
Oh, fine, Mr. Conklin. The elevator will be attended to very shortly, and everyone is pitching in to help put Safety Week over in a big way.
Good.
And, Mr. Conklin, may I say that in spite of some of the unfortunate incidents of the day, you look very well indeed.
I do?
Yes, sir. Your bandages are extremely neat.
Thank you. They do a nice job downstairs in the infirmary. But about our necessity for speeding things up. I just received a call from the Board of Education, Miss Brooks, and they're sending a new inspector over today to observe the result of our safety plan.
Today? But when, Mr. Conklin?
Any time now. He's a Mr. Blanchard, very good friend of Mr. Stone, the head of the board. I'm going to make a last-minute tour before he comes, of course, but first, Miss Brooks, I'd like you to look at this electric fan.
Electric fan in October?
It's a safety model. If this sample meets with Blanchard's approval, we may put these in every room during the warm weather. Here, I'll start it. Now, go ahead, Miss Brooks. Put your finger in the fan.
My finger?
Go ahead. Perfectly safe.
Well, thanks just the same, Mr. Conklin, but I prefer the old-fashioned manicure where the fingers stay attached to the hand.
Well, these are rubber blades, soft as tissue paper. Watch. I'll put my finger in. In, out. In, out. See? Nothing happens to it at all. It's a wonderful idea. Well, we'd better get going now. I'd like to inspect the fire extinguishing apparatus.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'll open it.
Hi, Daddy, Miss Brooks. Walter and I have been going over the wiring in the building. You know, for loose connections and stuff.
Yeah, it wouldn't do for anything to go wrong the last day of Safety Week, would it, Mr. Conklin, huh?
I couldn't think of a more auspicious time to leave my office.
If Mr. Blanchard is coming over, I'd better tidy up the place a bit, Daddy. I brought some glass wax for the window. It'll just take us a few minutes.
You come along with me, Mr. Conklin. We'll check the fire apparatus.
Very well, Miss Brooks.
Now, you check the lamp connections, Walter, and I'll dust off Daddy's desk.
Okay, Harriet. I'd better take this fan off it so that you can... Oops! Oh, gosh, I dropped it. I hope it didn't break.
Well, snap it on.
Okay. Gosh, nothing happens. It's busted, all right. Oh, what does your dad need a fan for in this kind of weather anyway?
It must be his high blood pressure, Walter. But don't worry about it. We'll just put this rubber one away and get the one he's got in his closet. It's an old-fashioned one with steel blades, but it's better than nothing.
Oh, sure. What's the difference as long as there's something cooling off, old Marblehead? Your daddy.
The nozzle of this fire extinguisher doesn't seem to be hanging just right. What do you think, Miss Brooks?
Well, I'm not really an expert nozzle hanger, Mr. Conklin, but maybe I can straighten it out a bit.
Be careful with it, Miss Brooks. When tilted at a certain angle, these things can be treacherous.
Oh, I'll be very careful, sir. Just take it like this and... You
certainly were careful, Miss Brooks. Not a drop missed me.
Take my hanky, Mr. Conklin. Here, I'll put this thing back where it's...
Put that thing down!
Yes, sir.
Oh! Oh, my foot! Oh, it cut right through to my instep. Now I've got to go down to the infirmary again.
Oh, what can I say to you, Mr. Conklin?
There's nothing you can say to me now, Miss Brooks, but I'll have a few things to say to you when I come back upstairs.
I'm afraid you'll have to walk down, Mr. Conklin. The out-of-order sign is still on the elevator. Maybe if I help you...
You've helped me enough for one day, thank you. Now go away. If I take it easy, I think I can negotiate these stairs. Wish I had my glasses on. Oh, well, I'll just take a firm grip on the handrail.
Oh, about that handrail, Mr. Conklin.
Yes, Miss Brooks?
There isn't any.
Oh, Miss Brooks, I got the handrail for the staircase with me.
Just in time, Stretch. Throw it down to Mr. Conklin.
What's Daddy doing down there, Miss Brooks? Mr. Blanchard is waiting for him in his office.
What? Quick, Harriet, you take your father into the infirmary, and I'll go back and stall Mr. Blanchard along.
Is there anything I can do, Miss Brooks?
Yes, Walter. Stay away from Mr. Conklin until we have Danger Week.
Is someone going to help me down the rest of these steps or not?
I'll be right there, Daddy. Straighten things out up here, will you, fellas?
Sure, Harriet. Gosh, this fire extinguisher's a mess. But we better hang an out-of-order sign on it so Mr. Jensen fixes it up before the safety inspection.
You're right, Walter. Wait a minute. Well, here's one right by the elevator. Out of order. I'll just borrow this for a while.
So you see, Mr. Blanchard, as safety supervisor for Madison High, I've worked very closely with our principal.
In other words, Miss Brooks, you've been at Mr. Conklin's side constantly.
Oh, yes, indeed. I've been at his side, on his feet, in his hair. That is to say, we've worked hand in hand all through the week.
Fine. I've never met Mr. Conklin, but my friends on the board tell me he's always leaned towards safety in the school.
Right again, Mr. Blanchard. Mr. Conklin leaned a long way today. He's even thinking of putting in safety-first fans. See, like this one on his desk. I'll just turn it on for you. Now, put your finger in here, Mr. Blanchard.
What? Miss Brooks?
Oh, go ahead. You only live once. It's rubber. It's just like tissue paper.
These things make me nervous, Miss Brooks. However, if you insist, I'll insert my cane among the blades. Here we are. Shut this thing off.
Yes, sir.
I can't say I like my introduction to Madison High, Miss Brooks. If this is your idea of a joke.
Oh, no, sir. It's no joke. Somebody must have switched fans on me.
Well, I think perhaps I'd better meet Mr. Conklin and... Ouch! One of those flying splinters lodged in my thumb.
Let's see. Oh, come on, Mr. Blanchard. We'd better go down to the infirmary.
The infirmary? But it's just a sliver.
Please, sir, follow me. That's one thing we insist on at Madison. Prompt care must be taken of the slightest accident.
But, Mr. Conklin, I've got to see him and...
Well, this is a shortcut. Yes, Mr. Blanchard, in this institution, we believe in safeguarding the health and well-being of every man, woman, and beast. A child.
Where are we going, Miss Brooks?
Well, fortunately, we won't have to walk down to the first aid room. I see the out-of-order sign has been removed from the elevator.
Elevator? What if it's only one floor down?
Oh, I wouldn't think of it, Mr. Blanchard. The stairs are not safe without the handrail. Here, I'll open the door for you. After you, sir?
Thank you, but the light seems to be...
Oh, no!
Pardon me, Miss Brooks, but I understand Mr. Blanchard has arrived. Tell me, has he been here very long?
No, sir. He just landed. He wanted to see the infirmary, so I thought I'd take him down. And the out-of-order sign is off the elevator, as you can see, so it was only natural for me to suppose
Stop
that...
babbling, Miss Brooks.
Jensen,
I've got to meet this gentleman. If he's in the elevator, that's where I...
Oh, well. Look out below! Mr. Blanchard, Mr. Conklin. Mr. Conklin, Mr. Blanchard.
Eve Arden as our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment, but first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight, yes, tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives Kay Daumit's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Not a soap, not a liquid. Luster Cream shampoo leaves hair 3 ways lovelier. Fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen, soft, manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. No special rinse needed after a Luster Cream shampoo. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight, yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, after Mr. Blanchard awarded Madison High a safety pennant with a picture of a skull and crossbones on it, I left the scene of the crime and hurried home. That night, I phoned Mr. Conklin to see if he felt any better. And just as I hung up, my landlady, Mrs. Davis, came into the room.
Was that Mr. Boynton, Connie?
No, Mrs. Davis. He's still away at that biologist convention, but he'll be back next week. I just had the most peculiar conversation with Mr. Conklin.
What did he say?
He just recited a little rhyme to me. It's one I haven't heard since I was a kid.
A rhyme? Which one, Connie?
He just said, "Sticks and stones can break my bones, and you didn't do a bad job either."
Next week, tune into another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, directed by Al Lewis, with music by Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Conklin is played by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Gloria McMillan, Leonard Smith, Bob Jellison, and Ed Begley.
Here's good shaving news. 3 men out of every 4 can get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves with Palmolive brushless shaving cream. This is not just a claim. Here's the proof. 1,297 men tried the Palmolive brushless way to shave described on the tube. And no matter how they shaved before, 3 men out of every 4 got more comfortable, actually smoother shaves. Try Palmolive brushless yourself. See if you don't get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves the proved Palmolive brushless way.
For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting, fun-packed adventures of an amateur detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evening over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at this same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.